Right. Um. Just one moment. Let me see who's there. Oh, look who it is. No, I'm right here. I'm like obviously on camera. How, how are you doing, Zoot? Okay. Zoot, are you ready to lose? We're gonna play mini golf. And okay, we'll play basketball, but then we're playing. Zoot's never won a game of basketball. I'm good with all of that. All right, but Zoot is Zoot can be decent at it. He is fortunate at Dice Party. Yeah, baby. Right. Well, yeah, but so does not operating according to the state of California law when they change the law on you. So I mean that's a big deal. Riser. Yeah, that's I always say that. Yeah, it's California law AB5.
Oh no, they didn't change that because Dude, do you hear how loud Riser is?
Three. You got three.
There was never an existential threat. Rothschild. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously.
I like how you rip on him for only getting 3 and you got 5, 6. Oh, you got 6. Okay, that's something.
No switches.
Are you ready to see dominance?
Yeah, use a regular ball. Let's do
It was a second. What holds us up? Is this principle?
I find it so interesting that of all the balls that you can have, like bathroom is a choice. It's such a like a vague thing to have, and especially because Riser really enjoys that. I find that to be extremely interesting.
I like the backgrounds. I like liminal space.
They're similar.
Backgrounds is a liminal space, but most spaces are
There are so many speakers that have presented themselves.
much deeper than simply background.
I know we've talked about this before, but don't you like pool rooms?
Yeah, no, pool rooms are cool. Just, I've just seen, I joined this AI liminal Discord, and I met this guy named Demon Slayer, and he told me, or like, just showed me how to make these like amazing backgrounds using AI. And this, I forget the name of it, there's like amazing AI tool that's just like really, really good at creating liminal spaces. And so I've used that to create like a lot of interesting liminal spaces, and it's very why is it going sideways?
You're right. I think I accidentally made it 5 rounds.
Oh jeez, so you cheated.
I mean, it just gives you more opportunity to win.
Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. They were like, am I? So I say that's what people say. Once again, this is a cash out on the short. This is going to be open and asking on the short. The short is open to you. This should be totally mortal, right? Because according to Turkish,
I was really expecting it to go down.
Well, shouldn't you have been able to tell from Zoot's performance?
I was checking something.
I understand.
Chances are what? You're not much.
I have like 18 different streams to pay attention to. Some guy who ran join and start talking.
Well, hold on. Let's be honest. Had I accepted your invitation, let's be honest. Had I accepted your invitation for chess, Zoot would have come in here. Doug, why do I?
Look at this. Look at the number. I like it. Look at the numbers.
Ultimately, again, negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry.
Wait, did you say 174 or 70?
However, be so, it was essentially quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this.
Dude, is your microphone broken?
Actually, excuse me.
Did you hear me?
Does not have the ability
Did you hear what I said?
any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating?
Is it 174 or 70?
Can negate and decommission any form of idolatry.
Just 74.
And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not buying it.
Why is it still going sideways? Only the last one goes.
What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own?
Perhaps.
The case over here is where the Yisrael then did the Ovei Kochanim. So what's interesting what we were suggesting is then is not why not? Decommission requires breakage. Then the entire item is still intact. Is this the lost round? My hobby, Baktian, Hasfa, Akabishu, or Fasra, Batla. But it's not truly learned that again, it's even though again, all of the idolatry is still present.
Why did mine go down?
I'm square now.
How do you read the Pascal?
How about your wife?
That's right. It's an option goes ahead and
Oh no.
but it is so intense of the idolatry that does not begin.
Yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, that's not.
Wait,
Keep hustling, so
I don't know.
So this is like this. In reality,
Is there one more round?
when you throw
I haven't done the square.
against the apple result.
Wait,
Well,
why
that
did
one didn't go first, so why was this guy no square?
it's like it glitched?
Which makes sense, right? Anything
You didn't go first, right?
No, I went last.
That's weird.
So really, even if
I agree.
Of
course it doesn't count.
No, this game counts for sure.
What's the zero?
I didn't get to do another side to side. I had to do square.
Yisrael has the power of negation, right? And Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal
I didn't get to go last round. I didn't get to go last round.
Victory.
Dog, it skipped me.
You set up the game, so you got most advantage and you still lost.
No. We're gonna play. Just calm down. I don't have the ability to just hit reload or replay. Though you do something like another way. I did not go first.
Okay, this one's 3 rounds.
It's 3 rounds.
So I'm going to say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I'm going to say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on noon days. But again, right now, do you want to die? The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot.
Right.
There's 2 people in
So
this
watch what's happening.
positive, but we're going to ignore you. Those questions.
Right, so do you see what I did?
How can you decommission it? You can break it. You can bend it. The decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Israel's going to take it out.
No, I was asking Riser. Do you see what I have to deal with?
And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. And what does seem to be hector? He lifts it up, he acquires it.
Yeah.
Once he acquires, I don't know why.
I don't know.
Once he goes ahead and becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be beat. You can't be no backwards. You can't be beat. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially,
No. It's over, folks. It's over.
Going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not incredible. Except when he was an ace today, Akum Shahid Yavon in an Archelaus. How do you feel? Just by the way, this whole idea over here of Akum Shahid Yavon in an Archelaus. Listen to this. Who brought stones from Marcos? Was a stone for the sheep. So Akum takes stones from Marcos, and what does he do? The people behind Joachim and what does he do? He takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. To make the street. So let's talk about why the stones mutter. Because again, he's actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use.
There's a documentary, I think this script is but again,
if a Jew takes
North
stones from
Passage
Marcos
in
and
Canada.
puts it in
Northwest Passage.
Yeah, there's like this family.
You can't use that one. You can't get Hanok.
I had 10. 10 is like a good round.
Why should this be any worse? Ultimately,
Dude, you don't have 10. You have 12 in 2 rounds. You average 6.
Ultimately, is decommission. To which the Lord says, no. You ready for 21 minutes? Rabbi said essentially,
You have to make every single point a swish.
why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's
Make a swish and tie me. Can you beat me? One point.
Jew that can never be decommissioned. And again, we'll see if we never actually use that. Examiner is the catch on. Open
Listen to this.
It's like,
They're in like a fiberglass ball. they're just like real bad, basically, and they're just surrounded by icebergs. And it was like just one little iceberg with a third boat that would have been so it's basically like they had to swerve through these landmines and icebergs for like hours. And I was like shitting my pants.
You know what the best documentary ever made is?
That one on it. Hold on, I know it. It's Funkland.
The arcade one?
Yeah. Own personal use is what? Is itself
On Donkey Kong or something?
Okay. However, it's wrong if he's pointing
Donkey Kong.
itself. So it's called Hiyasuya Shikuya Hamutari. Ultimately, again,
What's so good about it?
the shavings and the tree. Again, sorry. The Hiyasura, the tree is still also.
Dude, if we watched it right now, would you watch it? If we watched it right now, would you watch it?
You leave the call.
What's so good about it?
Nobody asked that question.
What's so good about it?
Or maybe Riser did earlier. I did watch it. No, I didn't. I liked it.
Yeah, you had some issues.
Yeah, because that the one guy who like there's like an evil guy, it's a hot sauce guy, and I mean, what else do you call him? He's like he's able to fund his Donkey Kong Dynasty because of his parents started a business that's like in based in hot sauce. Dude, that was good.
Did he pull a Mike Australian tactic and Jack with Bryce?
No, I haven't. Martin Shkreli.
So what do you do? Grind it up.
So have I. I was saying that too on Twitter Spaces, right?
Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? You become fertilizer.
I have.
Well, he digitally shook his hand, so which counts as an action. Apparently, someone else shaking their hand counts as a meeting.
Like 2 years ago, he was in a space, and I basically just said, like, I understand what you did, and basically everybody else was doing it at the same time, so like, are you any more guilty than they are? Like, he got caught. Dude, Riser, Zoom might beat us. I mean,
No, 6 on the last is actually good.
Zoot got 22. There's no way Riser.
Rabbi only needs 5.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not guaranteed. If we were relying on Riser,
that was always considered.
Why is this coming back? Why is this coming back?
You go ahead and you find
Oh,
the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off.
it all comes down to this.
C'est quand même cher de décapitate the dragon.
Especially on the first one.
It's motor. You know, so that guy you saw, but if you saw it's also
you can't trust Zoot when he says that apparently shaking the hand of someone who's met the person counts as Zoot meeting.
That's right. But then Zoot really did meet somebody. He met. Did he tell you that he met James McCann?
I thought he shook the hand of someone.
Well, he did that too, but then he eventually.
met Jack McCann.
I know. You met him last month.
And I called him on my
And he told him that Amos, whatever, is fucking Zoot's aunt.
What is that about concerning plants and vegetables underneath an shade tree?
Oh, yeah. Amos's dad is fucking Zoot's aunt.
The shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial to the vegetables, to the produce. As an infant camp in the summertime, however, which is in the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, wants us just initially that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. Rabbi says naturally you can't plant vegetables underneath a tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine
That's true.
Is what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not about to watch falling leaves be a
Please win so we can do the match.
Once again, which Lakish, falling leaves.
Dude, you gotta switch right away.
I just hope stamps the guy up in the air.
It's possible. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be
Yo, dog, come to my Discord.
Come to my Discord. The link's in my profile.
The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact.
I hope you're doing well as well, my friend.
What about the case for shaving?
No, I'm gonna dominate this round.
The primary part of the other is that i.e. the tree is still in existence. You can tell you and that is what I said with Sarkar. Yes, in the case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the trees, the tree is also, but ultimately, again, the shade is
You know, Zoot is doing better than Riser. Zoot is doing better than Riser.
When it is functioning in a normal natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, you're not feeling this sense of
It's not, I mean, I've got to still get 4, and I'm not great on the last round. Unless Riser gets like an amazing round. We're going to need that's 2. We're going to need my round. That's 2. That's 1. That's 1. That's 1. Get the win. And Riser gets the win. Prevents Zoot from winning again. I need 6 to win. Or 7 to win.
Up until now, this entire army has been a real questioning which Lakish. We switched gears. They switched from the Lakish.
Lost the first round.
Now the tree belongs to the tree belongs to this in the question. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of
So you only have one winning basket.
And it wasn't against the human. Wait, it might have been against me, actually. Maybe.
From the nest. But if you did so,
Does you take care of?
Yeah,
that was I saw, yeah. Rashi says
He's
we're second that's the drop on. So take it
I'm not right on them.
Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if we did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not illegal. Fine. So so let's analyze. What about if the nest is on top of an Asherah tree? Just in case, I have an Asherah tree. On top of the Asherah tree is a forest nest. I want to get benefit from it.
you can.
So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest.
With the Rabbinical Council of America, you can. You can also not you can just be a teacher and be a rabbi. There are different organizations at what type of denomination you are. So there's like the Hebrew Union College, there's the Reform Rabbis of America, and then there's an informal process as well, where essentially a rabbi can bestow upon you smicha by saying Yore, he may teach, and you can teach that way.
But you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? What do you see from there?
Dude, why are you talking about these things?
Has not been actively broken. So the Gemara says,
that was a big round, right?
Yeah, man.
So I broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Kapani, Yatis Bakana, and Yas on the first time getting smoker. So here's what you saw. This supports the illustration that broken Avodah even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. What it is, you go to the IC8
Can you play poker after this?
Cooker
That's
sucks.
not how birds make. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests. They often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird itself in the Asherah tree.
Like when it's a findable, he can see a shadow.
Fucking serious? Like 9 switches? 12? 12? Okay, alright.
So again, what's the value for that?
This
What happened in the hectares case? What happened in the hectares case? What
Dude, are you funny?
You should not get benefit from the rest.
Get in. Alright, 11. Let's go. It's going to be hard to beat, but I'm sorry you can go up here.
Outside of the hectare and kind of got the hectare one end of the law. So then it makes sense. So again, Chazal says we really don't want you to get benefit from the nest.
You need like 5
Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale. But it's not so there's no Me'ilah. Why is there no Me'ilah? Because since the materials for the nest not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Me'ilah. Now again, once I actually thought it was the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectare tree, what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest?
I thought we were going until it wins.
it's never going to win.
And it's Me'ilah Midaraisa. So nobody might suggesting it's not pretty clear that Malak lines were dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectare tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectare tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. So that's a maybe that it's actually quite possible.
Okay, dude, they changed poker. So there's Hold'em, 7 tables available. They changed it. So I can't like invite people. Click it.
There's like a bunch of different.
This is a fascinating scenario.
I even see poker. It's like.
It's at the very top.
So bankroll carries over. Do you have to pay for this?
Let's try.
I don't want you to pay money.
Okay, well, fuck it. All right, we're gonna play pool. We're gonna play cutthroat.
All right, wait. No. Figure out how to play it.
No, trick.
Like, set the table like 10 out of
I don't want to do that. Trick shot. When I say trick shot, it's
So he must never turn out
No, I hate
Zoot loves trick shot.
And then again, when he branches grew, the bird took
Um,
twigs from the growths. So when I made the nest,
Zoot, you have an invite.
and therefore again, so now is the nest like this. That's enough focus. You want to see
There's a way.
Zoot. Zoot. There used to be. This is trick shot, Zoot.
That the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what's more from the chicks? Or do we see the nest from the contents of the nest? Both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as the hectic case.
That's a trick shot.
Perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case. The nest is being made from the hectic tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even the same
It's about score. Nobody knows. Because I didn't hit my own ball in first, maybe?
You get to go again.
Yeah. Oh, dude, combo shot. You scratched, but you still get credit for that.
That's annoying.
That's annoying, too.
Because eggs need the tree.
Well, sure, bro.
Just gotta go.
Nope.
The eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree.
Because of that,
That was great, dude.
There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the more suggesting
if all my balls get knocked in,
Yes, and then you have to stick with your score.
so you guys are at some, I'm at 20.
No, not because you scratched. It just didn't do anything really cool. It has to do something cool.
My show is
for that. Because also, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree, therefore
you
the
can
eggs
get
are considered to be the
ball of the, we have a penalty.
So the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately identifying the appendages, but
Yeah.
ultimately not the eggs. The says the dates and time comes from Rashi says broken. Shetzrich on the iman, the dates and battle. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young.
What's up, Zoot?
Mother had the status.
If you set your own ball, you'll feel cool. Right? If you control your ball, you get to go.
I know.
The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore, how long am I so many products? Therefore, once it turns out,
How do you know that?
in this case of the nest,
I know
on top of the tree, tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right by where the Bible is up.
No.
You can knock down the nest.
No one's played
Why
this
are you knocking
before.
down the nest? So really, you can't get benefit from the nest because the material of the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the Hector tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent
Yeah, big
chicks.
dog.
Independent chicks, right? How about for
You want the charge up?
For sure, dog.
Right, so you get independent young birds, right?
Let's
make-
Let's make sure Riser knows. You can do a blind shot where you turn off the
the
gauge.
So actually, what's that? Should have told it tomorrow.
No, that's not fair.
With the other comments and different like what are we doing that for? What are we asking like?
They only got 10 points.
You get 20, which is something. Oh no, 10. You get 10. Apologies, you get 10. Yeah, you only do get 10.
But he can eliminate it. I can eliminate Rothschild. He sucks up. How's it go? And I might be able to. I might be able to. Oh, it's small. That's where you are. Oh.
I'm about to dominate.
You just say to eliminate Rothschild. Have a small gig. Rabbi.
What is this bullshit? Okay.
Rabbi, you ready? Rise up. Are you ready?
Let's see it too.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us.
This is the worst shot I've ever seen.
Thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. We thank our annual chemical sponsor. This is Mishpat Haveretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem Rothschild this year as it's close. So
Wow.
Yisrael. Our global sponsors for the month of share the
How would feel that you haven't got one left?
all of those sacrificing to Cloud Israel.
No
And
way.
mentioning the Goro Rothschild, our Daflon sponsors for today.
Thank you,
Creation
Rabbi.
of the other side of Aye Leiva. Then was learned about Comico.
All
All of these families in the form of all of these new which have the code for the Israel. This revolution message in the home our hostages be shalom and the Torah allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Nasi.
You want to team up on Rabbi?
Today's staff is Mendes.
You don't need to team up on
Today's
these.
staff is Mendes. We are picking up the next Hashem on Men.
If you like what we
Left off the something most which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 minutes again. In yesterday's daf, we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah. What's the difference in two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah
Sit down, too.
Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix?
Rabbi, you want
Commission them or not. That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more today's staff. An akum does have the ability to decommission them. Again, then we have Machotis, what kind of active decommission or passive decommission. But again, we'll get back says even passive decommissioning, not immediately the element may go
He
by
sets
itself
it up.
and right. But if you open it, it's still an
Does his best to copy
which
the
lost its
scratch,
which
scratch,
So let's say, but
scratch.
again,
It
that's
just
why
automatically loses the
off
game.
as well. Notice the loss. If you find some summon of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it
Rabbi wins by one
because it's a spec staple. What's the spec staple? Suffix number one
Rabbi.
here is
Rabbi.
Are you serious? Oh my
Number
god.
two, ultimately, again, maybe it was decommission. So the idea of going
I think
back to
this is
Rabbi.
an easy shot.
the reason why it does not work.
That's actually
say
smart.
in something what's in ultimately again the suffix that may be
Flipped it.
decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the content. It actually was other results. Now you have questions.
I'm gonna do the
When
new
something
shot.
was in the content, is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the new facing certainty? What about fine time? You're very interested.
There we go. There we go.
Cover shimmies. And yet we were away past. So let's say cover dive. Cover dive. And again, we translate special shalom to a member of our share from South by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to. Well done. Another member of our share in Toronto.
Amazon.
Get in. Yes. There we go.
Ian messaged me by
Yes,
mail. I translated his cover a few days ago as.
I can't believe I've done this, folks.
So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition.
You can say God with the whole rather anyway.
Cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumah Tara.
No, I can't.
Because it only matters what your story is. So when you listen to yourself, you image it right by you.
You sure about
He
that?
is not going to be
Yeah,
in a state of ritual
God
purity.
damn it,
And
dude.
he's also Trumas
You told me that way too late.
That's the mission of the
Well,
problem.
Rabbi,
So it was interesting for me and asked this why so why
I guess
is it a
you can do a blind shot, it's not going to count. So it's
So what's the shot of that? So perhaps the Yisod is like this.
You told me that way too late.
Lover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra time in this world. He's looking
You
for
better
extra
not be lying.
that's what he's looking for.
No,
At the end of
why
the
is
day,
he
what
lying?
is the man? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state
Why
of
is it
time.
not working?
Only you don't have to eat in a state of time. You're not
The
obligated to
gaming
eat
thing is just.
unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity.
This is going to lose me the game.
For Tara so much.
This is going to definitely lose me the game.
Even in areas where ultimately it's not such a person
Game
who
over.
is thirsty for purity. Such
I
a
don't see
person
it.
who
I
wants to
still
know purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so.
That was amazing. It was an amazing comeback.
That's a friend.
Look at the best shot.
Someone who wants to in their life so bad. He's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity.
All right.
That's the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of his. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than the top prophet.
Match monsters.
He's enjoyable. He's inherently
Yeah,
enjoyable.
that's
It's
right.
beautiful. We all love learning.
All right. Well, send Zoot an invitation. You guys do it.
Puts upon himself additional streams
Did
of
you just say he's
he
gonna
wants
go?
power, after power. He wants purity. That's a friend.
What's he have to do?
What's he have to do? The Gemara says, "Chover shemis yet you go live house." So chover guys, interesting case. Chover guys, and after you guys they discover he has a basket of fruits. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tithed. So the Gemara says, even if my mission just harvested them that day, is a chazaka, ultimately again that they are properly tithed.
Zoot, are you gonna go?
Let's analyze this case.
They gave me an excuse of why he's going to leave.
What's the bad?
Spend 10 minutes or something.
The certainty was they were
Wait, what?
That's for sure, right? That was anti-produce. I was like, why is that a bad guy? Because everything starts out as anti-produce. So you have a bad guy that it was anti.
What's his excuse?
And what do you see here? And what do you see here? That ultimately, again,
Yo, Doug, what's his excuse?
Goes ahead and overrides right?
Zoo.
Was Teva.
Zoo. What are you doing, big dog? All right, Zoot, send Riser an invitation. Match monsters.
Again, interesting.
Right, invitation.
With the cover, we'll say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix but you've done the right thing? You have to understand.
Let's see what characters he chooses.
You have to choose one of the ones that are available. Like not, you can't use some. You can't use one of the best ones. Just the green one, the red one, the blue one, the yellow one. Red one, the blue one, the yellow one. The purple one. Purple one.
Draw picks. Draw picks.
Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? I've shown
The best one.
Confirm your same group.
himself like one of the earlier, the Amar, Ma'adim Adam Hatfula, so the Mahus of the Moitz Shalom, Kadesha,
It confirms it.
And so it's an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nice tagging loophole. What's the tagging loophole? Without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tagging obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas Me'abayis, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. If you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window, technically, it's nicer exempt.
Yeah, you have a fucking advantage on this.
Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's to be about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go at the back, and maybe it's a suffix if the cover ties it around, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Mesris. Why? Because it's possible that this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says 1 second, there ain't something nothing to be about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix motzei midas baza. Like an old possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So you say, really, is that true? So you are says, but I really learned. I'm not really done. My submission fasol
Are you serious?
Not at my submission fasol shamatzik and Bamberino. Very interesting case where there was once a story of a mitzvah.
Dude, the name of that place in New Hampshire is Fun Spot.
Who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Yisrael, a very powerful guy.
What the hell
She worked for a
place
matzik
in
in
New
the city
Hampshire?
of Reno. Okay, what happened? She
The
had a miscarriage.
the video.
And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a mayflower. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also evolved a little bit. They would put a mayflower in a pit, in other words, in a non-discrete.
The fistful of quarters.
You have to bury a mayflower. You have to bury a miscarriage.
Yeah.
Do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do that. If you bury it in the gravel, you do not bury it in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, and there's loss, and there's
Who's winning?
but Chazal wanted it to be contained. Did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she took the miscarriage in a pit. We brought Corey to hit it. Corey came along.
What happened?
And obviously saw what happened. And
I gave you cherries.
now, why did the coin kill over
They're berries, dog.
So you have to pass
They are grapes.
I'm in agreement with you on that. With the kind of berries.
Miscarriage occurred. There could be too much later. Which is directly associated with that. Now, the duration of too much later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit,
in order to see was the Nepal, I guess, was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What am I saying? That's the problem, right? The problem is, by peering over the bit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas Ola. Tumas Ola. Remember again, Tumas Ola also could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with the mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a
Yeah, when you surrender, let him
I
give you up.
over the corpse, I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So
Let
he
him
was
give
born
you
with a moved over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. This episode came from the Chachamim. The and they're retiring. They're retiring. Why do they retire the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away.
Are you proud of the way that he played?
He didn't deal any damage.
Here's a case of Vadai. What's the Vadai?
All right, are you ready to lose?
What's the suffix? Maybe the animal
So Wi-Fi SSID, split Wi-Fi, global hotspots,
and yet you see that the suffix
conferences, stadiums, exam,
the suffix
main
changes
free,
even in the face of
free will grab, discount code for that. That's a smart tactic.
So you see from here,
What are you talking about?
can go
What are
ahead
you talking about?
I just asked for a little like these like extreme like lucrative creative marketing brand awareness tactics. And one that I gave was just setting up high-powered like Wi-Fi hotspots in like high-traffic areas like in stadiums. That's like whatever local discount code, blah 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 blah.
Are you going to accept the invitation?
But the Gemara said that he got the pure over in order to
I
see
am
if it
going
was a
to
boy or a
just
girl. To which the Gemara says, how to come and do
I don't care this. I usually get 2x now.
So first of all,
I don't know
to see
this thing.
what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again?
That was
Did she
terrible.
miscarry a baby? Or was it look like it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body? In other words, Lav Davka, that she expelled
You proud of that
miscarriage.
shot?
Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the butt. See, was it an apple or an apple? If it was an apple, in Bintana, in Tiva, maybe in Zafra in the Kiva.
Oh
See, it
no.
was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the
That
case
wasn't good, right?
and Suffolk, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately again, the animal took it away.
That was good.
The possibility is. The other possibility is no. Once you have a place, we know that there's a full bit of harvest, that when these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever
Oh my
was expelled.
god. Damn.
Okay?
No way.
So it's the kasha. So again, so just we'll pause on there for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of being suffix mostly
I don't know if it's perfect, dog.
That's where you want to be, right off the bat.
this principle, being suffix mostly that if you have what we'll call
Look at that
pieces
move.
of information
Look at that
in front of you. One is a suffix.
You don't want to be in the back line.
What's that?
Oh, that was devastating.
That was some bullshit.
Undermine that reality. That's why I'm saying again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we do
God, look at his ass kicking. Look at this ass kicking. Are you serious? Are you serious? Dude, that was an amazing shot.
I just bloated it.
So I find a piece, can I use it?
That's what I meant to do in my other shot. But
No. Why? Because I have that guy that this was Akol Bizarre. Something maybe the Akum actually decommissioned it. decommissioned it,
Dog.
and therefore again I can't use the one.
You know I'm
The
gonna
suffix that
dominate
you
you.
have decommissioned it.
So in that conversation with Sue, I had to hear that my IQ was 70 or whatever. I had to hear, no, not with, I know. I had to hear that. What else did I hear? That I was gay, and something else that was just like, shut the fuck up. So it looks like our conversation with him did absolutely no good. Do you not have an invitation?
It was so interesting, that most of us was looking to do it on Shabbos with our Pasha Weiss. He said he went through so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th being an existential threat to Kafar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat about Israel. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, Rothschild says that his inheritance is strong, true. It takes on
Wow.
and over the years, over the centuries, there's been many speakers, right? We've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. It was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, nothing they badai. What's the badai? Kodesh Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzchi. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the badai. That's the badai. That's the badai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffering, what's in the Suffering. What about that suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many speakers that have presented themselves. Another suffering. Only Armenian Bechamos and another suffering always arises. But rest assured, a suffering Motzin Nidei Badai. No suffering could undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible, halachically, as well as hashkafically. It's not the Gemara goes back, Esvei. Shmuel says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this Makotos Yochel and Yochel and Shlokish. So here's what I know, and again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your whole stuff, right?
That was great, dude. That was great.
The shaila is, how does it do it? Yochanan says it must be what we call active intent, and the Shlokish says even passive with their works. So I was now going back to that a little bit. Esvei, listen to this. They also listen to some Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. That's it. I'm sorry, thank you. Esvei, Matzakav, Nisyata, thank you. Matzakav, Nisyata, Nisrael, Hare Elasu. So let's go back to Mishnah. What did Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's Asr. It's Asr. So the Gemara says, Midday Shekiyotzi behind a Nabbat. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim Minu. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on the Shlokish.
Amazing.
It should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Shlokish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broke it or whether the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, once you always make Shlokish's logic, idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? The Gemara says, no, change my shmuel. I need the only bit of the seesaw. So this is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, Gemara is not a control. Only from the Nakalos, from Shalom, Shalom, so this was also more this later. Political having, giving the Vatal his own Avodazara, and ultimately again the Avodazara of his friend. Meaning, any Akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, ain't no doubt about this, but comes all the covered. It was so it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. And the Kohabim, actually, excuse me, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, so isn't that fascinating? Right? So, Ovid Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power on negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Rabbi, so we'll say, so am I. So how do you got all this comes from Shalom? Well, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That clearly again, if I change something, it should be what it actually work. On Rabbi Shepascha, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael then did the Obey Kohabim. So what's interesting enough that you're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. It's breakage, denting where the entire item is still intact.
Wow.
Doesn't decommission the rest of one second. The Shepascha.
This has a chance to be the highest ranking of
It's actually learned that again, if you get idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous mitzvah is still present, ultimately again,
it's hard to maintain.
level desires bottle. How do you read the Pascal of Havel? Apostle Israel bottle. Ultimately, that should be right. If an alchemy goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if Yisrael dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, the Olam, keep us in Yisrael Nalgata. This is a very important Gemara. So obviously like this. In reality, even when Yisrael dents the Avodah, it goes in negates. In other words, it looks like denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you Yisrael dents it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Verse Ella, Ksera. What's the Ksera? Dilma Makbala, the Hadamiratalah. So I say, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Is to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah, right? He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah is called Biyad Yisrael. The Avodah is called Biyad Yisrael Eina B'Teila Li'olam. So I will say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on moon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can a Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He can break it, he can bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, I won't say Avodah Zarah specifically Hector, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hector, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of a Yid. Avodah Zarah of a Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't be Mavakah, you can't decommission it. Therefore, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody knows that Israel, Akum Shei, the Avonim and Amakoris, the people behind Drachim, Mitartios. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, we'll come back to it. First is us. Akum, Shehebi Avalim and Marcos, listen to this. So let's say you have an Akum who brought stones from Marcos, right? What's Marcos? Marcos is an Avodah that essentially the Avodah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marcos, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the Tartios Mutaras. And what does he do? He goes around and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? Mutaras. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha, he's actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. The assumption we have on the markets, people and dropping the ideals, asuras. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get hung up because it's about the Zorah. And my merciful, why is that? So why do we say it? So again, it's Rabbi asking Rothschild, why should this be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to Rothschild, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommission. To which the Gemara says, no. The Rosh is just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see it never actually means never. Basically, what is the kasha? So listen to this. This side. What's here? Watch this. You have an Avodah Zarah, and you shave the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so actually points out that, for example, I shave a tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shave tree. So what's the status of the shavings? In much as Litzarcho, if ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. Litzarcho, ultimately again, if he's doing it for himself, then he, the Shipuyeha Mutarim, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay? You know, it says, however, with Sarah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarah, here, Surah, Shipuyeha Mutarim. Ultimately, again, then in the shavings and the tree, ultimately, again, then here, Surah, the tree is still asur, the Shipuyeha Mutarim, but ultimately, the shavings will be mutar. The straw Shishifa Avalas Kohanim, but if the Yisrael takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, Bein Tzarcha, he was Shipuyeha Asur. Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutar. So once again, I'll be asking Rothschild, Amai, why should this be any different, right? According to you, this should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open unbreak luggage, you said it's decommissioned. So to you in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the yourself and Nami, keep the Rabbi. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi is of the opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, we end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be. There's no filter. But you'll see over Shulchan Bizarre Lulach or Maktaleh. So this is actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see Yes Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two missionaries from now, Shulchan Bizarre Lulach. If you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, Maktaleh. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. So we're going to see this is talking about if you find an Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amulo, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So which one says, "Uksid, lo yutbach yot chamuma." You're not getting the pasuk says really you can't retain any part of a design for your own use. And I said, but I'm not again. Once again, if you're going to ask me, "Shalkish amai," the heavy kabbalah is become shnishkara me'eleha. But once again, why? Because 22 should be fine. 22 is Shalkish, even if a design breaks on its own. Ultimately, again, it's decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a Vodazara fertilizer. To which they were says, Hachanami, Kidarabba. Once again, I'm not saying keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So it's very WOC bad. We see lots of
Should have taken more time.
So what's the interesting case over here? Let's say you find the image of a dragon, and this is our next mission. Now, so we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obiko Chatcho, Safek Israel Chatcho, Mutter. So if I'm not sure to decapitate the dragon, right, or give him akum, the smutter, you know, so on the other hand, that guy is Chatcho, Aser. But if he saw it was the one cut off the head, it's Aser. You know, it says, I'm not. Why should it be any different than it's a second case? So why should it be any different than a case ultimately again of a desire that broke on its own? Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So most likely, essentially, we begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved in Avodah Zarah at all, even if it's decommissioning out of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was not here to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Isvei, Rabbi Yossi Omer, Lo Yurakos B'Mosai Shanim, Mibnei Shanim V'El No Sharas Behind. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also always on the Shneis we'll see later on. Halachas in general both sides about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. What is an ashera tree? So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. So therefore, you can't plant in the summertime. However, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season.
How many cows are there?
How many cows are there? Vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because what could happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the says, I'm not going to watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, once again, Rish Lakish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, which the message is a shiny awesome, the acre of others go have in kayanis. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact.
Dude, you got the Z, you got the X, you got the Q, you got the J. You got both blank tiles. That's like the best setup I've ever seen. And you got the I said this. Z, Q, X, J.
He said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, the shavings are
In this game, yeah, definitely.
ultimately, let's say for the simple reason because an avodah zarah, you can't negate an avodah, or an avodah zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So we're going to both say, Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An avodah zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the avodah zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch to Rabbi Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan. Here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to
I can't believe that. You barely are going to reach 300 if that, even with as many good tiles as you got.
What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so,
This game's rigged. I mean, I don't know what more you want me to say about it. This game in particular was rigged.
So you can't get benefit, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to you. Fine. So the Gemara says analyze.
You got all the blank tiles.
Same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yatis become. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with
What more do you want?
And get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So let's say something you know. Yatis bakana. I'm sorry. Yatis bakana. Hassan Hadaitcha. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the avodah zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give up on the nest. Now, the Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is that the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once avodah zarah breaks, so anything that has not been actively broken.
I have one like 4 games.
Well, because I said to let you go first.
The assumption over here is that the bird is breaking its
Baby, I don't need to go first. I just need the tiles not to be just disgustingly rigged.
This supports my assertion that broken avodah
Okay.
even if not intentional.
And I'm also extremely preoccupied. Maybe the most preoccupied person in the history of the world.
I see it's in the Alma. It kills someone, not necessarily.
No.
Birds make nests. Birds make nests. Trees all the time, but they all need materials from other locations.
All right, do you want classic, live, random breaks? Oh, it doesn't matter?
So again, what's the rada for that?
Dog, this is classic. Welcome, Mr. First. How you doing? I'm sorry I missed you last night. Apologies. How are you? Lovely, madam. Lovely, madam.
See if we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately for materials. right outside of the Hektish tree, then how did you kind of got the Hektish bone and the Lamor? So then it makes sense. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from it, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a Hektish tree, and you can see how it acts. It then can be really quite the skill, and also the Lamor and the Doraisa. But there's no way why
Sounds like a plan, man. Riser, did you see my shot?
Again, once they come up on the race, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, this nest is made from bricks from the head of the tree. And what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest. It's hektish. If it's hektish, again, you're not allowed to benefit from it. It's Doraisa, and it's Me'ilah Doraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halakha is doing with both cases in the Yashir tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is
No, I
making
was under the impression that I'm incredibly
not from the
distracted.
Yashir tree and not from the hektish tree.
Perhaps the most distracted person in the history of the world right now. But just so you know,
So maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, both in the
gonna dominate,
Hektish case, that the bird is making its
look at you running out of time. These garbage shots. Garbage.
its nest from the Hektish tree.
Oh, you got fucked. You got fucked, son. Now I'm going to show you a comeback.
To which the Gemara says, listen to this.
And like any comeback you've ever seen.
This is a fascinating.
Look how sexy I am when I fucking start focusing.
Right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item
Look at this move.
things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a good example
Are you
of this?
seeing this?
A tree. I'm not dish a tree, on Tuesday.
Big dog, are you seeing this?
There's branches, there's growth. Are those branches and growths subject to the hektish designation?
I don't know. I don't know. Very easily is a phrase that I would use. I did make it.
When branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growth.
I mean, you're ball dog. You're fucking thing. Disgusting.
That's enough focus.
That's a miss. Very, very clearly a miss. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. I don't know if it's silver. This is difficult. New fee. Is it possible? Impossible, son.
Either way, it's possible. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest.
Dude, those are the easiest shots ever. Thanks for putting that shot in for me. Yeah, but you're like basically giving me free shots if you make it. You just made my job easier, son.
The nest is being made from the hektish tree, or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And yet, even assuming that the materials.
You ready for some Newfie action?
So what is why am I not doing that? Next to nest material that's on the left.
That was disgustingly close, and you know it. You know it. You're done. No way you make this. And you know I have the easiest shot ever. Get out of here with this. Get out of here with this.
This is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The Beitzim kind of also. The Gazer behind Rabbanan Ka'av. So it's actually quite fascinating. eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs nest.
Why wouldn't you try to win? You have a chance to win.
Oh, so you don't want me to
I mean, do whatever you want, but you have a chance to win. If you're such a good player, why fuck with mine? Just make your shot and win.
There's like a lot of
No, give me back the time. Give me back the time.
Maybe in this case, the nest is awesome. Why is the nest awesome? Because you can't do that case where the nest is made from the actual.
It's called the carol.
So the nest is going to be awesome.
No, actually, it's not. It's called a slider or something.
Oh my god.
Big dog. Like you said, we'll end this. Dog. Like trick shot?
Like trick It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother.
I beat you while being distracted. While installing both versions of Instagram. Do you know that you have an invitation and everybody's rating you? Rating on you?
You serve first. Unless you're really good.
Dude, I got the balls right where I want you. Chair right where I want. That's garbage. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. I'm not even kidding about that.
But what you can get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's say, let's tackle it for data. Again, let me just say the halal for
what?
So actually, let's say, tomorrow, sweetheart. Tomorrow, we'll just finish off with the halal for like, what are we doing now? What are we asking, right? And then the Ram Hashem will continue with Hashem. We can benches and about the Zara. Shver, have you all. Bye, guys. Have a great day.
Your shitty things are clogging up.
Just garbage.
Oh my god.
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I helped you out so much. And you still slander that.
What do you want me to do about it, dog? No way you make that. Are you proud of that shot?
Every day.
Are you proud of that shot?
This is easy shot.
You just helped me. You just helped me. You just helped me. What is that? Short.
Dedicating all the Shimon Rothschilds this year as his kos from Soros Tavos from Israel. Our Bartolo sponsors for the month of Av are calling the October Stephen and Wendy Tracy in honor of their parents Israel Tracy and Tina Tracy, Ivy Moses White, in memory of Steady Moses. Abby and Joe Hirsch, she.
I have to do it. If I shot to win, do I have to read of this?
I mean, it's just the word.
I mean, what do we consider to be a trick shot?
You have to bank it. You can't put the finger up.
That is Mem Beis. We are picking up the next section on Mem Aleph Beis 41b.
Have you seen this?
Which is 2, 4, 6, 2.
Now, last thing I know is
Did you see that shot? That's doofy as fuck, dog.
no, the last one has to be a selfie shot.
Okay, last one has to be a doofy shot. Whatever it takes to make you happy, dog.
Yeah. I'm glad you have it.
That's garbage. Oh, that was so bad. And I'm so distracted right now.
That's our shot now.
Not worse than that. What was that? What kind of shot?
Then we have
No, that was a Torontorian.
Or
Do you know what the people from Madagascar?
but again, we'll get back to
Madagascarian? Well, that's what I thought.
Says even passive decommissioning, not community with the
I think sure Madagascarian.
and right. The opening still an idol, according to original has lost its idolatrous
Are you proud of that shot?
Again, are you proud of that shot? That's why you find pieces of regards to loss. If you find pieces of the slump on the image, it's going to be winter. Why is it winter?
Dog.
What's this? Something number one is maybe you have a worship. That's the real. Number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was decommission. So the idea, but jumping back to what was on just a second. The reason why
Are you ready for this?
sorry, it does not.
Yeah, I'm ready for the new
Makes me say things something.
Okay, you're getting your
I
newfie
mean,
shot. You're shut the fuck up. Here's your newfie shot. And shut the fuck up. That's the champion. That's the heart of the champion. Did you like that shot?
That was saying something was to be is that true? That something possibility cannot go ahead and change your reality.
What about the one before it?
What about very
That was so
cover shades. The ethnic room of the house. So say cover died. And again, we translate, a special.
What was your excuse for losing disco?
Was just disco through Belram.
Doug, are you ready to get dominated? Dog, I just asked you a question. Dog, I just asked you a question. Are you ready to get dominated? What was your answer?
I'm gonna dominate like Zoo dominates.
Even again, even when it's called not unsanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state.
You have the easiest shot ever.
And
You're gonna do really well. And everybody's gonna like it. That's a miss. I just want you to know that's obviously a miss. Disgusting. Check out this shot. Just gotta break up this shit.
That's what he's looking for. They were what is what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat
That's a miss.
in a state of power.
Obvious
Not in a
miss.
state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity.
Bryce is not playing as well as he normally does.
Power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty.
No, I'm winning right now.
Such a person
I'm a douche canoe. Look at this move.
He's not obligated to do so. That's a fun. That's what who says someone who wants to live their life.
Yeah, but why didn't they go up to Amazon?
In areas of
They should have continued the ocean. But no, I thought that's what they did.
I think someone has higher level because the acquisition of
I think so too, but they were like in a protective vessel.
We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas.
Thank you. No, I already said thank you.
He wants purity. That's a friend of the people of Shalom. So the Gemara says, "Chomer shames yet nigro le'echeros." So Chomer dies.
Not even close.
Chomer dies.
Like, do you know what Nufi means? Nufi's positive, dog.
What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is when you know what right. So the Gemara says, even if Namishi just harvested them that day, Harahin the first person to come. This is a Soko. Ultimately, again, that they are properly.
Do you want me to start trying? Do you want me to start trying?
If not, I feel something that's written. Something was written. Let's analyze this case.
What was that?
What's the time? The certainty was they were temple. That's for sure. Right? So that's anti-produce. So why is that a bad day? Because everything starts out as anti-produce. So you have a bad day that it was baptized. Sunday, maybe the fucker did time it. Maybe he didn't.
You're welcome.
What do you see here?
You're welcome.
And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a Sunday possibility that time it goes ahead.
Dude, that was garbage.
So you see something was in the big island.
Oh no!
That's a
Dude, I hate playing people. I hate people who have custom carom boards. The people who have custom carom boards are the worst people with them to play because it's like all flashy and stuff when they're playing, and then it's normal when you're playing. It's just bullshit. Yeah, dog. What did you just hear me say? What did you just hear me say? Look at this shot. Make it. That was maybe the best shot I've ever had in my career. Yeah, you did. Break this shit up, son. That was a great shot. That was one of the great shots in the history of carom. That's a miss, though. You've got a difficult shot, son. You have one of the most difficult shots. And you got a Nufia?
Yeah.
So if you don't get it on a Nufia, do you automatically lose?
Yeah.
That wasn't Nufia. You automatically lost. No, you didn't say. You didn't make the rules very clear on what Nufia is. Yeah. It didn't bounce off of anything. It literally just. Not a Newfie shot. It's not a Newfie shot. I automatically win. I automatically win.
He's questioning this.
Okay. I mean,
Yes. Exactly. Duh. That's what Newfie is, baby. It's pure. I'm a purebred Newfie. Well, that's what we've always been doing. That's true Newfieism. Any true Newfie would know that.
This is a Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Rimon. Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage. And I won't say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a maid. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also about a little bit. they would put a rayfall in a
This is a miss.
just in other words, in a nondescript grade. In general, what's
I don't know.
you have to carry a rayfall. You have to carry a miscarry thing.
Dog, I've beaten you 3 games in a row. I've beaten you 3 games in a row with pure Newfie rules.
For a variety of reasons.
What kind of shot was that?
What kind of shot was that? It is unhealthy. The chazal is unhealthy for
Just
parents
gave you
to develop a ongoing attachment.
I mean, is that my problem?
That my problem was. Obviously,
saying.
there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained. They don't want it to be an ongoing life loss.
And I could. And if I did, you still wouldn't be able to beat me.
What coin did it
pretty sure I beat
I'm glad you say in a row, because Zoo doesn't consider once in a row to be a thing. And I argue with him, yes it is. It's a very important thing.
I mean, in a row just sounds like a three.
That's what I say. That was a great shot.
So the coin peers over the gate.
No way you hit this low. That's a great miss. That's one of the best misses I've ever seen.
The problem is that it peers over the gate.
Best misses I've ever seen. Time is ticking. That was beautiful.
Together with the mace, or you can be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, in those parts, let's say again, I was standing next to a corpse,
Calculated there.
but I lean over the corpse. I am the owner. So here's the point where I leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. I went after you got myself this episode came from coming.
Just dominance. Folks, we're witnessing dominance.
I wanted to see the story.
Because ultimately, this was a place where there were weasels and the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. You might as well say it. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Vadai. What's the Vadai? The ship that the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the Safek? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Safek trumps the Vadai. Right? The Safek changes the reality even in the face of the Vadai to the point that again, the asking, the Kohen is not Tameh. The Kohen is not Tameh. So you see from here that Safek can go ahead and trump a Vadai. To which the Gemara says, no. Look, even if
If you make this new
it killed to min and the Gemara says, no. What happened over here is the Kohen sees the Shifra throwing something that looked like the Nefal. In other words, it's not a Vadai that she miscarried and placed the Nefal in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared.
That's a miss. That was garbage.
By this woman. So it's a Safek to begin with. But that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that it got appeared over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, is the same.
The purest Newfie that you can have, baby. The purest Newfie that you can have. Yeah, that's how it's done, son. Baby, I don't know. I'm not the arbiter of these discussions. All I know is that when I play, I win. Do you understand that? That's all I know. That's all I know, baby. Is when I play, I win. Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that that's all I know? That's all I've ever known. When I play, I win, baby. When I play, I win, baby.
And then again, compound that with the Safek ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say that possibility is.
Dude, I've given you. I've straight up given you wins. I've straight up given you carrots.
Okay.
Dog, you know that that's garbage. You know that that's garbage, son. 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 That's garbage. You know it.
You know when Kansas City and they go off the Kansas City
We accept this
basketball,
principle
you can't
inside
actually
what's in the bag. But if
I
you
think
have
so.
what we call
Kansas City and archery
information in front of you,
That can be.
one is a suffix
completely
and one is a vadai. The vadai
is
piece of
actually
information
represents
determines the reality,
hunting and
and the
skill.
suffix piece of
And
information
ancestors
does
use
not
for
define
that.
that reality.
Look at
That's why
this
once
shot,
again,
Luke.
just come
Right?
in and give ourselves a little. That's why how do we get
Did you
into
see
this?
that?
I find
Did you see that?
Avoid desire.
That was newfie as fuck.
As idolatry.
Dog, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this, son?
No. Why not? It's also
Big
about
dog.
why. 'Cause I know that
Watch this newfie. We're getting there.
Decommissioned it, and therefore it changes why, because the suffix that maybe Yaakov decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. Rebbe said,
Are you proud of pocketing that? That disc was the easiest. That disc was maybe the easiest disc ever. Are you ready for this?
People are going to be making movies in my show.
Over the years, like over the millennia, we have
Little
faced
baby.
so many.
I'm gonna help raise the birth rate of all of Newfoundland, and I know that it is an island, not a peninsula, because of how good I am. Look at this. An island.
Shocking was spoke about in the after.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the most? This would be one of the best shots I've ever had.
Because for me, in my mind, I said to myself,
Dirty. That would have been dirty, son. Dog, are you gonna go? That's a miss. That's terrible. Why are you hitting my shots in?
Over the centuries, there's been many status, right? We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In Sofek, Motzim Midei Vadai. What's the Vadai? He says,
Baby, is that something that I'm supposed to do something about?
Okay, I'll turn to you.
That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over in times of difficulty?
Wow.
In Sofek, Motzim Midei Vadai. Suffering. What did that suffering is the Babylonians? The Romans.
That's a miss. One of the worst misses we've ever seen. Not only did he miss, but he scratched.
There's so many stages that have presented themselves. Another suffix. Another suffix always arises.
Big dog.
No suffix could undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism.
That's terrible.
That's
Beautiful shot, dude. That was newfie. I'll give you that.
So says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this Mahodas Yotam Yohanan Shakish. So here's what I know. And again,
Newfie.
You can decommission Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an akum to be Mevakal is Avodah Zarah.
That is good.
The shaila is, how does he do it? The Yochanan says it must be what we call akum.
That was good. But now you got some issues. You got some major issues. What do you do? What do you do here? What do you do here? Dog. You need a pure newfie. That's a miss. Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
Why? because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. You know, it says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim.
Big
So
dog.
that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rishlokish. This is what you're opening and asking on Rishlokish.
Now, what do I have to do? Nuki this shit?
Once you find broken
You
pieces,
have that talking
whether
about
the
that.
idol actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an idol doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, once you always Rishlokish's logic, idol, if you can't save yourself
Devastating.
from being broken, chances
This
are
needs to
what?
go in like a
Not
Nufi.
much help to
Pure
you.
Nufi.
Not much help to you. So what's going on?
You can't. That's not new. That's not pure Nufi.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No, that's what you
That's not pure Nufi.
Are you saying I have to bank the fund?
You know what a new pure Nufi is?
I can still bank it back.
Dog, all I know is that time is ticking.
Can I bank it back?
Time is ticking. You know what a pure Nufi is. Do you need me to give you the
No, I'm
answer?
asking. No, I need to say it. Can you bank it back?
Can ultimately again
Is it? Do you?
A new piece is where the
any
plug
form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However,
Perhaps.
No, there's no.
Maybe there's always a perhaps. Dog, that's devastating.
Does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry.
My man, are you ready for this?
And so Ovid Kohanim can negate and decommission any
Wow,
form
goes
of
up to
idolatry.
the.
And you
Wow.
has no power on the negation over idolatry. That's it. I'm Rabbi. So we're doing so. I'll say so. Am I? So how do Rabbi's country start to allow? Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now clearly, again, according to Rothschild, according to that should work. I'm Rabbi Shekasva. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel.
Oh, double new.
That didn't count as a double here. That's that. You hit the back wall first. You hit the back wall first. You need to. Everybody knows that a true Nufi. Dog, do you not know? Dog, do you not know? And I do know this. A Nufi is where it goes from disc to wall to pocket.
What are you talking about?
You just.
Is a violation.
Or hold on, it goes striker. Let me repeat. It's striker. Listen, striker to carom to wall to pocket.
Which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if it is strong, then it's okay. So Chazal said that it's not in the lewis.
Dog, that is a new feat, and everybody knows it. That's a garbage shot. Did you need me to evaluate that shot? Do you want me to evaluate that shot for you? Check this out. Check out this shot. Look at you with your distractions, your emoji distractions. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Riser. It's not point to point. It's striker to carom. It is a new feat is striker to carom. Striker to carom to wall to pocket. What don't you understand about that? I mean, that's what everybody knows what I meant. Everybody knows that I meant that. Get in. Okay, are you ready? Oh, that's heartbreaking. That was heartbreaking.
have the decommission, you can break it, you can break it. Chazal said the
Okay, well, good luck with that.
does not work.
Do you know who D Madness is?
But in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael's going to pick it up.
Yo, I just asked you a question. I asked you a very important question. Maybe one of the most important questions that you've ever been asked in your entire life.
Once he goes ahead,
Dog, anybody who watches Kill Tony knows who D Madness is. And anybody who is a fan of William Montgomery knows who D Madness is because he talks about D Madness constantly.
Situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah.
Okay.
How does Chazal ensure that?
And you obviously don't know who D Madness is.
You can't do anything to it.
D Madness is the bass player. He's the bass player. He also just so happens to be blind. And they make like jokes about him all the time. Yeah. And so if you got new eyes, we would want to make sure that D Madness got new eyes. Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen? That was dirty, son. That was dirty, son. Oh, give me that. Okay. We're gonna call it. It's got to be Canadian. It's called a Nunavut.
Sure.
Okay. Get it. Get it.
Ultimately, again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get him out because it's about the Zara. And my Gemara but why is that?
I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
This be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that wrote on its
I think you just made my job a lot easier. Oh, for sure, dog.
Essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. See what we have this concern. In the process of decommission, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. Once Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. And again, we'll see.
That is not
That's in Nova Scotia. That's in Nova Scotia. Everybody calls those Nova Scotia. What was that?
Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree.
Now, I'm going to repeat this.
He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. That's ultimately he's doing it for himself, and he, the Shipuya Mutali, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the actual shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself.
Did you kidnap Nancy Guthrie?
However, it's so if he's taking shavings off the tree, he's putting the tree. Right?
Yeah. Maybe it was Big One Obama.
Again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again. Sorry.
He doesn't live in America.
The tree is
Who's to say those people did? Newfie's son. Maybe the greatest shot you've ever seen.
Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have all the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings.
Standard or quick draw? Standard.
Why should this be any different, right? But it's just according to you.
I have to go first, though, which is a disadvantage.
And when it breaks on its own, it breaks like it's reset the decommission. So to remind this is should be decommissioned as well. To which the US Health and Army keep the Rabbi. So once again, we keep on doing that. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi
Word.
essentially we don't want Jews decommissioning the Rabbi. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring it, and therefore everyone knows that there is no control. They say, they say.
I asked you, and you said standard.
That's your next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see in Rosh Hashanah. So Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or two missions.
Ridiculous miss. Already. Do you want me to make you laugh?
Throw it into the sea. So we're going to see this is talking about if you find that
That was phenomenal.
So what you do, grind it up.
That was phenomenal.
Throw it into the sea.
Oh, God. Dirty.
Because if you scatter it in the road, then what can happen? If you become fertilizer, you have to come with the plastic stands really. You can't retain any part of a design for your own use. But I'm not getting this. Once again, if you open aspiration, you have the capitalists, but once again, even if a Bodhisattva breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommissioning. So in this case, a grinding it up to be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as a fertilizer? It's not a Bodhisattva fertilizer. To which we must talk. And let me keep it up. Once again, I both say we keep all
8. My man got 8. That's heartbreakingly bad. That was impressive. All he needs is 6 here, son. This is a terrible shot. I can already tell. This is going to be devastatingly bad. Devastatingly bad.
So we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, so if I'm not sure, the Jew decapitate the dragon. It's mutter. You want to say, on the other hand,
Doug, you need 26. There's no way you're getting 26. If you get 1-8, you're fucked. Okay, he's got 9. He needs 2 more 9s, people. He needs 2 more 9s to win. If he gets anything less than 2 9s, this is long. The wind is at its strongest. Champion. 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 Champion.
So this halacha makes it case. We're going to see this also. Halachas in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. What is an ashera tree? So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. That's very careful. In the summertime, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off.
Dude, you got those two so quickly.
As fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So I'm not going to watch falling leaves be
wow.
Once again, there's Lakish. which one is fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Shouldn't be a problem of fertilizer, which the nurse is known as shiny awesome. The ikra of all that's called carbon dioxide. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with a Bodhisattva identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say other days, in days of days 42b.
You know what we should play?
What about the case for shavings? That would like the Asherah tree shavings. We grab all that stuff from environments where once again the primary part of the Avodah, i.e. the tree is still.
Dude, how did you do that so quickly?
We said with Sarchal,
Cheat codes.
we said that even in the case ultimately again,
It must be. I call it cheat codes.
Shavings are murder. Ultimately, that's the
Darts.
when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense.
We're playing darts next. Darts.
So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So now again, I both side. Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottled or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because
even with that giant lead, he does not win impressively. It's time for darts. Why don't you like darts? 501 Pro Double Out. Did you know you have an invitation?
Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Le'yanin v'lomar. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed mitzvah.
Terrible. This guy sucks. One of the worst performances ever. 26 points? That's garbage.
Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again,
I don't think you outbeat me in this game.
What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yaki's becoming. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what's this? I'm sorry. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah Zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, you might say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest.
You are just getting destroyed.
But that nest is made from the pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, The assumption over here
Just
is that the bird is
not even close.
Some twigs from the pieces of the Asherah tree. The kakani
I don't know
is
how
kakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So Hirsch says, oh, this supports my assertion. that
Big dog, it's over. This bitch is done. You lost by 180.
Not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they
I
often
sent it to the wrong person.
from other locations. So the case over here is
That
the
really
bird
sucks,
that
like,
crawled to work in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the shade tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately from elsewhere. They can
They'll eventually catch on to it.
What's the value of that? Right, look at the hectish case. What happened in the hectish case?
Are you proud of that?
What do you want to say about the birds or about the bird's nest? Or about the tree? Yes, sorry.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You can't get, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think you do not.
What are your thoughts of the brickwork on this back wall?
Simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials in the village.
I'm agreeing
Right
with
side
you.
of the hectish tree, and any dependent on the hectish tree and the wall. So then it makes sense. No man in the Rabbi. So the Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree.
What if that wasn't real brick? What if it were foam?
Because since the materials for the nest,
Dude, that was amazing. 105? Are you ready for me to destroy it? Okay. I mean, do you want a prize?
The bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the head,
Dog, I'm going to get 180 here just to make me get it.
it's hectish. If it's hectish, ultimately again, and you're not allowed to benefit from it.
Who has the lead right now?
Which the Gemara says.
To quote Zoot, who's in a better position?
Who's in a better position? In the Asherah tree and in the hectish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectish tree.
How about 140? How about I took your record and drop kicked it?
Is that also that in one of these cases, ultimately, or actually in the hectish case, that
it's over, baby. It's over. It's over. Baby, when I tell you it's over, you need to understand that this bitch is over.
Listen to this. So what's the case over here?
What do you mean? We're gonna play till you win. Well, I don't care. We play till you win.
Afterwards, are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I might fish a tree, on Tuesday, and then 3 months later, there's these new branches.
Are you proud of that?
Are those new branches and growths
Probably because if they do those rooms with poker, they get more people in there, as opposed to you having to find 4 friends who are not doing anything right now, want to play poker, which is difficult to find. Just have rooms that are always going to that poker.
Took twigs from the growth, so it had made the growth, and therefore again,
there's that, perhaps.
The nest hectish.
All I want to know is when are you going to win one of these fucking dart games? Because I'm waiting. It's just taking you a really long time.
But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to the nest. Ultimately, what is it? That doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is not because it's made of a shade or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's awesome.
And I would tell her, if we only had 3 arrows, which is realistic, I'm going to do better than Riser.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about having everywhere.
Yeah, but you don't have unlimited.
You don't have all day
But you don't have unlimited arrows in your quill either.
And again, even assuming that the materials weren't
Yeah, well,
they were going to be opinions on other those things with the Hektish Zara. So what did you say? Why am I knocking down the nest?
Now that's a thought.
For what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in kind of stress. Let's listen to the shift guys. You know what it says? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately again, it's going to be usher.
Oh, dude, you might win.
So this is actually quite.
You're coming close, dude.
This is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The baits in kind of usher.
I'm not good at this. I'm good at single out.
Single out. Eggs are ushers. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The
Yeah, of course you
nest
don't.
needs the tree.
It's where
Egg will be
it's where you don't have to do double out.
The eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree.
You have to hit a 1 or something that is under 9. Okay, that's good. Now hit the 3. So he had a chance to win, folks.
The nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be awesome.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I've never been good at this. That's not good either. Now you have to hit a 1. Bust. Devastating.
And if our the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself, so you can get benefit. Ultimately,
You have to hit the 3. And then if we tie, then it's closest to the middle.
It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest.
All right.
The nest is reliant on the tree.
Cut palm.
Therefore, it turns out that over here with this case of the nest on top of the Asher tree, the egg tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless.
Riser, you have an invitation. Dude, aren't you going to accept the invitation?
Or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right?
Dog, shut the fuck up. I've got shit to do. I'm too distracted.
Because those are considered dependent on the trees. Let's stop over the So you're actually going to say,
Dog, I have a question for you.
We'll finish off with the
Are you ready for this? Oh, absolutely not.
Adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shvera Kavilot. All right,
Yeah. What's your favorite Commodore song? Dog, we've talked about this. It's so distracting. You have to be able to focus. And I played you. Look. We've come down to this. If you go first, you win. If I go first, I win. Yeah, dog. I remember playing with you. You don't even remember playing with me. You don't even remember playing with me. Dog, I played with you like 10 games on Play-Doh. And if I went first, I won. And if you went first, Dog, I said we played on Discord. Dog, I said we played on Discord. We never played on Play-Doh. Or rarely, but we played on Discord. Okay, I misspoke. Am I allowed to misspeak? Am I allowed to be a man and say that perhaps I may have misspoke? Am I allowed to do that?
You're allowed to
dedicating all machine instructions this year.
I'd rather echo into eternity than make it sound like my phone was constantly in a garbage disposal. Doug, I have a question for you. Are we gonna play Cup Pong? Yes or no?
Yes. With appreciation.
I told you
Share the entire
my darts. That was my last game.
all of those sacrifices.
There's enough Play-Doh ring.
And Rachel and Rothschild are the sponsors for today.
Are you sure?
We're gonna lose our chance. Maybe run other people to the chance. I played darts, even though I knew I was going to lose. I still get support to play darts.
I played archery. Fast draw, and I played it normal and let you pick the rules, and I still beat you.
Okay, and then I play darts, so now it's your turn again. Play something you don't good at. And then I'll play Mancala, something that I don't like and not good at, and then
Yesterday's afternoon, finding broken pieces of what we call slump.
I'll play in 10 Mancala games if you play in
What's their
one game of the month.
I gotta take a whiz. Let me think about it.
Maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Zoro was definitive. So for myself, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to take it and off of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf. An akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah, but it has to now again. Then we have machotis of Yochanan and Shalkish. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that further. That's our overarching machotis over here. The Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning, which says even passive decommissioning. Not meaning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. So the Yochanan is still an idol. According to the Yochanan, was lost its idolatrous import. So let's say, but again, that's why we find pieces of Avodah Zarah. If you find pieces of the Solomon on this image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec svega. What's the spec svega? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it is decommissioned. So the ideal way to jump back to Avodah Zarah for just a second. The reason why ultimately again by Avodah Zarah it does not work is because a lot of the say in suffix works in the bad. Ultimately, again, the suffix that may be decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the bad that it was Avodah Zarah. So now you have questions that principle. Maybe something was to be done. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing its certainty.
Yo, dog. Are you ready to play Cup Pong?
And again, special shout out to a member of our share from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who was just introduced to through Melbourne. Another member of our share is Toronto. Or Hashem, we have a lot of beautiful stuff, not just in the space meditation, but around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel, translated the club a few days ago as a kamkaka. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point where he even eats his food in the Tara. He even eats his food in the Tara. So even what we'll call not unsanctified food, he is minded to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and Esrus. So that's that definition of a cover.
So it's interesting for me to ask this, right? So why do you call a chaver? Right? Chaver means friend. Means friend. What's the shot of that? So perhaps the yisod is like this. Who's a chaver? Chaver is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the Torah?
You know, you could
As Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of Torah. You don't
The
have
dumbest
to eat
idea.
You're not obligated to eat. I'm saying
Moon marketing.
ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts for Torah so much.
Worse?
What would your name
Seeks
for
out
it
those
be?
standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to be purity in areas of his life.
Mine is.
Obligated to do so. Such a person.
You want to know what I would call it?
That's a friend who says someone who wants to live their life so bad that is willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, not in power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend that really called Shalom. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than a top problem. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. So Ramesh puts upon himself additional stringencies because
I mean, technically, we've already
wants purity. That's the friend of Shalom. So the Gemara says, "Chaver sheni say yet so Chaver dies.
and
Just in case
that
Chaver
was
dies.
not destroyed the
And you guys, they discovered he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not
It's not luminosity.
The Gemara says,
It's the
harvested them that day.
albedo.
Is a chazaka
luminescence.
ultimately again?
No, it doesn't give off light.
One second.
It's like it's albedo.
Here's a case of a bad. What's the bad? What's the bad? It's certainty.
Luminosity is the intrinsic brightness of the celestial object.
Okay,
So why is that a bad guy? Because everything starts out.
but it's not giving off
Pretty
light.
sure that's what you said earlier. It's going to affect the luminosity
Something
or
maybe
decrease
the
it.
cover you target.
It would be albedo.
What do you see?
Whatever. Dog, I'm busy and I'm distracted. I got other shit going, so I'll give you a game that I am already distracted.
So you see something wants to give you a bad which the Gemara says no. Hasam bad day. It's fascinating. No, it's not true. That's not something in bad day. That's a bad day. It's what's the case? The bad day asks you. So the Gemara says the same thing is cut off.
Yo, join the game, son.
Also, bad day. That's what.
I don't see chess.
Just go to Chess in the Park and join the game.
Are you actually there?
What do you fucking think I'm doing?
Well, I don't know. You never said the word chess. Now you're talking about
The code is 025X.
Did you set up the right pieces?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Does not leave
0 to 5.
his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in that guy. There's only.
Oh, wait, hold on. 02SX. 02SX.
You know, it says suffix is something. Interestingly enough, it's a suffix and a suffix in a house. So what is that?
Now I'm already distracted enough. What are these fucking pieces? What are these pieces that you have?
What do you mean? You can choose your pieces.
Yeah, dude, you use distracting pieces.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Are you gonna go?
I'm trying.
Yeah, of course you get to go first.
I suppose that's an interesting case. There is technically
Now you have a personal excuse.
What's the tithing loophole? Without being involved in technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called the yes and
I thought it should make your pieces also
has to
look
come
like.
to the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically, it's nicer exempt. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now, again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no suffering that's emerging to be about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the Chaver tried it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Esrus. Why? Because it's possible that literally you're getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, there ain't something most things about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, Ein Safek Motze Nidei Baba.
I'm already distracted.
A possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So, really, is that true? So, you said, well, can you be I'm going to be the nice of the ship fossil shell of nuts top of my base. Not a nice of the ship fossil shamatic afron, but very interesting case where there was once a story of a maidservant. I won't say now, again, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi.
It says captain of the milled ship.
Yeah.
It's a gassy by.
What do you want me to do about it?
She worked for a Nazi in the city of Fremont. Okay, what happened? She had to enable about it. She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a navel. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also evolved a little bit. They would put a navel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript grave. In general, we'll say the halacha is, you have to bury a navel, you have to bury a miscarried baby. But with Dafka, do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do that. If you bury it in the ground, or you do not bury it in a marked grave, for a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment.
I fucked up.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
GG. I thought you were distracted. I'm sorry. That's someone was distracted.
So she miscarried.
I mean, it's not GG yet.
In fact, she put the miscarriage in a pit.
Oh, now it is.
According to the law, and
Unless
this is
you
what happened.
royally.
Now, why did the coin peel over the bridge?
I actually didn't know. I actually didn't know that was your queen. I thought it was your king. I was like, oh, he just put himself in check. And then when I saw that you didn't put yourself in check, I was like, oh, he royally fucked up. Is there a time limit?
So the coin
Apparently not.
in order to see was this a coin, I guess it was developed or not, to
Makes
see whether or
rubber.
not it was a
Doesn't
coin
boil.
or not. The problem I'm saying, I'm not saying what's the problem, right? The problem is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Ohel. Tumas Ohel. Remember again, Tumas Ohel.
Are you gonna go, or?
Two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the OL. I am the OL. So here, the point where I had leaned over the tape to see, is it a boy or a girl? I would have to leave myself in this episode came from the coming. You see on your move, you think Shefluga and Bardos and they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. You might as well say, the fact that I didn't make something go, something go, the cause is something who mostly did I. There's a look at this case over here. Here's the case of bad. What's the bad? What's the bad? The ship that the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the something trumps the bad. Right? The something changes the reality even in the face of the bad, to the point that again, we're asking, the coin is not coming. The coin is not coming. So you see from here that something can go ahead and trump a bad. To which the Gemara says, no. Lo pila v'tiyitilu labar, mikol labar ala imo, v'tila jimin mikol labar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the Shifra throwing something that looked like the Mayfel. In other words, it's not a fat guy that she miscarried and placed the Mayfel in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a Mayfel being placed in the bar by his woman. So it's just something to begin with. Whereas one second, but that's not what it says. Then Zakar indicated the whole thing. The Gemara said that it appeared in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachi is to say, Leida, Gemara says, Leida, in Yachibila, in Meifamibila. So first of all, he was looking into the kid to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or again, also, Yachibila just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the card to see was it an APL or not. If it's on an APL, if it was an APL, then did that. If it was an APL, Tiva, later in Zakra in the Keva to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Rabbi and Safek. Rather, again, this was the case of Safek and Safek.
You would have been disqualified or not.
No, dog. No, I'm not. Like I said, there's a lot of distractions going on, and I'm doing my best. Like you don't get to say what the rules are. You may get to pick your ugly fucking theme, but you don't get to say what the rules are. So long as I'm making an honest effort, then you can't. I'm playing. I've got a lot going on.
So again, just we'll pause on it for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that that's principle.
Dude, I have 50 fucking cameras on me. I got people in my Discord. Okay, you're distracted. Why didn't you?
One is a suffix and one is a
I'm not gonna ask you, like,
that piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information.
I was gonna ask why did you take that guy?
That's right.
But I
Just kind of do all here on ourselves a little bit. How did we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah. Right? So I'm
just letting you
I don't want to hear your bullshit, man. I'm doing what you asked me to do, and then you've got 10 Mon college games, and you've got a fucking bunch of other games too that I didn't include, that we must play.
This was Avodah Zarah. Suffolk, maybe the Akum actively decommissioned it. And therefore I can't use it. Why? Because the Suffolk, that maybe the Akum decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this was definitely Avodah Zarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in Suffolk, Motzi Midei Vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many skakos. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this, I want to say, it was so interesting that those of us who was up at the bureau on Shabbos, Usher Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. One of those that I felt that was very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat to Kappa Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Israel. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, what else should I say? He's married to Israel, actually. It takes on a totally different thing. And over the years, over the centuries, there's been many speakers. Like we've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, Motzi Midei Vadai.
Hey, did you take my
Am Yisrael is an Am HaNitzchi.
bishop?
Am Yisrael, the Jewish people. We are
Oh no, I got your bishop and then you got my bishop. Never mind, apologies.
That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over in times of difficulty? In suffering, Motzi Midei Vadai. Suffolk. What about Suffolk is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter.
I recognize I'm taking a long time. I haven't played in a while too. And I don't want to make a mistake because I do have a very good chance at winning, but I don't want to.
I only take it so seriously and calculating it.
That's what good players do.
I didn't know we were going to be taking 5 minutes of turn.
You still would have played. You still would have played.
You can decommission your
Yeah, normally I go at a different pace.
Okay, well, I mean, that's cool. This ain't normal, baby.
This ain't normal, baby.
No, I didn't know we were going full time already.
What do you fucking mean?
And also,
I already said I'm distracted. Now I've got to hear you, and I've got your ugly fucking theme. Just garbage.
I'm just, yeah. I mean, that's clearly the pieces were also a distraction.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry, thank you. Let's say, thank you. How are you last year? So it's back to Mishnah. What did Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, it was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, one said, this is a question of Rish Lakish. If you don't want to ask them Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the akum actively or the idol broke on its own, the akum doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's always Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're much help to me. Not much help to me. And then again, so what's going on? The Gemara says, no, change much more, but not only of the seesaw. So this is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, Gemara is another kasha. Always come the back of always come shut up the shop. I know, so this was a small disorders, and then they go having to be the back down his own avodah zarah, and ultimately again the avodah zarah of his friend. Meaning, any akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael ain't no without the avodas v'chamsha of his covered. And we'll say it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. And Rabbi Kochavim, actually, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. But isn't that fascinating? Right? So Rabbi Kochavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So also say, am I to have you got brothers come to Shalom. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to Rish Lakish, according to that should work. Rabbi Shepascha. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael dented the Ovei Kochavim. So what's interesting enough what we're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission is breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Right? So what's happening? The Pascha, my Abi, Batinan, Pascha, Afapishin, Pascha, Batla. But that's not true. We learned that again, if he dented idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the avodah zarah is bottled. How do you leave the Pascha of the Kohanim? Aga Pascha Yisrael Batla. Ultimately, that's you're right. If the akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if the Yisrael dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, He constantly is trying to also is a very important Gemara. So this is like this. In reality, even when Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes in negation. In other words, I will say denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you strong dents it, it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. What's Ella Gzera? What's the Gzera? Dilo Magdala V'Hatala. So I say, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do?
She's the head bitch in charge.
He lifts it up, but getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, V'havi avodas b'chavim b'yad Yisrael, v'chol avodas b'chavim b'yad Yisrael eina b'teila li'olam. So I will say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on noon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's this happening? Can Yisrael, technically speaking, commission Avodah Zarah? Decommission it. He can
Dangerous.
But Zan said that decommissioning a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it,
That was calculated.
Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be eaten. You can't be made backwards. You can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So therefore, the Gemara says, Akum Shehidi Avonu Min HaMakolis, V'Ipa Bahem Drachim Yintartios. So let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of Avodah. Actually, we'll go to that way. Gemara says, Akum Shehidi Avonu Min HaMakolis. Listen to this. So let's hear Akum, who brought stones from Marvelous, right? What's Marvelous? Marvelous is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Marvelous, and what does he do? The people behind drop him the Tartios Mutalas. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for one thing.
I don't understand that.
Like this game is the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, he's actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use.
I've screwed up a lot of times.
But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marvelous and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road. You can't get Hana because it's Avodah Zarah.
You need 10 minutes to calculate every single
Dog,
day.
it's not 10 minutes. I just made my move.
So why do we say it's okay?
Okay.
Why should we
How much time should it take to calculate
It's your turn. Is this are we playing who can talk the most?
It's just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, a Jew
I appreciate you playing. I wish you
why
would have
not?
said
Because
that.
once again, we have this concern.
Dog, I'm playing you the way that I've always played you.
If he lifts it up, he acquires it.
I'm playing you the way that I've always played you.
We've never played this game.
Yes, we have. I even have evidence of it playing against you. Yes, we have. That you sent me.
That you sent me. So listen to this. Sorry. Over Kram Shishit Avodas Kram. Supposed to watch this. You have an Avodah Zarah and you shave the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out here, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings.
This is dangerous.
Normally,
This is dangerous, son. You got all these distractions.
Ultimately, the Akim is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. But Sarchol, ultimately, again, if he's doing it for himself, then he, the Shikuyeha, Mutarim. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akim's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay? The Gemara says, however, with Sarchol, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, again, sorry, the tree is
No, I don't know how you don't remember. We used to play, but I told you that like I get distracted. Like I want to win. There are a lot of distractions. When I get people coming here, ba-ding, ba-ding, bing, hey, what's going on? Hey, and we're it's like, dog, it gets we're dumb.
Ultimately, again, we have all the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main motor. So once again, I'll be open as why should this be any different, right? According to you, it should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open you said it's decommissioned. So to what we in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the yourself and Rabbi to the Rabbi. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi's opinion. Essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no bittul. Say, Rabbi Yossi over Shofet B'Zorah L'Rach or Mataleh. So what's actually our next mission? Our next mission that I'm going to see what's Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two Mishnahs from now, Shofet B'Zorah L'Rach. If you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All Mataleh. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And once we're going to see this is talking about if you find that Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. The Gemara says, Amuno, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, it will become fertilizer.
Amazing move.
The Pasuk says, really, you can't retain any part of Avodah Zarah for your own use. But I'm not again. Once again, I'm going to ask another shortish. I'm not. But once again, you should be fine. Even if Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately,
I was working on something though.
So in this case, I'm grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares? Even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer. Which numbers is Hachanami, Kiddu Rabbah. Once again, I'm going to say we keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, was concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So it's very Rabbi Yossi Ben Yisir Omer Matzah Sulas Dakel Velo Shachato. So what's the interesting case over here? Let's see you find the image of a dragon. And this is our next Mishnah. Now we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered.
It ain't over till it's over, baby.
So go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obiko Chatcho, Safek Israel Chatcho, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or didn't Akum? It's Mutter. It's Mutter. You want to say, on the other hand, Dada Yisrael Chatcho, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. You want to say, Zamai. said, why should this be any different? It's the second case. So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, of a desire that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says you're concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So most essentially, you begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved with Avodah Zarah at all, even with the decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Different Chazal, we're machmir to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward.
That's what I'm talking about. To the people out there, whoever doubted me, you were wrong. You were wrong. We're just going to leave it at that. I'm the best. No one's ever been better than I am. I'm the king of chess. I'm the king of the ring. Baby. Hold on. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I have to blow it a little bit. To everyone out there who says, "Oh, Rabbi is afraid to play," no, it's just I'm fucking busy. I've got a lot of shit on my mind. And for anyone out there who's like, "Oh, Rabbi and Riser haven't played before," no, we've played a lot. But this time around, what made it different is that Riser went first, and Riser lost going first. That's what makes this bitch different. All right, I've voted. That's enough of that. Now you got to play me in like 50 different fucking games. Are you all hearing this? Are you all fucking hearing this? This is the most bullshit. You can see me live. I'm not playing stockfish. You made a devastating.
I know that your play style was to board the equipment, then I would have probably
Do you not remember we used to play? Do you not remember? Do you not remember we used to play? Do you not remember we used to play? Do you not remember we used to play?
Honestly, I barely know, but sure.
Okay, well, I do remember. I remember extremely well, and I remember generally, if you went first, you would win. If I went first, I would win. What changed here, folks, is that Riser went first and Rabbi won. There were two moves in that game. I mean, the big one is that I took your queen early, and I didn't even think I was taking your queen. I thought I was putting.
That's what threw me off. I think the pieces to I was rushing, and then you're taking like 10 minutes to move, and then that made me want to move faster. So that, yeah.
Okay, I don't understand what kind of discussion you just were trying to have, but it didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense to me in the present, and it will not make any sense potentially to me in the future. But I can also tell you, no, it didn't. And then the other move that was devastating was the knight sacrifice that allowed me to put you in check. And then once I put you in check, then I was able to get your knight again, and then you had to panic. And then I dominated. Truthfully, I played that game about as efficiently as I think you could have, with the least amount of losses. I mean, think about it. At the end, I had one bishop, two rooks, a queen, and a knight. That's a lot of firepower.
But if you did so,
I mean, you like harvest all this sympathy, for me, I'm distracted, and then it was all just a Trojan horse.
That's right. It was a trap, baby, and you fell in it. filling it perfectly. I was like, basically like, hey, I've got this horse at your gates. Please let.
I was dying of boredom.
What about if the nest is on the top of an ashira?
Well, I waited 15 minutes for my turn.
Dog, we can go. I have it recorded. We can see how long it took me, and it wasn't like a ridiculous.
Yeah, no, play it back. Was it a half hour?
Exactly. That's how long chess takes.
No, it just takes like less than 10 minutes.
Oh, get out of here! Get out of here!
So I literally bullet chess where they play games.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. John and Yoko Ono came up with their own chess rules, dog. John and Yoko Ono came up with their own chess rules. What are you teaching me? Nothing. Hey, guess what? Good for Magnus Carlsen. Was he a winner of South Australia Raw Comedy? No, he was just a finalist. No, he was a finalist. My point is this. Did you know that Zook's podcast comes out at the end of this month? Zook was interviewed on a podcast and he said he didn't do well. And I think that he probably did better than he thinks that he did. And especially because it's not a live podcast that he could have, they can edit it to make it sound better. So I told him not to sweat it, but when it airs, we're going to have a viewing party. Now, my question to you is this. Let's go back to the chess, because you were saying I'm afraid that I'm not as good as you are, that we've never played before.
I'm sorry, but when someone declines chess invitations after I ask if you're going to act like egg buttons, still say no.
But then they do. So here's the key. Here's the key to all of this. You ask, I accept it. And then we play.
I had to offer like 10,000 games.
Wait. That means nothing to me. I can play against the computer. I can play against Zoot. I didn't care about Mancala, nor do I care about Mancala. All I cared about was chess. And I think we saw, the proof is in the pudding, the performance that people were able to witness. Again, I had both rooks, one bishop, one knight, and a queen. Dog, do you know how much firepower that is? And on top of that, I could have gotten another queen, and you and I both know it. I made it easy on you. Get out of here. Get out of here with that garbage. You know I dominated. You know I dominated. Let's go through it again. I had two rooks, a bishop, a knight, and a queen. And you got to pick the theme of your bullshit. Dog, I went old-fashioned style, and I let you go first. Dog, let's put it into perspective here, okay? I let you go first. I let you choose any type of theme that you wanted of your pieces. I played when you wanted to play. I didn't play when I wanted to play. I played when you wanted to play. I played with distractions amok. I'm live on 50 different streams. I'm live on 2 different X spaces. At any given point, Zook can come in and insult me. Lose. And you'd still lose. You lost. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. Brass tacks, tackless, baby. I beat you. I beat you fair and square. Get out of here with this warm-up shit. You know that that's garbage.
Oh yeah, hunting, the only the school that's been through us for millions of years. Oh yeah, it's called Quick Draw, and I'm the champ.
Hey, girl, we don't have unlimited arrows, okay? We only have 3 arrows, actually 9. And if we have 9 arrows, I'm gonna beat him every single time. How do you like that, baby? And then we're gonna be reproducing right in front of you.
You lost like 10 archers games in a row.
Incorrect. We tied. I won standard, and you perhaps with cheat codes won
You
quick
won
draw.
a warm-up game of standby. Literally, is like, you take as long to play as like chess game.
Doug,
Just lining up the
Doug,
bullseye.
next time you owe me a bunch of games. You owe me Cup Pong, and you owe me Mancala. You owe me a bunch.
I did not agree with that.
Yeah, you do. All right, my friend. Sweet dreams, baby. Nice loss. Thank you for coming. See you soon, baby. Hey, come back tomorrow night. We'll watch a documentary, okay?
So now is
Alright, maybe. I don't like my timing.
Commit, baby. I have to go to the bathroom. Take care.
The hagfish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagfish, and therefore, again, the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Avo, Rabbi Operon, my yacht is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi also meaning that. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's working. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases, because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to react to the young about Taklifa, a sabulacha, that from in become powers. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the hagfish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hagfish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, it will go with the opinions that whatever grows in the tree is going to be hagfish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The dates in kind of stress. Let's listen to what the Shem says. You know, it says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Everyone said, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The dates in kan usher, shetzrichen l'gilon, the gazer behind Rabban Ka'al even asker. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are asker. Why are eggs asker? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asra. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Ashera tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the dates and time comes from Rashi that floating shetzrichan le'iman dates and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest, the nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa only upon that. So therefore, it turns out that over here, in this case, of the nest on top of the asher tree, the empty tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the way, by what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really, you can't get benefit from the nest because there's only like the nest itself is made from the asher tree or from the empty tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha l'maisa that is going to be mutter, right? Right? So how you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. Let's stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, let's say. Yeah, all right, tomorrow, sweetheart. Tomorrow, we'll pick up. We'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa, like what are we doing that machlokes? What are we asking, right? And then the rest of Hashem will continue. Rest of Hashem, adventures in a Avodah Zarah. Shverach, everybody. All right, everybody's have a great day. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this. To thank our annual Hanukkah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating Ovishim Drushos this year as its plus for the Soros Tovos from Yisrael. Our telephone sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin, Toda, Stephen, and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Adi Roses White, in memory of Stanley Roses White from the Rafa. Our recurring sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire Kula for the Chayalin, the Swiss the Chayalin, and all of those sacrificing the Cloud Israel. And Reish and Devorah Wondersheim are the only sponsors for today. Reish of the Yarsite of Aye, Leib, and Brooklyn, Mertbat, Hamidora, all of the Nisham Slav, and the families in the Hama, all of those in the Rufu Shavim, for the Kol, the Holy Israel, which Rapush and Message and bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karot, to allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Kol Nasi Yizim. So with that, let us begin about Hashem. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Membeis. Today's daf is Membeis, and we are picking up the Nefesh Hashem on Mem Aleph days 41b, and we left off the Eid Suffix Motzi Adai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 points up from the Bible. So let's remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's there seen as two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah Zarah was the definitive image. So Halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to take your hand off of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did Akum decommission or not? That's Rothschild now. An Akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf. An Akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah, but it has to now again. Then we have Machotis who look at Shakish. Do you do active decommissioning or can even be passive position. But again, we'll get back into that in just a minute. That's our overarching message here. And the open says even passive decommissioning, not believing would be if the idol falls over by itself and break. The opener, still an idol, according to the instruction, as well as so it's like, again, that's like pieces of why is this Suffix number one is maybe this is never worship. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was. So the idea of jumping back to the result is just the reason why it does not work. Because we say in suffix motion ultimately again the suffix that maybe suffix that maybe does go ahead and that he was at the result. Not even questions that reasonable. Maybe something was anything about that. Is that true? But a suffix a possibility cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing certainty. What about finding on time? A very clear source. Cover sheets. Yet we go away past. That's a cover guide. And again, we translate, a special ceremony to a member of our team from South Africa. Drew Belron, another member of our shooter, is Glasgow. Message me via mail. I translated the cover 2 days ago as cover. It is, it's not really a fair definition. Actually, remember again, 2 days ago, when I translated cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumah Tara, to the point that he even eats the carrots. Even again, even though we're not saying fight food, he is not in a state of ritual purity, and he's also transcendent. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting that really asks why. So why do you call it cover? I think cover means friend. What's the shot there? So perhaps these songs like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who just searches out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, one of what Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You have to obligated to eat in a sanctified food in a state of ritual purity. There's so much for power so much that he seeks out those standards in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a wants to be purity in areas that he's like, even he's not obligated to do so. Such a person is that's a friend. That's like Paul says, someone who wants you in their life so bad that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity, not in paradise, doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend that really perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Someone with knowledge puts upon himself ritual experiences because he wants power, after power. He wants purity. That's what so the Gemara says, "Cover shemits, and yet you bring away bells." So cover dies, cover dies, and he's actually discovering as a basket of food. What's the issue? That's the issue. What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they can time. The Gemara says, even if not, you should just harvested them that day. Put it in the first lesson to 20. This is the circle. Ultimately, again, that they are couple of time. I was that. If that actually is something that's true, something else with it. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a God. What's the God? What's the God? The certainty. The certainty was they worked heavily. That's for sure. Right? That was untied focus. Why is that about that?
because everything starts out as implied purpose. So you have the Vade that is implied, Sate, giving the Chaver the target, you target. And what do you see here? I see Sate, the most immediate Vade. And what do you see here? But ultimately, again, a Sate is possible. The target goes ahead and overrides Vade, and it certainly was Tzemach. So you see something once immediate Vade. Which says no. Awesome. God day is God day. That's not true. That's not something God day. That's a God day is God day. What's the God day has to be? Yours is 7 years level. God day is level 7 years level. And also God day that was that he typed it. Yours is the Kemina Fosa, Kemina Fosa. Azapa Akhamer Shekin Motsi Davar Shekin and Toka de Pakas. Also that's the Kazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. You can cover both sides again. You imagine bringing yourself to the level where there's no suffering which is done the right thing. You have to understand what does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at you and the halacha says this guy certainly did the right thing. Chamed does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore there's no suffering in that guy, there's only that guy and that guy. Incredible. Levi's a very possibility is. You know, it says suffering for suffering. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffering in a suffering house. So what does that mean? Hashem, the Abba, the Revoshia. It's possible that the prophet did not see himself like Revoshia, as the Revoshia. The Abba, Nahim Arden Abdi also. The Magnus of the Mates Shalom, the Nation of the Nation of the Hotel, Father Shalom, as well as an interesting case. It is technically speaking a nice loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without being involved in the tithing now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing up, what's called Riyas Rabbi, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home in order to the entrance. Technically speaking, if you could bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. You gotta get the other limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, you're reading your something that's going to be bad. That's why. Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with that, maybe it's a suffix if the cover tied it or not, it's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to the semesters. Why? Because it's possible that you're going to be getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, what's that? He's up in looking at it, right? So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was any suffix Moshe Yudei Baba. Right? That ultimately again a possibility to not change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So Moshe Yudei, is that clear? So the Gemara says, but I'm going, I'm not really done. My submission Fasol shall not happen Mondays. Not of my submission Fasol shall not say after the very interesting case. There was once a story of a maid servant. So now again, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She works for a Nazi in the city of New York. Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. And also, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a needle. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also a problem a little bit. You put a needle in a pit. You just tolerance it in a nondescript way. In general, also the halacha is, you have to carry a needle, you have to carry a miscarriage baby. So that's what do not carry it in the market. If you have to carry the devil, you cannot carry the market. So a lot of teachers is also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy, the pathology is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief,
But Chazal wanted it to be confused, did not want it to be mindful life loss. So the house said, what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. If that coin to hit it, according to the law, it's point to the law, and obviously so what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? This is what he said that he was up. So he was not the pastor for it. But when he was a woman who gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much to wake up. There could be literally there's an associated with it. Now, the duration of too much libido depends on what? The boy or girl. So the coin peers over the pit in order to see what's the result, I guess was developed enough to see whether or not this was a boy or a girl. The girl might say, what's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Too much alcohol. Too much oil. Remember again, too much oil also can be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with the race, or you could be the roof over the race. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm sitting next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I am this corpse, I am the oil. I am the oil. So here the coin went ahead and moved over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. All right, you got myself in this episode here for the coming. Yitzianu, the Greeks of Fuga and Barclays and Fuge. And they retired. They retired. Why did they retire the coin? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And in reality, they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because what's that? The guy that was treated with something going something wrong going because he's something with what she did. Because in this case, anyway. Case like that. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? The ship of the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the cage. What's the something? Maybe the animal took him and the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from there? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the something trumps the bad guy. Like the suffix changes the reality even in the case of the bad guy. To the point that again, the constant, the coin is not coming. The coin is not coming. So you see here that something can go ahead and trump a bad guy. To which the Gemara says, anyway, both of you that you can be a bar, you can have a la'ima, you can have to be a bar. The Gemara says, anyway, what happened over here is the coin sees the shifta throwing something that looked like the felt. In other words, that bad guy that she miscarried and placed in the bar. Rather again, he saw what appeared to be a belt being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a subject to begin with. Much more second, but that's not what it says. How late then is after the people, but the Gemara said that in fact the kid oversee if it was a boy or a girl. Which the Gemara says, how to come and do this to say, Linda, the Gemara says, Linda, in Yosefila, in Linda. So first of all, we look into the picture to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara says, look at this means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that thought that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So first of all, in order to find, see was it an APO or not? If it's an APO, if it was an APO, then big time. If it was an APO, she got labor and Zachar in the APO to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Rabbi and something. Rather again, this was a case of something and something. So again, something whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? What was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with something ultimately again that maybe the animal took it. You might say that about 4 years. They went so from the Vandals, we see in some bad guy, what about where we go? Once we have a place, we know there's a program about this, that if the animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled. Okay, so it's a snake, so it's a catch up. And so on and so again. So this will cause on this exactly. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of being suffering mercy in the bad guy ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Any suffering mercy in the bad guy. The two are called two pieces of information in front of you. One is a suffering and one is a bad guy. The bad guy piece of information determines the reality, and the second piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how did we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I found a piece, let's say an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find the piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's Asher no. Why? Because I got that guy that this was avodah zarah. Something maybe people actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and then I can't use it right because the suffix that maybe after decommissioned it doesn't change reality. If they found out that this was definitely avodah zarah, never said. Just to point out how powerful this is so is an ashkafic level as well. Because in suffix motzi nigid vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many stakes. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this was it was so interesting. So interesting that those of us who was up to be on Shabbos and Usher Weiss, he said he mentioned so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat to Kafar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat about Israel. It was scary, so overwhelming, but obviously, but that's what I said, it takes like 30 different things. Over the years, over centuries, there's been many spaces, right? We've faced many moments of existential suffering. All we doing to make it serious. All we doing for is less than torture us. We put us in others and drastic changes. There is a suffering. What holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. The mistake makes it into what's the paradigm? Says, I'm Israel, I'm Haiz. I'm Israel, the Jewish people, we are eternal nation. That's the paradigm. Therefore, what holds us over the difficulty is something Muslims about. Suffering. What is about suffering for Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many statements that have presented themselves. Another suffering, in our language of travels, and another suffering always arises. But rest assured, in suffering, would say you can find out. No suffering will undermine the fact and the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. And most of that, some levels that is safe, so it's again, embedding all of this is this hypothesis of the open and Turkish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your avodah zarah, right? In other words, an atom, the backup is avodah zarah. The shaila is, how can I see to it? The Yochanan says, it must be what we call active control. And the Turkish says, even passive control. So let's now go back to that a little bit. They say, all the people about this book, I'm sure the shop, they don't listen to this. They also listen to this in the story as well. You know, sorry. That's it. I'm sorry, thank you. Let's say, lots of times, thank you. Lots of times, how it relates to. So that's in the story. What do you usually say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's us. It's us that the Gemara says. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashmarim. So let's say that's what this is. So in other words, once again, this is a construct on the Turkish. This is the opening aspect on the Turkish. When it comes according to you, this should be totally mutter. Right? Because according to Turkish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the apple broke on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You might get about your own Turkish as logic. I know. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because you must say, look, change my shmuel, but now I need it, the only get out the seesaw. So this is again what he said yesterday. What the case of the hand and the foot, the case ultimately is on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-self, is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, ACA might as well the contrary. Only from the back of where it comes from, so this was a small mistake. And we go ahead, keeping the back of his own Avodah and ultimately again the Avodah of his friend. Meaning, any of whom can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, Eino Levach Avodas V'Chamshar Avodah V'Chamshar. It's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Nobody actually, and Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. But isn't that fascinating? Right? So Obi Kohanim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not lying. So we do this also. So I'm like, to have you that always comes from Shalom Aleichem. But why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, but if it's not this view, how do you actually work? On the other hand, what's the case of the end? Because what we hear is where the Israel can give the open for public. What's interesting about the Western Western is, can cooking is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage, breaking the entire item still intact, doesn't decommission. What's that? My hobby, that's not true again. But again, if you get the idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these others. How do you read the passage of the Quran? How possibly Israel or Rothschild? Ultimately, they know to be like, if you actually go ahead and against the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so against the idolatry, that does not negate it. Rabbi says, no, because the Yisrael not Rothschild, that's a very important thing. So this is like this. In reality, even when Yisrael against the Avodah Zarah, it goes in the Yisrael, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still against it, it's okay. So what did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, Ella, Sarah. What's the Zera? Dilma man, the Rabbi, the Rabbi,
James is his real. Son is everywhere. Who knows what's real? Is it?
So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? And Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he vents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned. What is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the whole desire. So what does he do? He has that whole desire. He lifts it up, right? When you're ready, let's say, to smash it or to bend it afterwards, what's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodas Kochanim B'Yad Yisrael, the Avodas Kochanim B'Yad Yisrael Eina B'Kula V'Omer. So this is absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And let's say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now and in days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can we start technically speaking decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can we decommission it? We can break it, we can bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael's going to figure it out. By figuring out what's the Avodah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah is considered to be hefker. He looks it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't bring that backwards, you can't decondition it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid this Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So, everybody knows the next thing. If you talk about hand dropping, you type yes. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, let's look about it. Let's just talk. Should we get on the mouth for 2 trays? So let's get an apple who brought some markers, right? What's markers? Markers is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from markers, and what does he do? To pick up a hand, drop it, the tortillas, and what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use, using them as pavers. Right, the pavers, and uses them to make the street. So it's halacha. We tell us the stones are mutter. Why the stones mutter? Because again, halacha ma'isa is actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. The assumption we have on the office, people are in the office, but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road, you can't get enough because it's Avodah Zarah. And my Gemara said, but why is that? So why do we say it's like this? Maybe I'm going to ask you, it's like this. Why should this be any worse ultimately than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And what if you like this Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned? It's just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, Midrabanan and Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern, we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if he never actually means never. He knows the guy, so all the Kocham, Shishifa, Avodah Kocham, Tzarachon. So listen to this. This side. All the Kocham, Shishifa, Avodah Kocham, what's the area about it? Never Avodah Zarah. And you see the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so that she points out there, for example, an Asherah tree. An Asherah tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? The Gemara says, with Sarfo, if ultimately the Akim is doing it for himself, right? If the shavings up the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is, with Sarfo, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and he, the Shikha Mutarim, then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the action's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, however, with Sarfah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that is pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfah. Ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then the Hiasura, the tree is still also, the Shikuya and the Kahal, but ultimately the shavings will be mutter. The straw Shashifa was combined, and if the snail takes the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asura tree, they would Sarfo, he the Shikuya Asu. Whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutter. So what's going to be able to answer to the published Anai, Te'adi Kavodas Kohanim Shmistabla Me'elah. Why should this be any different? Right? According to you, it should be a different thing and Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on side, breaks on is decommissioned. The so-called in this case should be decommissioned as well. To which the US offer money to the Rabbi. So let's say once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So let's say Rabbi is of the opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Rabbi Zara. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'meisa, end up acquiring it, and therefore you'll never be, it feels no people. Ace, you'll see Ace, the most shocking bizarre room, and not to the source of lecture exmission. And that's what you've ever seen, yes, Hashem. And what Yossi says, or say, well, it's two details, shocking bizarre room. If you find about bizarre, you can grind it up and scatter it with all material. Or you can go and throw it into we're going to be talking about if you find that what was made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, gather it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it to the sea. The Gemara says, Amurov, asking asks that when you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It becomes fertilizer. So which one says, instead, when you got the Amurov, the pasuk says, really, you can't retain any part of a result for your own use. Once again, I'm not asking a question. I'm not. The handicap is become Shishkara Merilaha, but once again, why? It's like 20 people should be punished. Even if a road breaks on its own, ultimately again, it's decommissioned. So in this case, of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does happen as fertilizer? It's not a holy sort of fertilizer, to which they were talking. I mean, to the Rabbi. Once again, I'm saying keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, in is concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it can then be decommissioned. So this way, Rabbi Yossi, that you see Omer, Maksud, Sulas, Dato, the Osha Chapa, what's interesting is that let's say you find the image of the dragon. This is our next Mishnah. Now, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off. So therefore, something over something is off. So if I'm not sure that a Jew declared the dragon, right, or didn't approve, it's mutter. You want to go on the other hand, Baba Yisrael also, but if Yisrael was one cut off the head, it's also, you want to say, I'm not. How do you have all this go come to the Shkazan area? I understand why should it be any different as far as the second piece? So I should be any different than a case, ultimately again, of all these other growth on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So most essentially, we begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews to be involved in the whole Israel at all. Even with the producing on the whole Israel, we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was not making a point that even if the commission of the Jews doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. This way, but Yossi Omer, after you up was the most Shanim, if we shall be a no Sharas Fine, was an interesting piece of the So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also, all these understands that are seen on. Halacha is in general looks like that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the Asherah tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. And so therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an Asherah tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If you shanabiyah in the sharas aleni, because what should happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I'm not going to watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, to have a Kabbalah country, once again, in Turkish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And if I do an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled, clearly about the fertilizer which much is known as shiny awesome, the no, the case of the fallen leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with a Vodazara identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say, other days, 3 days, or days 42 would be. The Gemara says, Shikuya. What about the case of the shavings? That one right there, shade tree shavings. We can have all this stuff parameters, but once again, the primary part of the avodah, i.e., the tree is still in existence. You have to get that is the most we said it's our we said that even in a case, ultimately again, where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately again, the shavings are measure. If we read the tree Amar, if you should Amoras Kabam the Kilo, directly with us. Ultimately, also the simple reason because an avodah you can't negate an avodah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, the case today, which I'm not showing up on this website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Rothschild. So we're going to get both sides. The whole Yochanan focuses on one focus. The Avodah Zarah is open by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah buffer or not? Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. There's yes, because even de facto negation, right? But passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been a Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now we switch gears. Searching the Rabbi Yochanan, so Rish Lakish asked the Kasha on Rabbi Yochanan, here we go. Time to like this for many Glamores. That's an interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Hagdish, right? The tree belongs to the base of the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. The birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed the that was I saw again. Rashi says that you're saying Rashi second up in the top floor Yamin, plus with Rabbi. So you can't get benefit with Rabbanon, below more. Right? But obviously again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately again it's not to me. Fine. So you know, so let's analyze. But what about if the nest is on the top of a shade tree? The same case. I have an shade tree. On the top of the shade tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yakiz bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? You know, so Yakiz bakana. I'm sorry. Yakiz bakana. Kasaka daifka. He goes, you should probably let it see you can survive. I was saying this is interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, let's say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the other tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back to the nest. Now, you might say, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit. From the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is breaking its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The kahani yatis bahana, and yet the nest is mutter. So this one says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. Which the Gemara says no. However, here, what's the case? You go to the ICH and the Alma, the Kinsaban, not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the piece over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the shade tree, but it did not gather the materials more than nest from the shade tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have the penny, so again, what's the value for that? The value for that is look at the hectish case. What happened in the hectish case? In the hectish case, what do you want to say about the bird's nest? About the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No net, about the nest, sorry. No nanning or more. So again, you should not get benefits from the nest, but if you do not commit to so what's analyzed? On the Bishop of the ICH in the Alma, specifically talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately from materials in the belt. Right outside of the hectish tree, and I would be kind of got the hectish for man in the Lamar. So that would make sense. No man in the Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbi. And also, the Rabbi in the Doraisa. But there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mila. And the Mila is a shell that eats in the middle of the piece of a hand, and my Ramon and Hakadishi. And again, once I come up with a Mesa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hectish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hectish. But this hectish ultimately again, that we're not allowed to benefit from it because I saw, and it's maybe when the I saw, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara suggesting that we see it to be clear that halacha is doing both species in the shade tree and in the hectish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the hectish tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, leave the area, half that the Gideon had boiled Achan kind of skin. So let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or say in the hectish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, then why is that nest not us in the dollars? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. Gemara says, what's the case over here? How come you do it about the nest? So I say, this is fascinating, so you will get to. When you're not for something, right? So obviously the item as it is hectish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hectish as well? So what's a good example of this? A tree. I'm not this a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hectish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called Gidulim Haboim Lachan, growth which occurs after the designation. So they were talking about over here, the bird, so I was not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so that is the nest addition. That's enough focus. The Gemara says, because summer, they will either be given. And the author of this place, or author of this Mishnah holds, that Allah Paramaisa, the hectic designation only devolves upon the tree that the existence of the time of designation. But anything that afterwards, subject to addition. Therefore, again, the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi, I'm open on my yacht is ultimately raising the nest. What does it mean that it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? But it doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shayla or because it's made of a hectish tree. Either way, it's us. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. When we say knock down the nest, so it means it's get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. We're not going to be about Taklifa, a sabbath that broken. the can become recurrent. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Shira case as well as to the Hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get anything from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Shira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be things that whatever grows from trees will be Hektish or Avodah. So what the case, why am I not knocking down the nest? Not nest material, but rather what? The chicks, or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The basin can be processed. This is the process. For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. That was the why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basin can be usher. Should treat from the Iman. The glass of iron, like on a cow, you are usher. So that's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are usher. A lot of variables going on over here. But we were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because you're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree. And if by operation, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So the benefits ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, so the basic background from Rashi that broken should switch from the iman to the double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore it turns out that when you with this case of the nest on top of the Asher tree and the tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's no like the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks. Right? I love when I said that is going to be mutter. Right? Right? So you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or also the but what you can get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. Let's say, we'll start with this today, but again, let me just say the halach for myself. So actually, let's say, yeah, all right, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll pick up when we'll finish up with the halach for myself. Like, what are we doing that halach? What are we asking there? And then the rest of the we'll continue the rest of time. Adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shtai, everyone. All right, guys, another great day.
Malaprops.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. We thank our annual comic sponsors, Wilson Stock of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating Ovishim Drushas this year as its plus the source levels of Yisrael. Our honorable sponsors for the month of Av, Rabbi. Speaking of Lady Tracy, in honor of their parents, Israel Tracy, Dina Tracy, Adi Moses White, in memory of extending Moses White to the Rebecca. Our utility sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation, share the entire Kula for the Kayalim, and all of those sacrifices for Israel. And Rachel and Brother Webershon are the sponsors for today. Rachel of the Yard says, I believe then all of them from Shabbat, the families in the Bama, all of this in the first seven for the fourth Holy Israel. The Prophet message in the Bama has to give the Shalom and the Farad to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Nasi. So with that, let us begin about the Shalom of a lot to do today. Today's daf is Mendes. Today's daf is Mendes. We are picking up the Nurse Hashem on Mem Aleph days 41 and we left off the something mostly is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 minutes of the follow-up. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's the seen as two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah Zarah was the the Gemara says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to take them off. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an Akum decommission them or not? That's our child now. An Akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf. An Akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah, but it has to now again. Then we have Machlokas Broken Turkish. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to that just a little bit. That's how overarching Machlokas over here. The real point says it has to be active decommissioning. That's even passive decommissioning. Not to me would be the idol falls over by itself and right. And for the overlord, it's still an idol, but it could be something as well as idolatrous. So let's say again, that's why sometimes pieces are, and I don't know it's the awesome. If you find pieces of something on the image, it's going to be worthless. Why is it worthless? Because it's a spec statement. What's the spec statement? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number two, ultimately,
74.
So the idea when jumping back to the result is just a second. So this is why ultimately sorry. It does not work because a lot of this is saying is something ultimately again the suffix that
maybe stuff like that, maybe. Commission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the conduct that he was a homosexual. That be one questions that principle. Maybe something else to be conducted. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing the certainty? What about following our time? You actually saw this. Cover Shanice, yet we were in the else. Supposed to have cover died. And you translate, a special ceremony to a member of our shir from Safed. To Mel Ram, another member of our shir in Toronto, of Hashem, and not just in this case, but Hashem around the world. So he messaged me via note, translated the cover a few days ago as coffee. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara, even the Tara. Even again, not a sanctified food, he is not to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with truths and measures. So that's the definition of a cover. So usually severe answers and why do you call a cover? A cover means strength. So what's the strength? So perhaps the soldiers like this. He's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is Rosh Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, is someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where all those is not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life and he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the people. That's a friend. That is Baruch who says, someone who wants me in their life so bad that is willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, not in power, that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the people. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level of the because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. See, Mamish puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants power, not the power. He wants purity. That's a friend of the people. So the Gemara says, "Chaver shenis yet we go to live else." So Chaver dies. Chaver dies, and you guys get discovered with the basket of food. What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they've been timed. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, part of him the first lesson to time is Hazaka. Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. But I one second. If that day to be something that's new, something was. But let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a bad day. What's the bad day? The certainty was they were kettle. That's for sure, right? So that's anti-produce. So why is that a bad day? Because everything starts out as anti-produce. So you have the bad day that it was untied. Something, maybe the father did tie it, maybe he didn't tie it. And what do you see here? I see something from what he did not tie. And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a something possibility that tied it goes ahead and overrides the bad day, and certainly was Tema. So you see, which says no. Plus, some bad day is bad day. That's not true. That's not something about it. That's a bad day, bad day. What's the case? Bad day asking. So it says the same thing in the style. And so bad day, that's why that you tie it. You want to say to the Janina comes up, Zenda cover shut your remote seat, double shut. So again, just to enough, it's fascinating. People come up and say again, can you imagine if you moving yourself to a level with no suffix which you got the right thing? You have to One thing you get to that level, the halacha looks at me, and the halacha says, this guy truly did the right. Chaver does indeed untied when it comes to this possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in bad guy, there's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. Levi's a very possibility is, it says suffix is suffix. Interestingly enough, Ruby is a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? Afshar the above the Nevoshia. Possible that the prophet conducted himself like Nevoshia, or still earlier, the Amar, Na'adim Adam Abti also, the Machis of the Motes Shalom, Kiddush Shabbat, the Hemta, or Father, to determine a Maisa. As well, it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a Maisa we call Tavim Yipol. What's the Tavim Yipol? Without being into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to Tavim obligations, there has to be what's called a Yas Rabbi. It's like it has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's supposed to be about that. Why? Because it's actually possible. Even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the covenant tied it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Chumas and Meisers. Why? Because it's possible that literally again this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say, one second, ain't something no thing about it. Also, so remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Because the Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffered motse midday bada. Right? That ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So really is that true? So you are said, but I need to learn. I'm not really that. Mike said the ship hustle shall not tap on the base. Not that Mike said the ship hustle shall not tap on the very interesting case. There was once a story of a maid servant. But actually, now again, we're going to. This is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Yisrael. Very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She works for a Nazi in the city of Rivos. Okay, what happened? She had two neighbors about her. She had a miscarriage. And what's interesting enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a maid. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also about the little you put an infant in a page. You just, in other words, in a non-discrete hearing. In general, what's in the halacha is, you have to bury a maid, and you have to bury a miscarried baby. But that's what do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do it. To bury in the ground, we do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it's unhealthy. As our theory is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So how to say what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. The book exist. According to the law, and obviously saw what had happened, peered over the pit. Now, why did the Kohen peer over the pit? Leave in Zachar in the Kiva. So he was not the pastor for her, but when he was a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, it could be 2 months later. It could be literally directly associated with birth. Now, the duration of 2 months later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the kids in order to see once the nipple, I guess it was developed enough, to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. The girl might say, let's say, what's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas Ola. Remember again, Tumas Ola also could be contracted in 2 ways. You could be under a roof, together with a lease, or you could use the roof over the base. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I am sitting next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Ola. So here the point where I leaned over the gate, to see, say, boy or girl, or whatever, you got myself in this episode came for the coming. You see a little, they Shafuga and Barbarism to each other. And they're retiring. Why are they retired, Corey? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were measles and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because it was like, the back end, even they felt something well, something well, the Kasi something mostly the back end. Because look at this case here. Here's a case of bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? She caught the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it in the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from here? The Lord says, and yet you see that the suffix trumps the bad guy. Right? The suffix changes the reality even in the face of the bad guy to the point that again, the fasting, the calling is not coming. The calling is not coming. So you see from here that suffix can go ahead and trump a bad guy. For which the Lord says, never mind. Lord, even if you do a bar, make a bar, the killer to me and make a bar. The Lord says, no. What happened over here is the coming sees the shift up, throwing something that looked like the Mayfell. In other words, it's not a bad guy that she miscarried and placed the Mayfell in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be the Mayfell being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. What's that? That's not what it says. How many times I heard the people, but you know what I'm saying? That God appeared over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Lord says, consequences to say, Linda, the Lord says, Linda, and Lord of Bila, and Nathan of Bila. So first of all, we were looking into the pig to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or the other say, look like it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, not that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So we first of all looking over the part, see was it an APL or not? If it's on an APL, if it was an APL, then you did that. If it was an APL, it's labor and drop code in the APL. You see it was the point. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Rabbi and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Well, was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again, that maybe the animal taking away. You might say what the possibility is. David Shafon, the Bible is assuming shot that like that. The other possibility is, once you have a place, either like there's a full bill of harvest that there's these animals there, definitely drag away whatever was expelled. Okay? So you want to say a snake, so you want to say Tasha. So just put pause on it for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of being a separate motion and being bad guy ultimately again holds. So in Halacha, we accept this principle. Any suffix motion and being bad guy. But if you have two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a bad guy. The bad guy piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why most again just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or image that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, where is it? Where is it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also not know why. Because out of the guy that this was avodah zarah. Second, maybe the person actively decommissioned it, and then when they came to life was the suffix, and maybe after decommissioned it, constitutes reality of the bad guy that this was definitely avodah zarah. Just to point out how powerful this is so is on a catastrophic level as well. Because in the suffix, once you read the bad guy, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over millennia, we have faced so many statements. Like, will we survive? This is an existential threat. All of the shows, it was so interesting. That those of us who was looking here on Shining under the Usher Rice, he said he referenced so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, being an existential threat. The Kaplan stuff. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat like sweat. It scares overwhelming, but obviously Rothschild says compared to slavery, it takes on a totally different form. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many statements, right? There's been faced many moments of existential. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather the storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. It was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffer, not saying the bad guy. What's the bad guy? He responds, he says, I'm Israel, is an Anhamis. I'm Israel, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffering. Suffering. What about suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There's so many statements that have presented themselves. So the culture of God, another suffering, or even our radio of travels, and another suffering always arises. Rest assured, a suffering will seem to be a bad guy. No suffering will undermine the bad guy, the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible work, halachically, as well as hashkafically. It's not even is that a state. So it says, well, again, embedded in all of this is this mathematics of your Rothschild. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an apple could be made back up is Avodah Zarah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Yochanan says, it must be what we call active beton, and Rothschild says, even passive beton. So let's now go back to what they say. All the people come to the Apple, let's go from the show, which are they obviously this. They also receive this in the Mishkan as well. Sorry? Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's very much a part of this, yeah, thank you. Much a part of this, I have this right now, how it was. So back to Mishkan, what Mishkan say. If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also. It's also, so the Gemara says, Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai, why is that? Hashmarim Nirkum. So we'll say that's what this is. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha and Rishnakish. So you open the ask of Rishnakish. Rishnakish is according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rishnakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. Again, what's the only Rishnakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, the chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? There's you guys say, it's very much more, but not needed, but not the whole bit of the season. So as you said, again, as what we said yesterday, what's the case? The piece of the hand in the foot is the piece ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, and that is quite possible that is actually the almost like a substitute, is the wrong word. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, basically, what is the council? Only become the Bakkavah is functional, the Shakadero, this was also more this level. And we go on it, giving the battle is on Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of the strength. Meaning, any apple can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, ain't no Rebbe Baruch B'Chatzah of the Kohen. I will say it's actually very fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. In Ovid Kohen, actually, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So Ovid Kohen negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael had no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Oh my God. So you're doing this also, so am I. To have you that bonus country start away around. So why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now clearly again, according to Rothschild, you should do it, but it didn't actually work. Rabbi Shepascha, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel dented the Oriental Covenant. So what's interesting, what the US suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Breakage, denting where the entire item is still intact, doesn't decommission. What's happening? The Pascha, my hobby, Rothschild, Pascha, Achapushim, Pascha, Batla. That's actually learned. But again, if you dented idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, we have all these others. How do you read the Pascal of Muhammad? Pascal Yisrael Robakla. Ultimately, they know it's like if he actually goes ahead and gets the idolatry, that negates it. But if he still gets the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, the only one. He Pascal Yisrael Robakla, which is very important to know. But this is like this. In reality, even when Yisrael gets the Avodah Zarah, he goes in the other words, it will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still don't think it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, Ella, Zera. There's a zero. What's the zero? Dilma not below, but the Malakala. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? The Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, they will say, that's an act of Hagvah. What does Hagvah do? Hagvah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Havi Avodas will come in the Yad Yisrael. The Kol Avodas will come in the Yad Yisrael, Eina, the Kela, the Ola. So they'll say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And let's say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now and in days. But again, right now we're just going to the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what has happened over here? Any Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah, yeah, how can we decommission? We can break it, we can bend it, but Chazal said the decommission of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommission,
Yo, big dog, come to my Discord.
I'm thinking about the Avodah Zarah specifically Hector, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hector, he looks it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires the land, but I'm not the Avodah Zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be beat. You can't be Mavachos, you can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid his Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Therefore, he knows that this way, Aku Shahidi Avodah Zarah, the people behind Rothschild, Yitzhak, so let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, let's come back to it. Let's just talk. Aku Shahidi Avodah Zarah, listen to this. So let's say an Aku who brought stones from Marcellus, right? What's Marcellus? Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Aku takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? The people behind dropping the Tartios Mikalas. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. is he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use, using as papers. Like this, and he used to make this source halacha because the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. In such a way, people and but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and brings it into the road, ultimately again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road. You can't get enough because it's about the Torah. I think myself, but why is that? They have all those stuff from so why do we say it's the Turkish should speak any worse ultimately as well than Abu that broke on its own. The country of Turkish Abu that broke on its own, which the Lord says, never know how to know the Rabbi. The Lord says, just as I said before, you haven't said it so many. You do a Jew can't decondition Abu Zara. Why not? Once again, we have this concern. So now we have this concern. Process of decommissioning who's going to lift it up. If you lift it up, you acquire it. Then it's about owned by you. Once you have owned by you, you get to never decommission. And again, we'll see if you ever actually use the other. Basically, what is the caption? Every competition for our so from the telephone, this is this side. Every competition for our funds was made by the together on the dollar and see the level is that. So what's the selection for example, I'm sharing it to you. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shading tree. So what's the status of the versus with Sarko? If ultimately the Yaakov is doing it for himself, right? He's taking changes that he has because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With Sarko, ultimately he's doing it for himself. And two, the Shikuyah and Talia. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become witches. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah tree from the Yaakov's own personal what is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay, however, it's Sarko, he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? So that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarko, here Shia, the Shikuyah Hamutari. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, sorry, then here Shia, the tree is still asur, the Shikuyah Hamutari, but ultimately the shavings will be mutter. He starts to see 5 hours for having, but if the snow takes shades, right, takes pieces off of the actual tree, they himself home, they himself home, he the Shikuyah Asus. Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefits or for the tree's benefits, ultimately again we have all the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main mutter. So what you're going to look at is the fact is, Anai, they have the Kavodas for Hadith to start them out. Why should this be any different? Right? We're such a to you. It should be no different than an about desire that makes sense. Anyway, it makes sense. Like, no, it makes sense. She said it's decommissioned. So for me, in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So it's more soft and money to the Rabbi. So let's say, once again, if you keep on bringing up Rabbi, what does Rabbi say? So let's say, Rabbi said the opinion. Essentially, we don't want Jews decommissioning of our desire. Why? There's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no filter. Asa, you'll see Asa, but you'll see she'll take the Zohar of the rock. And actually, of course, is actually our next mission. Our next mission that I need to see in this session. So we have Yossi says, let's say, or two says, she'll be the Zohar of the rock. If you find about the Zohar, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All maximally young. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. So let's say we're going to do this, talking about if you find out about the Zohar made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. You know, it says, Amugo, Akin passes out, although you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It becomes fertilizer. Here's what it says, exceed, where you got the young family, plus it stands reading, you can't retain any part of a desire for your own use. You know, so, but I'm not, because once again, if you're going to ask them, I'm not. They have the Cowboys to come to Chicago, but once again, why? Because it's pretty easy to be fine. It's pretty Turkish, even if a desire breaks on its own, ultimately, again, it's decommissioned. So in this case, of grinding it up can also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a holding cell of fertilizer, to which they must have money to the Rabbi. Once again, I will say, keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, again, is concerned that if the Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by the Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. So this way, Rabbi Yossi Ben Yisir Omer Matzah Silas Dagon Velo Shachato was an interesting case over here. Let's see if you find the image of a dragon. And this is why Matzah. Now, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. Head is cut off. So therefore, Sopek Obito Something Kisol Fadcho, Mutter, so I'm not sure did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or didn't Akum? It's Mutter. It's Mutter. You want to say, on the other hand, Dada Yisrael Fadcho, Asa, but if you saw Sins one cut off the head, it's Asher. You want to say, Zamai. You have the Kahonas for Hans Mustafa Meola. I was that part of it's the only difference, but it was the second case. So that's the only difference that it is ultimately again of a Vodazar that broke on its own. So now we can do that. Once again, you know, we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbi. So we'll say, essentially, we begin to see the thing over here. We don't want Jews involved in the Vodazar at all, even with the commissioning of the Vodazar. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal were not here to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater carbons going forward. Basically, Rabbi Yossi Omer, Atmo Yilach was Bimos Arishamim, with Nisham and Yom Shayas Fine, was an interesting piece of the work. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also over the Mishnah that I see later on. Halacha is in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning certain vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Under a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the fruit vegetables. So therefore you can't have in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, you wants to stress, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But the Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It's Mishanavia, even Sheretz Aleg. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So much as I'm not allowed to watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, to having Kabbalic becomes once again, it's forming leaves should be no different than what? Falling items. And the criteria by this, if an item falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. Showing if I'm a fertilizer, which means living a tiny house, the acre of other stuff up in the Kabbalic. No, the case of forming leaves is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the falling leaf with a Vodazar identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say, other days, 20 days on days 42 agree. You might say, Shipuya. What about the case of shavings? That one, like the Asherah tree shavings, you can have other stuff covering paradise, but once again, the primary part of the Avodah, i.e., the tree is still in existence. We can tell you in that case of Osai, we said, it's Shiasu, the Shipuya, and the Ferris. We said that even in the case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains also. But ultimately, again, the shavings are better. The figure with the Shira Amar, if you say, I know that's the problem, the Teva, directly the Rasa. Ultimately, they also said a simple reason because an Avodah you can't use Greek and Avodah do not be negated, where it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know, it says, Ace today, and Shemar Lach Shariach, like this one says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So we're going to both sides. Nachon to Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. They switch from the Rabbi Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the Kasha, "Oh, Rabbi Yochanan, here we go. Kan Shalei 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 so now you go more. It's most interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree promotes cactus, right? The tree wants to raise in the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? No naming for a mom. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed mitzvah. Now what's I saw again? Rashi says over here, second Rashi, second line from the top, low nanny, that's the Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit, the Rabbanon, below more, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to me. Fine. So you know, let's analyze. The Barosh Shashira, what about if the nest is on the top of an Ashera tree? In some case, I have an Ashera tree, on the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yaakov becomes. So what do you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what's this? Yaakov Bakana. I'm sorry. Yaakov Bakana. חזר אליי כבר, כדי שנשפור לעצים מקים סבא, אני לא שומע את זה ששמעתי. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the next, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. Oh, yeah, well, there's not a tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back on the nest. Now, the man says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, "Chasar Reichma, even Sheshavar Yimerei became Savai." The assumption over here is that the bird is breaking its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The Kapani, Yaakov Bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's one says, "Oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah." The Gemara says, "No, Avraham, what's the case? You go into ICH in the Alma, the case of not necessarily. It's not as how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case of the year is the bird made itself comfortable in the Ashera tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Ashera tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can only become Rabbi Hektish. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do you want to say about the bird's nest? Or about the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No nanning or a So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did not commit the milah. So let's analyze this. In the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird builds the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectare tree, and only the kind of got the hectare tree on the lower. So then it makes sense. Lo nene Rabbi. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest. Right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and you can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's with Ravana, and also the Lavor and the Daraisa. But there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mila. In the middle of the king Sabahan, and my Lamor and Hasabishi. And again, once I halacha l'maisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the heckish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's heckish. If it's heckish, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, the daraisa, and it's leading of the daraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting this needs to be clear that halacha l'maisa we're doing in both cases in the Asherah tree and in the heckish trees, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the heckish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, Midi area, Haka Bidudin Haboil Akani Kanasina. So let's say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or say in the heckish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual heckish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the heckish tree, then why is that nest not asur midoraisa? Right? What's going on? To which the Gemara says to this, so what's the case of this is a fascinating situation. When you're not for something, right? So obviously the item as it is hedged. What about the item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths going to be heckish? So what's a good example of a tree? I'm not fishing tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the heckish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin Haboim La'acham. Growth which occurs after the designation. So they were talking about over here, the bird, so I was not fish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest at this. And the author of this place, also of this Mishnah holds that Allah to have this designation only devolves upon the tree that is different at the time of the designation. So anything that grows afterwards is not subject to that. And therefore, again, the nest is incredible. But the Avo of the Yoker is ultimately, what does it mean? What does it mean now? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That first, it doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of Asherah or because it's made of a heckish tree. Either way, it's us. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Because when you say knock down the nest, it means you get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. That's broken. You can apply this to both cases, both to the Asherah piece and also the heckish piece. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for some of the stuff as a case where the nest is being made from the heckish tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever grows to the tree is going to be heckish or avodah. So what the case, why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The baits in and the kind of stress. Let's listen to the Hashem says, for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. I was saying, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah. In Rashi, the baits in and the kind of usher should strengthen the So that's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are awesome. Why are eggs awesome? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asras. So let's say, isn't this fascinating? So that's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But you might suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you get benefit ultimately, I guess, from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the baits and gummy bears from Rashi, Shafrokin, Shetzricham Iman, the baits and gummy. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha also may come out. So also it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the asher tree has this tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By the other by Rothschild. What can you do? You can knock down the nest. Why are you knocking down the nest? So usually you can't get benefit from the nest because the nest itself is made from the asher tree or from the hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha may say that is going to be mutter, right? Yeah, you got it up. Right, so get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can get benefits from is the eggs or from the reliant young. And that's another great thing. begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual comical response. First in stop.
Watch this. Survivor benefits are like 60, 50, 60. You actually care for a job. You feel this. almost 500,000. That's actually security. That's what does he think that 10% is going to do? So this is also his excuse that he owns 10% of the company. He at a certain date sold his shares about 100,000 for 10% of the stake. Maybe I'm wrong, whatever. Yeah. And then he was used to oust another member of the company from the board when he wasn't a part of the board himself because he got that money to not have equity in the company. I didn't graduate college, but I did that for years. So Lex, that all the documents say running now and running with the 10%. I'm looking for the 7, so they're still trying to sorry, texting me, right? Yeah, Lex knows how securities work, and that text messages don't actually do shit. All the signed documents are evidence of procedure. Where was the shareholders meeting? None of it happened. I'm guessing Peter is can you tell me what that means? Like a way out. It's like somebody you put when you're out of character. So I know that from playing Battle Master back in the day. You know what Battle Master is? Yeah, Battle Master is like this European game where you have like kind of a realm. This is maybe from Game of Thrones. I was like 16 or 15 years old, and you like fucking see. By the way, guys, never seen this movie, so I'm not gonna be as active on the fucking circle. He went back to being that guy was named Commander Barnes. I was a lord about that. In my adventures, really lots of games. I bet you the communication you had with them is like way less like hilarious than this. Like, I mean, it's probably funny because you think it's funny, but not funny to laugh at. Yeah, this is. It was fun if you were me. It's kind of weird. I still can't get Pat. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna that comments in Batman. I still can't get Pat to respond to my text requests for a call. We need to write it up in this network. With the attachments. Why do we need that? Just to build documents in GVA for case you know we're gonna use that and we as well. Please extend this level over 50. We should also reduce. You should say like he had 36, he had 10. It's a stupid plan for a stupid band. Celebrate. If they were there for something, maybe a side affidavit where they say that there's a Brady that he believes himself to be 10% over squash all the names Brady has. Brady has admitted his lack of ownership, so that Brady had been a 20 shareholder and that he was willing to do it himself. So right, we have all this protected saying he bought the shares in 2020 which he did, and I don't think so. Yeah, so they're good. And then he keeps going on. He's just grasping at straws now. I'm trying to find something like that. As you can see, Mr. Man. Just the one that I've been really a nice piece of evidence of PS defense. Pawn shop. Pawn shop. Maybe. Okay. So Pete is which is wild to see. Which is direct him is company, I think, Lex Text Hero. He lives in the well, but he's traction documents to get rid of this. He says with direct him based on bioequivalence we have with James Berger. So that's another part of this. Maybe the opportunity to not graduate. Yeah. But he had a non-competition agreement with Pure Spectrum. So he went to direct him, I think, and signed up with them during the non-compete agreement with the other CBD. So then in the other sheet there are other pages about this. There was questions in a controlled setting where it was like testimonies sort of like of people saying like did he have a non-compete thing? It wasn't called that, but it wasn't it was just different. Oh, it made it sound like a non-compete. Right. Pure Spectrum. And it's like it was like somebody else he had like had some business to read and be like I think you're done like I wish you luck. You know, he's like keep kicking ass and they love you keep kicking ass too. We didn't just any notices to me. Brady do what you feel you need to. However, understand we always want to put it you can serve me or sense certain parties that you might have a good day. That's fucking monster lawyer, dude. Anyways, so go through all this if you want. That's my I found it interesting when they call me stupid. So yeah, I mean, you say that it makes me terrible. Like it makes me never want to take somebody on. judges thought this was going to see. Yes. The life of a judge must be pretty wild. Because you can go and type the great ski in one day. You go home, it's like I was what if the judge was like super quick? He just doesn't. It's like not even interesting. That's the prohibition. It's like not even the most interesting cases. They're born, they're gonna do this shit. Like we're in a child who does it, you're saying you're something like excellent. Yeah, so we just stop doing it. Honestly, you can't lie for people today. I think it's a big deal. It's just you got less. I get more views on my judges, especially the judges' more business like fucking. I don't know, the judge part is weird too. Why is no one talking about this from Dazzling Red 63? This is something else to actually it's a busy weekend shit. It's hard to get through everything. You're 20-minute video, you can't watch in 10 minutes. This one's where the job trashes the real bad right kind of like fly like audio from local. That's the narrative. Yes. Also, the most interesting part is the trash and blank camera. Oh, man. You gotta find that. That's fun. I'll get to the Brian Camera stuff later. We're just going down the top of the woods so far. And I like how this breaks up decks. This is what I hated that I do. Oh, yeah, this is good. I've never got the things. But I'll get to it. I'll get that. Finally get up some flower too. Some kind of news. 6 years ago, 12 days. since 10. But I love graphs. This is actually proof of evidence. 2 million, 3 million, 3.9 million. Yeah, this is the most viewed episode. 62,000, 35,000 viewers. It's a graph or a chart. It's a chart graph essentially. Chart graph, I'll tell you what it is. Reviews. And this is actually a real total fall. This was Dodgers win 2020. This redneck got BTL's cases was because they discovered the live stream for Net Zero VR. I like how hard he is going. I don't think Unique was a quarterback for doing this personally. No, you should record things you're not allowed. That's just a flip game, spicy truth. Yeah. Spicy. I don't hate on people posting about it in the subreddit because it's just the universe. You could have just went to the corporate state because you're allowed to, and then back on your shit. Yeah, you could. I'm going to say tiger for him. It's spicy truth. Like the creatures. It's spicy truth. Just that was watch the dummy league get the case then for the 10 streaming overseas. Streaming yeah, dummy league like that. So this is a little bit by the way, he's waiting to testify. It took a great deal of time to testify because they put in evidence during the day and he was testifying. They came back and that sounds like C-SPAN or something. Mr. Jones. Oh, yeah, let's look to the Tennessee. Mr. Jameson. Mr. Harley. Mr. Jameson. Mr. Sheldon Whitehouse. He's a crazy person. Crazy. Imagine that. It's like just random life and trying to put some space between me and unique. He goes in jail. Yeah, it's a shitty guy. Just, being blackballed sucks, but this is crazy, man. And they're doing it for me. The only thing I took this. I took control. That's the difference between us. You're a 2 guy. I'm a scorpion now because I keep fucking with it. So every day you remember you need. I should I was getting this one here. It's just walking through the first thing, but in chat with them. Yeah, chat with them. I've got killed. Here's the thing about this: that everybody's seen that evidence. Now I haven't seen it yet. As of right, there's other things that are stable. Obviously, travel for work purposes. Would you say this kind of it's basically it's a toxic podcast. Travel was voluntary to judge. Or part of my job. How can you know this? Did you ever communicate with anyone else besides me directly about what I did? About travel? What did you ask her? Probative value, I would say, like extremely low probative value, but it just comes in. Whether it's given anyway. So maybe it's funny that neither attorney or whoever's doing this when they're doing whoever that guy is explaining what you're saying is to probably an attorney. But they aren't saying they're saying exactly. He's an attorney. He needs to explain that he doesn't understand what you're saying. Right now, it's probably like you have to say things that you're saying, like we understand. It's not like we don't understand it. It's like, I'll tell my explain it to me earlier, even I was better than that. He's like trying to explain it earlier. That's some professional model. I gotta do this just today, and it's still the same stuff. Turkey steak, pointed out everywhere. Shout out to you. I think that might be it. Oh, this is pretty new. Shops, new show, Gearheads Gone Wild, starting filming today. No way. Dazzling Rabbi 63. That's good news. Yeah, so there is hope. In 6 to 7 months, get a vision. I'm so glad we're there. I was going to hit the show. There's no chance he's going to stop. Yeah, I don't think so. I think Black Buddy, he's got a big fan. I'm surprised he's not seeing it. I hope he's going to stay up. I feel like that's real chaos. Yes, sir. If he's really going to take it to it, he's start putting his toe and jump in there. And I also shot speaking for everybody. Look at us. Okay. We do a show, just like we donate 10 minutes of our time a week to prop you up, talk about your wins and your losses, discussing a huge fan base, our people, our fans of people, like the chefs, the fans of chefs. And if you stop doing the show, it's going to take away from 10 like 2 guys would be enough people to keep you your attention. But at the end of the day, we just want you to find your voice. That's what it's all about. It's key, bitch! Don't you just want to driving my son to baseball practice? Stop it. Yeah, man, you know what job should pick? messing up to me. Here's the thing, bro. You're great. You're amazing. I love you. I promise if you keep doing podcasts and stuff, you keep hustling. We will not if you stop. We try and think about that first of all. A little bit of empathy for us. Pushing guys, podcasters, and connoisseurs of you. And I'll stop car around right next to it. That's right. And I'll stop the thing. I'll stop it. So I start. All right. We got to move through. Yeah, it's okay. Alright, never noticed how redacted the name was until you recently said it aloud. Just by handsome black man. So here's the laugh. Yes. Yeah, no, it's a good question. You gotta ask them. Productions. You know, behind that. Okay, and then maybe I can make it for the Brian. Brian Campbell reference. Okay, we didn't see that in the audience. See your reaction. With 40 and you make reference to any new producer being just went down the hit. What is this? I haven't seen this. I'm funny when I'm not on TV. I have to take me. What are you talking about? It's just a lot of code there. But you have to talk your shop. You gotta go like in the light a little bit to make it feel right. So he's not lying. That's the thing. He's being honest. He's saying, sure. I don't even shop at midnight. Oh, yes. Oh, no, but I'm saying, I was trying to answer but shop is not lying. So it's not some people's book photos, basically. Yeah, like, for whatever reason, it doesn't bother me. You just have to show it. Yeah, it kills the bit. The golden hour to back in. It's just a weird thing. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it doesn't, unless they're broken. He can't be silent. He has to put himself out of the he would be check out Rothschild. Yeah, that's it, bro. So that's right.
Yo, what up, baby? How are you? Yo, you remember my Discord? All right, well, make sure you join it, big man. The link's in my profile, big dog. All right, big man. You do you, big man. Whatever floats your boat, baby. Come on, Discord. We got a bunch of people in here. Discord links to my profile, big man.
Honest question though, is 20-inch cliff.
That's so funny. He has to go into the technology settings. I mean, they would just be like, yeah, you're safe. We know you're free to start up. It's like a Lion King, like already, this is what's going on. Doing 9:30. It's called the Nick the Rubik Sphere. He just is a comedian who plays as edgy and offensive as a comedy actor, but he also does it in good faith because it's just like a comedy accepts the shit. It's not what's in those things like to get in trouble. It's like what shit. Honestly, what I want. That's what I want. They say it again, so I don't know. And they like, oh, that's a comic job is to get in trouble. So they don't want to get yelled at. It's like it's okay to make people mad. We don't want to push back. And I think that's wrong. As a comedian, but he never was just one country in the underworld on that level. He's just adult. He's getting away with it. But we can put out a special and everyone's best and you can get away with it. You have to make everyone laugh and all that kind of stuff. Fucked up stuff. We all do that. Otherwise, it's just a trouble. It's cool. It's what we like so much. Let's call you Relax did it. This is what pops up now when you go to their website. TryFastObest.com. I don't understand. They're not merch now. It's just the car trophy. Okay, so there's the whole car trophy. Right? I don't really know. I heard a little bit about that on the Reddit. Yeah, these collabs with trucks in that band, Cyber Fire, Fire, there's some fire collabs going on. And somebody sent an email in the forum, which maybe is one that was I don't know, it's not a big. And it's like they asked, hey, I just saw that you were part of this terrible podcast and you're James says offensive things and then I mean, like you're in no way involved with TryFast OS and podcast. Oh shit, dude. We might get to that email soon here. We got chance to post to over today. It's hard to do sometimes. Let's see here. This is posted by Chupapami. Which is what those kids are saying nowadays. You know, Chupapami. I didn't know about that one. Including you, Papa, is what it's called. It's retweeted somebody saying, make no mistake, every comedian that can learn 20-inch will leave their rest of job and start to go working for him. Thanks. Can we, I know you're supposed to focus on that picture and the whole saying, because you know so when you don't, but you think, draw ourselves back for a second and just think that it would be like, we're not having a movie stuff down. I think you have a lot of, first of all, sure, yes, somebody tells you, this is where I would make like, sure, I have all the football players that are going to come in, that they'll be, on the team that they're going to go to, like you said, when the first comedians make back now the favorite show is on the other thing, right? say caramel macchiato. If we somebody gets a caramel macchiato, always does that like, yeah, it goes back with it. That's okay. So it's like, I got a caramel macchiato. He goes, yeah, if you're getting a coffee at Starbucks and somebody starts going, I would get a different fucking barista, dude. It's just spilling coffee everywhere. Yes, you just forgetting you got a nice coffee, you get like heated up like one of those sausage things that they have. Jay's choice, I can look at those. I just need those. One of those bad one white coffee. And just he keeps having flashbacks and goes, oh, those. You gotta get him cheated with them. Where's the bear snakes? She's like, well, where's the Disney It's so funny to me that he would do something about a priest. It's like he just keeps going. I know, he's really, he has something against people. It's such a difference when you start being nice to your secret connection. You can do it, you get freak out. That's something he doesn't know. You never know. Alright, here we go. Last week coming soon. Just by the minds and eyes we tend. Jake Birch. I've always been a fan of Carter Birch, but was recently learned that you were doing it live with Dreyfus. I guess coming up from before my season. One of those members is my kind of 11-6 for credit. And then it's here the picture. Oh my god. Look at that. I wanted to know if this is legitimate live or so I would choose to record my section for my destroyer. Guys, She's in a dry vessel, no switcher, she's not on it. It's been amazing. We do understand your concerns about if we collaborate with defect. We can confirm that after any collaboration, defect and their current plans will be Alright, that's that one. If you're open to maybe with us, please. Imagine that. We're going to split to the other. He's going to show me his ass. This is much better after serving 2245 Carter Columbia. This was a pull-out piece of bourbon. Yeah, I've heard this one before. It's basically them asking the same thing. After looking at this website, provided this man with Carter strike. Hilarious. That's funny. How does it just keep happening? It just keeps happening. He's stupid and he does stupid things. And also, he may actually have been starting a bad team. That's what I'm saying. The team was just together first. I think it's a combination of that he is an idiot and the team is actually also bad. So it's like a bunch of idiots working together to do something bad. He's like, oh my gosh, so he gets that card and then like for the 2 cards and he's like, oh, I can't have that card. And then it falls out. Oh, it fell down. Let's make another house. Okay, you used it. Yeah, there's never been any pushback from a stupid team. He's like, that you stinks. He says to make it that's stupid. You think it's cool if I start a fire? I'm cool. I'll kill you in your work. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to some chins clips. This is just by Toronto Rapture. Anyone who calls out Callan for declining an invitation to perform at his Music Coachella in December. And he was not invited comedians to participate in BJJ. Papa was able to consider. He was invited comedians. That's hilarious. That's cool. Papa is big. That's how it's done. Papa shouldn't does no stand up. He's just no mention of shit. But I think they're better than a conversation about it before. Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. I mean, he knew about it, or at least he's pretending to know that. It's like all the guys are like, oh, maybe it's one of those things where it's like a bunch of friends and one friend shouldn't be in something, so they can talk about it, and they're like, open, and never mentions it. Yeah. That's what that might be too. Or surprise guest. Yeah, dude, I can't say anything because that's the surprise part of the show. It's like, that's the surprise. Well, maybe what is it? that's strange. I kept going back and that's you did 3 jumps on the first. I knew it was a kid. It's just that. So that didn't figure out everything. What the fuck? Why would you say that? Yeah, how could you not? Why would you say that happened? I don't understand. When you got the information, you saw dead bodies. Apparently, dude, I don't even understand that. That doesn't make sense. When you're a kid, you look out the window and you're like, he's still that kid. So he's just riding the passenger with the that's so messed up. These fucking tourists in Mexico. Yeah. Mexican as shit. Like, when you try to your man, alright, let's see. I just closed the rest of that right now. We go for post time. We had another file. We go for post time. Oh, dude, you just came through it. So this one's called Post-Venture Interruption. Right? Makes Joe and the laugh so hard attempts to change the conversation. Let's get this. Yeah, we came to the conclusion that he's just making fun of Ryan. Because everybody knows the Scottish accent is great. So he's doing it just to make fun of him. Yeah, he's like, this just got some peanut oil. And some chili and some onions. And he's throwing all the dishes together. And they couldn't I agree. Also, I think that Ryan saying it's on the next robot, it's like, why hell? You're going to hell like that. You're going to hell. It's going to be him saying something like that. It's on the hips. His assistant, I think that he's standing up for his friend. I think he's like trying because he knows that they're just laughing because they're making fun of Ryan. He's so terrible. Like this guy's actually there. Maybe Joe is not. So Joe and Ryan like, dude, I guess I'm making fun of this guy's accent. So he's making fun of him. And Brandon knows that. So he's like, hey, Joe, what did you do? He's like, kind of angry with us. He's like, what did you do with that? What did you do with that? So that's it. It's just to like the 13 seconds, which is him. I think you're able to check the yeah, he just wants some attention. And it's the attention that he's not he's not careful. This guy, where did I go? This guy's got in front of me. Yeah, just it's a where is the discussion? Back to where you were, I don't know. You were like with his shoes. About these shoes. Let's see. This one's called Curb Your Enthusiasm because Rabbi senior hairs campaign staff says they're going to turn out data shows nerds winning battle for the state. Voters who have made up their mind over last week by double-digit margins. We see that Trump's MSG rally was the last straw for the agreement of side voters. I mean, it's exciting to us and very so funny. Donation because the real Trump process. Shout out to Matt Chance and back in his dude. It was so funny. Chance said it'd be hilarious if we were trying to cause for basically butterfly effective events that cause the real world Trump. I mean, honestly, World War II started this one. He said that if he was the France for the in many ways, France Ferdinand was a right? And then he was killed. Like being a he was a fan. He's the guy that was the shot. Who's the guy that shot? So yeah, he shot. So, alright, let's see. Next. Is it sure? Those guys are killing 5 pedestrian target controllers. Please, truck pilot, yeah, that's honestly, I'll try most of it. So, guys, I'm gonna do, you got the grease in the face. Who's revenge trying to please in your face? Just why are the arms not doing? Why are the hands not doing? Sure, it's the guy in the toes. Yeah. What's the hand? It's like, look, what do you do when you're a truck guy? What do you do? Hashtag truck guy. It's hard to be a truck guy. How do you fucking run a shirt? And all that stuff. Dude. So you just want to take a picture like, hey, look, this is what you look like after hours and hours of money. And the face. He looks more like Joe Camper in this one than usual. Yeah. Just which, by the way, T-Bus is on Spotify now. I forgot to find the show. Oh, fuck. Yeah. We're on Spotify. I figured it out. Sorry. Alright, next one is watch this one live. By the way, we go live Wednesdays. We watch the Virtually Hitchcliff MSG rally this last week. Here's my haphazard notice brings up the question of when his kids' parentage. I look up there when he visited a baby who was a dead baby next to her. Already. She's like, I see it. In fact, yeah. What happened to 7 weeks?
Shots, yeah, goddamn it, Mark. All the conspiracy theories we've talked about on this podcast.
John Whiskey's $9 a bottle of the Mega Cat is only 40.
What is the logic of pricing? Like, how do you even...
We respect our fans and we don't want them to overpay for our whiskey.
Yes, that's it. And then, what is this called?
Tiger Thick. So it's 60 lower than it used to be 90.
Does it give CTE?
Just the worst reason. Already, this one's posted by Cable Manager Report. Always been a Yankees fan. This is Joanna's shop posted this. The Dodgers win tomorrow, so the Yankees come with that happens. What do you think about that? You're a Charlotte Dodgers fan, right? I don't even know what it means. So she was hoping the Dodgers beat the Mets so that the Yankees come. Yeah, so this is the one where we the Mets. Well, if you're a child, you're used to it. Yeah, I'm a Giants fan. Every day, everyone beat the fucking Dodgers. I mean, how infuriating is that? Yeah. Well, she's here. So I think we should live. She's here. How that moved. Oh, I didn't see the whole scene. Damn, she's all that is. She's just like ready. Jesus Christ. Cubs. You can act like this too. Okay, this is a classification. She really shines that I can take this too. She's taking pictures of me and I'm in the hands. She's a real fan of ball players, if you know what I'm saying. See, early analytics. Kansas City Royals, why can't they stick to one team? I mean, I agree with them. It's like, I feel like if it's Royals, or Chargers, I don't know. But just all baseball. It's weird to say the Yankees thing and then have like she's a big fan of the Yankees when she was in the other. Yeah. Kansas City Royals. It's cheesy as it is. There's like Mexico. Yeah, it makes sense. This one is just painting a narrative. You should see that. Fake bags. Okay, that's good. Anyways, I think we got when that's happened, because I love Kevin Durant, he got off the team. I think I want to say one thing you could do is the interview, just the different hits. Do you think most of your rating was going to be the names? Yeah, but if I do baseball, I really enjoy it. I just had one of my comments because I really like it. So I'm beating you. That's 100% true. But see, we have not just I don't know. There's no pictures of the room. Yeah, but now everybody else. This is posted by Ambitious Tip 3152. It's called I'm Just a Color, Blue Collar Truck Guy. Hilarious. You always see this form, it's just so cool. You look at it and laugh. This is not a good picture. I think it's maybe the new one. Maybe it's a revision. Looks like AI scripts. Doesn't even look like Shop to me. Yeah. But it looks enough like Shop. Yeah, it looks like let's see here. Carhartt flag got reduced. Comfort search basis 48. Use this so cut the search for both. Cold items are supposed to happen. It doesn't say for here, but maybe these are like, that's what it looks like now. Not the code. It doesn't say for here. They took around the car. I think maybe you spent the slave. Okay. And your slave is a giant thing. It's like a car. Just taking their way through. Really words I used to do. About their reputation. They're trying to get some of their swag. Yes. Maybe Flash just kind of tries to figure out because that's kind of what to find. I mean, great at the 18 man, you got people to be all freaking emoji when you need it. PC, really fell with Rolex. Yeah, Sega Carver used to be in the slaves. Yeah, so I love slave. Wow. Well, we have some more coming up from there, but we'll get back to that right now. We watched the whole Tony Hinchcliffe MSG rally live, most recent live. This is appropriate 39, 30% is only back with a Latino joke like this. Don't you think it's in reference to the graphic joke about holding garbage? Yeah. So check that out if you want to see it in our live section on YouTube. This is posted by Toronto Rapture. Brandon tries to be serious, so maybe boxing will fall on the yes, this man is not brief. That is something. Yeah, I mean, this is the stupidest point ever. It makes no sense. Maybe you don't need it. He just knows the best thing he's ever seen. You can just finds it so bad. That's what you've ever seen. We show this like as usual garbage nonsense. Just someone told him this. I don't know. So just gonna argue it over and over again, even though it makes no sense. Even I told you, I think I texted you when I was watching this. The best you've seen ever. Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, nobody has said anything bad if he's the only person that thinks this person here is bad. Yeah, they exposed him for fight, but it wasn't like, took away from the fighter. Like, I don't know any of this fight. There's probably like one article that said, like somebody stole a point from that said, the scorer's basically fans so now. Some shit can't be involved in it. He wants to shit on it. Yes. So bad. Thank you, Nash. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Got a bunch of crazy ass fucking sure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's a good friend. He's good. This is supposed to be a confidential. Then we gotta go back to the bane of existence, otherwise known as the Fighter Maker podcast. It's called Bobby Changes the Narrative, and the subtitle is W. What that means. Let's see. I don't give it to go find the biggest threat in his life. And the reason I don't give it to the biggest threat is Uncle Life, very high level striking, and very good wrestling. He's pretty good at striking. Striking is pretty good. No, he's good at that. No, good striker. Good striker. Everything is right. I think his high striking is like William Bryan has this squeaky bun on his face. Look at this gaslighted face. William Bryan is in hell. Yeah, he deserves it too. He looks like a fool. He just consented because of that. He just realized I am wearing a red total shirt. Fucking German letter total shirt. What is that? It's very strange.
Striking if there's a vegan, how you gonna strike off the test? This wrestling and Clive's striking this wrestling
And he went down. The show is like a full record tweets every 10. You gotta get most 10.
410. So if you look at this, both of it's crazy advancements.
Like dance lunch, like crazy.
So we begin to care about it's just not identifying what's crazy with it. So I think you're sleeping on striking. I think you're sleeping on striking.
We'll see. Nobody on this planet is saying that Clive striking is even just a random guy. Really, there's 6 feet.
His brain is riddled with CT. Riddled. There's no club with him. I feel bad. But that's, unless he's just like an insane narcissist, that's what he's doing. I think, because literally, get this. If a narcissist is a liar, has got this other badge of CTE, I don't think they're going to use it to their advantage. You know what I mean? He's an evil genius. Yeah, he's going to be like NCT. And yeah, he messes up words every once in a while on purpose, so that he can say whatever he wants. And all that matters to Shab is that he wins. Like he's on top, has the most attention.
He doesn't even call it CTE.
That's genius. He calls it CTE. Dude, if he was faking it, saying that is absolute genius. Saying CT instead of CTE, because he's like, I'm not CTE, but I'm CTE. And he's saying that because he knows that it sounds like an acid. I mean,
That's true. Another thing is like, he knows he's cooking it. It's not really going to go his way because it's going to be for others. It's just hands go wild sometimes, dude. I mean, well, catch it sometimes.
and most people don't want to confront someone like that because they feel bad. They feel like they're calling him stupid when he's doing that. And then you go right here, and then you go right here. And you don't want to be like, dude, you're not making sense. Because that's,
And then I was waiting, and then I was in a company, and I was teaching us kids people. Anyways, that was let's see here. This one's called Insight. This is trying to go to the great shop. So much happening here. Food dish long. Posted by Apple TV 12. And I already watched this clip.
Get out. Thursday, Friday, LA. Special notes. Dallas.
So, shooting in Dallas where? Oh, really? Oh, gotcha. What is it? So, I think, what is the it's just like, it's so different now, and it changes so much. Imagine being 3 years ago.
Stuff out on definitely everyone's talking about surprise. All these episodes we average watch time 29 minutes. And so that is we're going to give 29 minutes a shot. We're going to keep it 10 minutes. Yeah, that makes no sense. If I found myself in that high point at this point, team, I put some man on him, I had, they said, like, we're stand-up special, they said, like, try and get anything because nobody watches myself in the hole. So that would be kind of fun. That's something very good to do. Yeah, we need to see the Rabbi on it. That should be on too. Yeah, when I come home from majority of all TV is we go copy and their TV would be awesome. Or cable TV, but yeah, and they don't cut and we're talking to bed. But they have that, you know, the documentary. Yeah, that's it. put his hand inside of his hand. After intense C-clamps alongside, these are probably large C-clamps on that he puts in his body as like a hand. Also, I'm sure this is an audience. Rally, he says rally, he says rally and rally. How can he get rally right and rally? I say rally. You say rally? Yeah. Really? I didn't know. Well, that's okay. Takes big risks. It's so funny when they try not to mention it. It's a lion. He never really knows. Someone told him. I'm starting to believe that it is people just telling him about things. He doesn't actually see anything. Costa Rica. Or Costa Rica, whatever it is, Spanish, Switzerland, or something like that. Because I've already so here's how I look at it. I think the most stuff I have read about some of the jokes, some of the jokes. And I think part of what makes Tony successful is that he takes big risks. And that's kind of the thing. So sometimes, most of the time, a lot of comics will take those risks in friendly moments or small moments. But Tony, Tony took a big risk on the world stage. And that's Tony. We want to take a huge risk. Sometimes, when I saw it, good for you. You see word? It's really good for you. It's like it's not a good move. You shouldn't say that kind of stuff in a rally. You should say that stuff in a cheers. As a comic, I'm trying things out. As a comic, sometimes you're gonna find out where the line is, and you're gonna find out where the line is. You're gonna find out. And sometimes you can go a little smaller. I might have found out. It's like this level of connection. It's grossly. It's watched. That's what it's like. So he was already, and that was already, pretty. Like, pretty much the whole look was because it was like, he didn't give a fuck. And I was just saying that. Like this. Also, the therapist was like, it's kind of sweet. It's just not just whatever. So my buddy has a brother. My buddy has been endorsing that. That's how, Tony Jonas and all like that. Those are very that's the other side. Most of those big names are endorsing people for their job. So they get bigger now because the people are concerned about there's not a lot of people on the side. Brian's like, I know you're wrong, but I have no idea what the friends are going to say. You won't correct it. It's like, I know that as usual, Sean has no idea what he's talking about, but what? It's I'll just do it with my graphic. I'm skeptical of the So sometimes a person can really see that it's tough going. So actually, it's actually accurate. For the first time, ways is skewing, especially Latino men are skewing toward Trump. And I said, so is that because the Latinos, of course, you just it's not just the Latino vote, it's the Latino vote, right? So you can have topics of anything because they are supposed to so sometimes did that change in a race or convention? Did that kind of get and then you have leaders that Latino men saying, like mayors and stuff, pointing to this is being evidence that the Trump campaign is racist or whatever it might be.
If Kamala wins, the clip of Sean being like, I said, 20 inch moves change the election. He said it's so supposed to make it through whatever. That's what the oldest women Venezuelans came out and they voted for Kamala Harris. I didn't think she would be behind it. Yeah, I mean, he's so redacted. He composed that video for me. That's true, because he says, like, how 25 W thing, but it doesn't matter for me. This one's posted by CJK610. My takeaway from every fucking video is part of the CJK. As you can see, Shelley, their physical, children. He's calling out Bob about his bullshit finally, because there's clearly not the community. From JWG, this contributed to this wonderful text. Oh, I see this. I saw this. I watched that documentary. Yeah, and the violence and the violence. Yeah, it's just when you get shit out of it, you can see the ridiculous to you. You're like, oh, I'm going to see it. This is great. Posted by Don't Know the X. Welcome to New York City, hey, Puerto Ricans. That's Keto, bitch. As you see, shut up. Guys, 2021 said that's good for you. Presidential polls in historic Mecca. New York is really moving as the way. Let's see what's next. Grift 2.0, Caterpillar at 539. Fraud fast, no cash. Happy about that. Well done. Let's get that shirt. Let's see. The stem cell approach is actually down to explains why he goes there in that serious by him for activities. Really? That's actually really interesting.
Okay, so Rob is going to know the answer to this. People wanted to get their dicks bigger too. There were a lot of people that were just there for their dicks to get out. Wait.
Not stem cells.
Yes.
Yes, stem cells. Okay, so here's what actually happened. Is like some news went down there just to pump up they put like 2 needles in your gooch. A bunch of dudes went down, but there were like 50 people, 50 people in this place in this 1 week. And there was one guy there that was like a man, right? Like he fights very good, right? I would say he got it. And then there's a fight. This is an actual fighter. It's a guy. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But he got it. And I don't know about sex, but it does make me laugh. Plenty of them. But that's it. So, and every joke is the truth. So, it's real. Let's see the next one here. This was
So that's the style of accounting. I opened a little carbon fiber shop in my mom's closet, had a wall and little folders to that side by side. It's carbon fiber for sale.
And I think too, I'm not a big carbon fiber guy since I was a kid. So the more carbon fiber, the better. I see this is the baddest steroids. Guys, there's no bad or that. It's good one. This is really carbon fiber. You keep painting over it. That's a badass build.
I've been carbon fiber since I was a kid. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's my hair. Yeah. Me, yeah, the rule for me. I don't even know what carbon fiber is. Like, dude, the most, the black parts of a carbon fiber. Yeah, and he's been into that since he was a child. Yeah, he's fiberglass. We bring what's it, take, you show it to that running carbon fiber. Yeah, because you would bring stuff in. And so he's a kid. And so what he's going to bring, he's not going to bring a big, you know what I mean? He's not going to bring blackfish. Sure, right? He's going to do a glass out, whatever, shrimp tails, or shrimp rod. What did you bring? TV, pipeline, and toy, I think a toy, and what is it? I can't think of it. All right, Brendan, what did you bring? Carbon fiber. I got carbon fiber. Big the bugs and the 3 C's. Okay. This toy's not real from you for the future. It's a big sweater. Okay, this is expected. This is
Like, I just think it's different. Like, from your real life, there's something about fighting. So if you have your race, especially you have your TV numbers for a couple years. I do remember around capital and stuff like that.
Let's see here. This is kind of the so we kind of like on a cliffhanger. Example, we posted this one. Announced that they were totally not the scam giveaway of Wednesday, which this is.
Alright, kids. Your Kid Gas launches this freaking Friday. This Friday is your chance to win to be like a $3 killer cash. Like Phil. We've great merch. A bunch of car stuff on there. All the merch. Zero shoes. This bus. To go. This is your chance.
Whoever says that about shipping, rather, there's no positive shipping. Because there's no reverse
Over 800 horsepower, 2024 Mustang Torpedoes, fenders, hood, spoiler, we have custom Tampa SOS, we have custom GTD wheels, brakes with big Brembos. This thing is decked out at Siemens, which is for what's that?
What's that?
This face, this voice, this motion, all AI generated from a single image.
World famous comedy circle, brand new episode of Tony Live Pro. You can put Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony's out there looking at things when he should have got up here. Remix. Guys, give up for Tony. Let's go! Did you already pick me up or something? Was I late? Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. Make some fucking noise. Here we are. Some people take Mondays off. We don't. This is where we shine. Yeah, we're fucking people on Mondays. Hello, live audience. Welcome to Tony Makes Some Fucking Noise, everybody. Almost feels like a real live show. Right, Redman is here. Here he is on the sound effects, the ones and twos, the cover, the desk, the purpose, and Jordan, Grant is Brian Redman. Jamie Vernon, PhD camera. Great Ryan J. Email, house artist who's drawing tonight's episode. He draws every single episode from scratch. He has a blank sheet of paper right now. He has already started drawing tonight's episode. You'll see that at the end of the show. This week. It's true. I'm in Cleveland this weekend, Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, Boston, Square Theater, and I'm announcing right now that I'm doing a huge stretch of tour dates in Australia at the end of October. It's going to be there. So Australia, for those of you listening live right now, so we have fucking live listeners to the show. It's ready to flip and start the show. One of my favorite things in the world is the Kill Tony Band. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony Band. Reagan Watkins, everybody. And Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins. The very Ghostbusters-like intro. Those of you that are just listening to this podcast, and only audio, the Slimer is Jeremiah. It seems he came out first, and then Matt was adjusting his electric guitar foot pedal. Joel Jimenez showed with the end of a vacuum cleaner. Well, my favorite part was the fact that Slimer went down while Joel Jimenez's vacuum cleaner was pointed at the audience. It was pretty amazing. Really well executed timing always from that man. Reagan Watkins, everybody. What's happening, guys? What's the very Ghostbusters-like intro? Slimer. Oh, wait, is this Cholo Slimer? Yeah, dog. What up, man? Oh, my goodness. Wow. What is a Cholo Slimer? Can you clean up yourself? Very dirty, man. I bet you are. Did you know our friend Adam Ray is actually the voice of the Slimer in the new Ghostbusters movie? Yeah, I like look up to him stuff. Right, he's also in the new Mad TV that's coming out with friend Adam Ray, so that's a cool event. I also auditioned for that, did not get it. Did you really? Did you remember you telling me about that audition? Oh, wait, that is a Mexican accent too. Look at that. Fuego, if you will. I like this. Joel Jimenez on the drums really rubbing off on you guys. I love it. And it's nuts, dude. Check out Tony's Instagram. Jamie
most many out of my shows.
Yeah, small part. Jeremiah wore, they were doing Pokemon themed band last week. Pokemon Go's wild success. And Jeremiah wore shorts that were so uncomfortable that he had literally a look on his face like he was having a stroke or shit his pants or something. Thank you, Snoop's always there when I need confirmation on things. And his ball was hanging out this extremely tight shorts. It was incredible.
That's one of my favorite movies.
So glad you guys are here. Let's fucking get into it. As every other week, we have two of the most amazing comedians ever, always as guests. This week's no different. Two of our favorites, returning guests. Here is two of the best. It's Cook Fox and Jamar Neighbors. Fuck yeah. Jamar Neighbors. Let's go on there now. Both of you. Very well moisturized. Both of your hands are, I must say.
She was at the bar. She is fun. And I said, go put the cream on, man. Just do what you gotta do. Yeah. And I couldn't tell. Where did you put this? Is this right? Good?
I think so.
I got the nose again.
There you go. Well lotioned up. You guys have both been on the show. You know, Reagan and Bobbitt's over there. Ghostbusters theme tonight. You guys have any questions for our guests?
Yeah. Okay, so Jamar Neighbors, man, you're like in that movie, like Key and Peele, like it's like what I like that.
Oh, shit.
I like that. That's good. That's good, man. It's the best question.
This is tonight's cast. We're going to have a lot of...
Actually, I got one.
Oh, yeah, you do have a question.
What was it like being the first white person ever to drug from a show? It was an honor, man. It was scary. It was impressive to me. I didn't get a trailer. I didn't get to eat. It was way back across the board.
That's true.
She had a rubber back, so it was a fun one.
You guys know the show. You both been guests before. I'm happy to have you guys back. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. You guys know how it works. Comedians, a bunch of them all mostly up there, stacked on top of one another, all the way to the back of the other room. Sign up with a chance to do 60 seconds on stage. And then we talk to them about anything in the world afterwards. Comedians, you know your time is up and you hear the sound of a kitty. Isn't that adorable? That means wrapping up the animal show. We're going to have the neighbors over there. Okay, very good. Oh, there's some puppies out. Yeah, I don't know. I've never listened to Pokey Man.
Listen to the word.
The white actually stands out in the Pokey Man.
So that's pretty cool. I mean, he was a giant.
You guys playing it?
I used to watch it though.
Let's get into the show. Slimer, you have a lot of questions now all of a sudden.
Let's open the Slimer box and the table.
You guys ready to start this fucking show? Here we go. Your first comedian tonight with an uninterrupted 60 seconds goes to, here's a new name, Johnny C. tattoo, body piercing. And the crazy part about my job, I have a very intimate relationship with fear. I see fear, real fear, on a daily basis. And it's part of my job to talk those people down, let them know it's going to be okay. And you haven't experienced true intimacy until you stare at another man in the eyes and assure him that everything's going to be okay. While you have a needle in one hand and his dick in the other. It's a special bond. Can't be broke. A lot of people ask me, like, Rothschild, what a tattoo? And the truth is, because I can't cover it. And during the tattoo, you know what that draw? It's like becoming a convert without naturally hating black people. I'm sure you can do it. But you're gonna go to town. But where's the art? The art is the part I like. There's like, fuck yeah, 57 seconds for Johnny C. Funny stuff, real true. Do you believe on Santa? Oh, very cool. I love that you're already talking about your real life. Body piercing must be nuts. How long you know that? Well, I was a piercer for 20 years. I just quit piercing altogether. Yeah. I couldn't take teenage girls anymore. So the vast majority of clientele is girls between 16 and 23. And when I was fucking, that was fine. You know, that was awesome. But as soon as that part got taken out of the equation, Jesus, we just 16 and 23. It's like a wholesale. What's the worst thing that ever happened for those girls in a tattoo place? What's the funniest thing that I ever got the show on was a person comparing to this person. No. And I'm really sure she's still getting what it is. It's hilarious. And I was going to say, she was very embarrassed. Well, how did you know? Because I was staring at her and started getting her. Wait a second. Do you always have where was the tattoo? That's piercing. That's right. Where was the piercing at? Oh, no. Exactly. Now I got it. Yeah. I think it's good you're getting out of this business. By the way, Tony, this guy looks like sound. It's true. Another way that's being asked by somebody better. This is that a Ray? Hey, I thought you were funny. You're passionate. You talk about that. Yes, good shit. Tell us some more about you, Johnny. How do you even start getting into piercing? How does that thing work in your life? I'm hanging out at tattoo shop recently. I can't talk about that. So 40% of the trip, I started hanging out in the shop, and it was either off the floor or the piers. Did you go to Prince Albert? Did you go to any of the shows? Most of the thing is I pierced this muscle lady, like a full-on bodybuilder chick, and she had a dick clip. Said I've seen it. I've seen a dick clip. Dick clip. Like her clip looked like the head of a dick. Yeah. It's terrible. Is that a princess ever? Man. It's a big black woman. No, a little Mexican chick. A little Mexican chick with a dick clip? Yeah. Oh my god. Shut up, Slick. What have you done? That's not the only thing she was sneaking across the floor. Come on. So what are you going to do next? Yes, ride a bike. up in the city. It's mind-blowing how much dynamic exercise I've been getting since I started playing this. Fuck yeah, Rothschild, ladies and gentlemen. This is your first time doing stand-up comedy, right? Actually, my second time. Fuck yeah, Rothschild, everybody. Sometimes you can just fucking feel it, right? Wow. I mean, that was almost epic. I mean, you almost, I don't know if it's been less funny. It was amazing. Like, I don't know what you could have done because when you like tripped over a road or something, you would have released so much tension that was built up. You could have done anything other than exactly what you did, and it would have been so much better than what you did. I really don't get to see that happen. Sometimes I'm sitting here, you know what I mean? I've done literally 160 some episodes at an hour and a half a piece. And one of the only things, you know, you get used to this and you're watching like the 60 seconds and you're like, something's about to fucking happen. But no, not at all. Really, I mean, the cat just came in out of nowhere. It was unbelievable. Yeah, totally, absolutely. No, it was a dad for a second. Well, Jerry Mayo, he was for 7 seasons. Yeah, Mexican Vince. That's why. Oh my God. I like that. I did like the fact that you kept take a pause from your thoughtful life. That should think is one of those. And then you just smile to yourself and just so that's a good thing, but you have something the biggest tip is none of us believe this. You were telling obviously your fix some of this belief that you want as you consist of you can redo all your jokes as real like life that we did this we wouldn't like turn against you because you say bullshit all this this is always supposed to lead you go you know, I believe him on that actually. I think that I was standing on the bridges like a computer. You gotta start somewhere. Once you get the worst possible answer, from the get. I'm a business student. I moved to LA 2 months ago. He's mayor. You just no shit. Oh my God. That shirt would be so cool if it said straight out of us. Yeah.
was quick. No, I came down. I learned this like 10 business my dad started managing operating stores. Starting AMBs and just got to it was fun. It was just 23.
That's so fun. What else do you do? French was not interesting. There's some truth on that one. Can hear mother fucking go.
Tony, this guy must be so fucking rich.
Oh yeah. Whatever dance he did, it was like he's like used to charming snakes. Pretty sure I saw King Cobra come out of this lady's glass in the front. Wow, gosh. Did your parents teach you how to dance? Is that what you do on like the dance floor?
I've never danced to 5 seconds of live music before. This has been a...
By the way, I totally thought that I was excited. I was looking at Ryan's board here while you were bringing up the song, right? And when you guys playing, I'm like, oh, that's good. The crowd's going crazy. There's no way he's dancing to that music. And I turned this way and you're already just...
Where are you from? What nationality? I'm Indian. Indian? Oh, so that music was fucking tough too. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Next time if I ever hear a song,
what would be a real song that you would really dance to?
That's on the playlist. This is not number one.
What kind of dancing do you do?
When I was in college, I did Congress and Indian X and I can kind of play for it. It's a lot of movements.
It's like pop locking?
No, it's big nails, do something. Tony, thank you. Dude, now if you did that joke while you were doing that dance, then you had some.
Yeah.
You just got physicalized that fucking movement.
You need a microphone on a headset, and you need to be doing that continuously while talking about the exact same dog shit you were talking about before. It's that. You do that competitively, like there's 3 or 4 guys trying to win that competition. Yeah. That's what I want to say to guys. There's actually a huge circuit. I mean, like, there's the universities around the country that have teams. Where do they take place? On the top of a moving train?
I actually just came back from hosting a show in Houston. UCLA.
Wait, are you back in Houston?
Okay, so you did that dance when you played the music first, and you start to pop on. You just did that dance first. I didn't even recognize the beat. You know, you guys just there was like a rhythm, and then there wasn't.
Have you ever danced to any like urban?
I didn't catch on. I didn't catch on at first.
Do you listen to your second place dancing on our music? Do you listen to any urban music, or do you listen to any urban music, or you mostly just urban music? So stupid.
Seriously, I've been sitting on that one for a while.
Yeah, no, I just thought of it immediately on the top of my super fast brain.
Before you go to
if there was someone here that wanted to get into competitive dancing, I mean, I would like if I was like, fuck, I think this could be
Who's the Drake?
how you're trying to talk. There are a couple of teams that are actually really good. Yeah. So do you have a team? Do you have some friends? I do. I was in Boston, so I started team there.
What are your finishing moves? Or like some crazy thing that you know how to do?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of you jumped out in squats and jumps. It's basically like all the energy.
You probably can't do it with the short ceilings, right?
Like, you like to be the second diff. Sure, I mean, because I said it's dominate.
Go ahead, close shot, coach. Here we go. Watch the speaker. Make sure you don't. Fuck yeah. Coach Theodore, everybody. Yeah. There you go, Coach Theodore. Second time on stage. Having fun. Dancing. Fiddler on the train.
He was going to do just fine.
Oh, yeah, he's got his dad's company. I mean, it's totally going to do fine. He's already a slumdog millionaire. He's on Twitter at Akash. That's AKAASH. Yeah. If you have trouble remembering that, this spelling is from the Indian guy. It's an AK in the beginning of his name. So do things sometimes they're similar terrorists or Indians too, alright? Alright, I said it. Look at him, look at him, man. This looks like another new name on the show. Excited here. He's going to Kyle Russell. Fuck yeah, Kyle missed the spot. That sucks. That's what you get, you piece of shit. I'm pulling another name out of the book. They call it Mike DeWolf.
I just found out that I look like a lesbian. I got that going for me. Like, I found out a few weeks ago, like, I was walking into a bathroom. So I'm walking in, and once I'm walking out the women's bathroom, and she held the door open for me. I didn't want to be rude, so I went in and sat down. And I'm just like the strong, beautiful woman I look like. I live with my in-laws, and my in-law, she cooks all of our meals for free, but she still charges me $1 for guacamole. I'm in the Navy, and I bring prospect. When I say that, because well, that's not an offensive food. I get it. They want SEAL Team 6, not Walrus Team 7.
Fuck yeah, Mike DeWolf. Wow. Very funny. What is that song that you always play? I like hear it in my night. Same here. What is that from? Is that an original? It is? I feel like, sometimes you give a big original character after one comedian, but I feel like tonight you just sort of got stopped by. Mike, you're so funny. I like you in stand up 2.5 years. That's great. Great from San Diego. So cool. So fun. I just had me down at Bad House Comedy Club. We went to San Diego. Check that. Fuck yeah. It's cool though. Like, how long you been in the Navy? 7 years. Wow. Did you go anywhere crazy? Yeah, I went to Radio Gulf twice. Like, I was part of the ship that kicked us off the block. Where else? Yeah, I was on that ship. Sands Beach. Wow. Did you see them push you into the wall? No, I didn't see it. Like, I found out like on CNN. I was on the ship. And, like, I found out like, so you're on the ship, but you're on the ship. Yeah, pretty much. So wait a second. Yeah, you're on the ship and you found out that you knew Bin Laden was on the ship, right? Yeah. So you're like, this ship is so important for some reason. Bin Laden's on it, right? No, and then you find out they threw him overboard, basically, into the water, and let him float away on their own little special ritual thing, whatever those people do. And then when you're on the ship and you don't even know what's going on. No, like it all happened. It's like everybody being on the ship and being like, hey, dude, this is a huge viewing of Goodfellas we just had on the back of this ship because it was the only thing to do on the ship. And you're like, what? It was like, his dead body was on the ship. That's what we were told. That's what we were told. And nobody's been lying. Tony, I really like this wordplay. You do? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You totally should have. I'm just surprised you had a TV. I was surprised too. We got like a flat screen and everything. Really? A Navy ship? Yeah. What? Some ship. Dancing. The name of it was a Marriott shipyard. Whoa. Can you even see my man? What is up with you attacking me about radio and the sounds, man? Hey, your body doesn't like you got your titties left out there. What nationality are you? Filipino. All the way? All the way? I think that's the right I'll take it. I'll take it close. But you're living with your wife? Yeah. No, hey, it's like we're just saving her money. She actually just joined the Navy. She just gotcha. How old is your wife? 29. And just now joined the Navy. Yeah. What did you talk about? Find out for herself. For herself. No, just like she wanted to do it. Like so I'm just like she married you and she fucking yeah. Try and shit it now. Yeah, like I was a retail specialist. I like broadcast this whole thing. Like, no, I'm intel. I work in intel. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just like a classified CNN. Really? What are you gonna do now? I'm working at door.com. Top of them all. That's amazing. So, that's fucking crazy. Fucking question. I hated the Navy. Yeah, like I just got tired of my job, like when I was in charge of it and everything, so I was just like, she got it. Yeah. You didn't like your job because you were in charge of intelligence. Pretty much. No, not in charge of it. Like, it was just, I was just not happy with where I was at. Like, in the Navy. Like this wasn't for me. I just got tired of working for a bunch of other people. Are we gonna be okay? Everything's cool. Everything's cool, guys. Everything's cool. My wife has the watch. She's good. It's so cool that you're retiring tomorrow. You know, Pat and Charlie have been out of intelligence since they were born. Anyway, tell us something else interesting about you being in the Navy. Your wife's Rothschild to have sex with a bunch of dudes on his show. What else? Get it, dude. Get that shit. Like, what else? Is there a lot of homosexuality in America? A lot of gay shit. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Yeah, as fuck. I'm so happy when you said that. I just feel like it's good. Proud of it. Mike, what's your family like? Which one's the Filipino? Which one's the white? Mom's Filipino, dad's white. Of course. Your dad in the Navy? No, he's in the Army. Oh, so you like rebel? No, like I joined the Navy because I was about to get Costco. That's real. That's real. That's usually how it happens. No, I joined like in 2009, like when the recession hit, and all my buddies got fired from Costco. They were struggling to find a job. I was like, fuck that, I'm just trying to Navy figure out what's up. Do you ever have like post-traumatic stress when you see like bulk grocery items from No, like, but okay, this is what happened. So much funnier than anybody giving me. No, okay, no, what was more beautiful? This was the sound of their It's a one-way street, huh? Come on. It was one thing, so first TV station was in Washington for 3 years, and then like I went down to San Diego, I had some time between commands, so I went back to work for Costco for 3 weeks. And then like while I was working there, I always got like a tag. Like I was like this guy like felt like by this dude like obviously on their seat. No, just like he just like he just snuck into Costco and like we kicked him out. And like as we're getting out, like he comes up to me and just starts like reaching into his pants and just fucking grabs something like a weapon. And then he just starts coming up to me and something like that. And he left. And like I was just like, man, I'm about to fucking I just served like 2 fucking tours. I didn't get killed and I'm about to get killed in Costco. I started to fight in Costco. What is he named? Cannibal Hulk? I'm just gonna get one of these damn Costco jokes you wrote. If that's the one, we never get to talk about Costco on this show. It's like every year, but that guy was gonna attack you. He didn't have a Costco card. No, I did. I still get. What race was it? Black. Yeah. By the way, I think it wasn't me. There's a lot of drinking, yeah. I used to know where Costco was. Like when they had like $9 an hour, we just like 18. A lot of drinking at Costco too. A lot of drinking at Costco. They have a lot of fun. Okay. Well, Mike DeVore, you met him here in Tony. There he goes. Mike DeVore. Last day in the Navy tomorrow. Come on, he's an American hero, you motherfuckers. Did he think that happened? That's crazy. Jesus. You are on another level tonight, Jeremiah. What's different today than usual? Because when I saw those monsters just making that I think the vapors. Dude, it smells like vapor. Now it's starting to. That actually makes sense. You gotta keep that nose on. We just find out that he's listening about his family poison. Dude, I had this house paint. I didn't have time to go to the professional face paint store. They're repainting the green room. My friend at Costco hooked me up. Pull the new name out of the back. We've seen this guy before. Maybe it's going to be Steve. So our condoms, you guys, is what I'm saying. Do you want to have your DNA somewhere? No, sure. I don't know. Joke to start off with. But I think you might, someone might come in contact with an egg or just roll someone so you can get a for a test. Believe it or not, growing up, I didn't know where the clitoris was for the longest time. I asked one of my friends, and he was like, "You should go ask a black kid." I never did. I just always assumed it was in like what someplace. And, technically, that's not wrong. It's just in the hood of the vagina. So, depressed right now, but that's another thing. I've been standing there thinking about death. I can't wait to die. Fuck yeah. At some point there, your dreams came true, Steven. Hey, Steve, I don't know if you know about this, That is so great. You already dressed the part, Steve. Right on. So that's interesting. The scorpion egg thing was good. Would you close it there? What's that? Right, yeah. Where's that coming from? Where's this coming from, Steve? The line. Yeah. It's actually not really? You just say I want to die? Or and then what? It's a joke about wanting to be a good ghost. When you said hood of the, it's under the hood of the vagina, you sounded like somebody who would like just learn what a vagina was. Well, technically it is under the hood. And then there was like this weird silence. Everybody's like, yeah. Do you guys know about this hood? Am I right, Angel? I didn't know there was a hood. I was actually looking up what the vagina was when I didn't see it. I didn't see the foreskin, right? I guess that's it. Are you made on good on foreskin? Like skin covering the sensitive part. You know what I mean? That's like the hoodie. I don't know what this sounds like. It's like the hoodies. Foreskin? I don't know how like this guy was. He has foreskin, you know? Yeah, you can call any hanging spit foreskin. No, it specifically is covering like the sensitive dick tip. See, the whole thing, like pussies and vaginas are just, vaginas are just like dicks that can grow. Oh my god. Pussy, that was just pussy. Clit specifically. Yeah, you like your women. Your pussy is just in the background of dick. So what age does the... Wait. Okay, hold on a second here. Pussies are just dicks that haven't grown. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That makes sense. I usually try to get out before they grow. They get hard, I mean. Dude, vaginas get hard? Dude, clits get hard, yeah. That's starting to like barbarians. This is true. Are you talking about goodness to the right brains? Have you ever had one of the balls? Yeah. Have you ever seen a vagina turn into a dick? No, I just look at a vagina, or I look at a dick, and I see the similarities. That's good, man. I'm glad you finally fucking said that out loud. Since the first step towards just coming out, everywhere you look, you're seeing dicks. That's a good sign. Steve Breeze. If you think about it, pussy's just a malnourished dick. Steve Breeze. Why are you dressed like you deliver pizzas on a subway? I don't have any clothes, dude. This is what I got. You always go with the hat, huh? Yeah, that's the thing you do. You rock the hat and the glasses. I kind of wish that they could have tried to get down because you were looking down. I wish we could come out here just your son, at least fertilize it. I didn't even hear my name. I was really, I like that even if you didn't hear your name first, yeah, very true. I should have let you know about it. That's a good thing to go back on. Taking the road and just fucking telling me what to do. Do you think that's like a self-defeatist attitude that he had? Just keep going. I was going to say a question about the stand-up. I thought, maybe, some stand-up's not it. It was just see, like, we left the sleep. What do you do for work? Right now, we're in a spot. Spot? What are you doing there? Being right outside the door. I'm in a spot. Yeah, we're in a spot. We're looking at sounds like pretty much that. Yeah, it's a Russian spot. So, like, yeah, you get the outfit for it. Yeah. So, like, what is it? Like a bunch of steamers and stuff? Yeah, steamers, some branches, yeah, beds. So, beautiful branches. Do you do any of the branch meetings? Yeah, we do. Really? Yeah. You hit men with branches? Wow. They like it. Do you have to say something sometimes when they don't? I don't really talk. Just say, take that, Jesus, or Lazarus. Just beat that out. Beat your dick back into the child. I try to avoid hurting any, like, I had a Russian dude today, like, we have guys too. Oh, Jesus, this is like the saddest part. Are you sure you're working on this? How much would it cost? How much would it cost if I drop Pat Jeremiah off there tomorrow? Get these guys a couple bats. I'm pretty sure that pizza's went up Jeremiah's tickets. Only $300. Wow. Now, I noticed that there was a range there. Certain guys, like short, every day. You just have a long that's, I don't know. Jeremiah, you have to think about it. I really don't understand. Do you speak Russian? Just fucking good. I just got the brand deal like me. And then I go do that. Do you like Russian people? Yeah, they're fine. I don't like Russian people. Does anyone, when you're bathing them, ever? Does anyone, when you're bathing them, ever sort of be like a dick or something? Like, see what the fuck? Can't you show that anything? People who are more, they usually have the women they're like this. I don't know, do you have some jokes about that? No, we should start writing some jokes. The only thing I have about that is they say how famous has me. That's the only thing that's really happened that is so, you know that dude used to be that's a famous Russian guy? Famous Russian guy? No, it's a famous something. Will you give us some more clues? We're wanting here. John B. Same initials, but I don't know. I feel like I don't want to tell it was Justin Bieber or something. People say, did you meet him in the drink? Made him juice. Is this in the spot? I was just a longer room like that, and then just went down to put a towel down, and then you have this quick gesture out of his ass. Yeah. Fuck you, Bieber. You heard it right here. She was there. He was taking a nap the other day. Nice day. Yeah, he just came in, passed out, he took a nap. Where? Chair. In a chair. Not a spot. Not in a steam reversal. Or anything. Just sitting in the middle. He just wrote his never swung about. himself. Justin Bieber. Just watch it. Usher wanted by himself. Bieber wants to fuck everybody else. I bet he does. Sister one down the road. New outside. Speaking of West End. Are you ever thinking of what would be when you ever want to get back from this guy? How dare you kiss him? That is not right. Put Stu back in his cage. It does seem weird. Like, if you gave me a bat, I feel like I would need a shower right now. I tell everybody to do you keep the stocking on when you do that? Steve, what else? Anything to go some church? Anything else interesting in your life? Special skills, talents, anything like that? Magician? Nothing at all. I can't really think of anything. Just been living here. Still sleep on the floor. You know you can live here and never sleep together. I just sleep on the floor. Yeah, no, my choice. My choice. Just sleep in bed. Right now, there's not enough space in the sleep on the floor. I mean, if you plan it on Justin Bieber, obviously sleeps in a chair in the lobby of a spa. Usher. Yeah, I gotcha. It's sort of great, though. It's crazy that Usher didn't take naps. What's weird to me is that Usher stayed in the lobby, right? That's the no, he made it in, and then just slept with Miranda Rose in a chair. That's true. And with that, Steve Breeze, ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. Pretty sure Jeremiah is on whatever Brock Lesnar was on last weekend. Something we're getting like a 40% increase for just Jeremiah. Hold it to the name out of the bucket. 60 seconds uninterrupted goes to David Neiman.
Hey guys, I'm David Neiman. I'm 24 and I've been recording for like 3 years. I lost my hair because I got cancer. I mean, you would think getting cancer would be good enough, but still, I just want to like not be a bald person. I just want to be a bald cancer person, not just a bald person. It'd be nice to tell somebody you want to have kids with me. Hey, look, there was I have cancer. It's not. I don't have bald genes. I just have two genes.
David, nice to meet you.
I was doing like open mics every week last year, but then I got a job and I've been doing it for a year, so just one year.
So you did a big cancer and quit for a year.
Yeah, so I took a break for a year.
David, you did know this was taken from the live studio audience.
You get the show. Yeah, no, I did it for a year and then I took a break.
Where do you work?
What's that? I work at UCLA.
There.
For dermatology, like someone application access program. So basically, I do surgeries and patients.
You had cancer?
I did have cancer. I had thyroid cancer.
Wow. How old were you when you got hit with that?
Is that?
How old were you when that happened?
I was 20 years old. Like I took
20 years old. Were you smoking cigarettes?
a little bit. I was smoking more weed than cigarettes. That's a bad thing to say. I guess I'm just not very bad. No, I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. How long did you have to go through that for?
That was a couple months. I actually got surgery pretty fast. I just do recovery and took like the radiation. But I'm fine now. I'm doing some surgery. What's up? No, I mean, like, I got like something to tell people, like, oh, and I did this, and like, confidence to tell people.
Right.
Did you ever cancer? Yeah, I did. So cancer took your hair? Cancer took the radiation took my hair. Cancer just took. What's that? Cancer should not do.
Is that why you got the job at UCLA? You trying to find it, trying to track it down? So, here is the I'm gonna get my hair.
Did cancer take your jokes?
Yeah, I did notice. This is very interesting. Everything that's coming out of my cancer. And you don't think my good buddy Ray can bring a fire? Now, I noticed something really interesting. As you walked on stage, you handed Reagan the ribbons. What was up with that?
So for cancer, cancer.
Cancer kids.
Don't solve the
Don't do it.
It's got 6 different shades of cancer. Now, my body hates me because 3 months ago, I was watching a Kill Tony show, and I was just like, I'm sick of this mongoloid ballroom bullshit. And I was like, that's the guy who likes to think he's smart. So I was like, you know, the room is cute. I can deal with it. But also you're asking about talents and stuff. You have a talent specialist, so I thought that's a talent specialist. Yeah, so fast. Pretty fast. My record, I'm not gonna do it like now. My record is 13.4 seconds.
Mix it up, man. Mix it up. It's already done. I mean, Kat, why would you go for so stupid? A guy that had cancer, Jesus. Why would you do that?
How many seconds do you want to work for a retard? How many seconds do you have?
It's like, what do you think the involvement of fucking MIT or something? Rubik's Cubes? No, it's unemployed fucking. I'm not telling you fucking cancer. Retards can do Rubik's. You guys tell me right now. Oh, wow, it's already happened.
Wait a second. And you can't make your hair grow back? That's not good.
Wow. Amazing, David. That was incredible. That really helped. Any other special skills or talents?
I piano. I played more when I was a kid, but I'm trying to make that right. So I do that. I benched. It's very big in the world.
I get out there for a little ride. Where are you from, David?
I'm from here. I'm born and raised in San Francisco.
Work at UCLA, girlfriend? Anything weird going on down there from the cancer? Anything at all? Any weird side effects? So confused.
I'm looking at your shoes. Do you want these shoes?
interesting about you personality-wise or anything like that? You do anything crazy?
I would do anything crazy. I mean, I'm sure I did some stuff. Yeah, I was like a dumb teenager, so my first swim camp was when I was in high school. I was swimming in high school, so we lived out in Hawaii, right? We walk out, like, we cliff next to the beach and you jump in. We walk really, really far. So it was like,
This story of cancer.
yeah, but,
So you walked out the shore with that?
yes, I walked like half a mile, like because it was just a really gradual decline. And I jumped out, and I was like, back, I was like, I don't want to swim all this way back. I'm just making it gradual.
I mean, I would think made the joke of the story.
Yeah, so I went really far into swimming, and I said, no, I'm just going to climb up this, volcanic, whatever, like 50 feet up, and then do the workout, and I fell and I cut my foot, and I had to swim like half a mile back. In Hawaii, I was afraid there were sharks, and I was like leaving my face, so it was really scary.
David Neiman, everybody. Yeah, we're almost there. Almost there. Sky Wheelers, yeah, we love them. They're great comedians, rising fans in the world. Comedians are really good now. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Billy! Yeah. Hey. You guys want to live forever? Isn't it weird? It's almost always overwhelmingly no. It's not no depression is real. If you ask a regular group of people if they want to live forever, like, fuck, no, 180 tops. It's weird. Medical school thinks the first person to live to 200 has already been born, and I want to believe it, but there's some holes in the story. Think you're gonna keep a guy alive to 200, but you guys still have a group of doctors standing around somewhere just going, what the fuck are hiccups? They don't know! There's still doctors like, what's the appendix do? And everyone's like, we don't know, but we can take it out. Figure that out. It must be the best damn medical technology in history. It's just a bunch of doctors standing around in fucking 1780 dude has a stomachache, like, what do you want to do? And like, cut him open. You know, the x-rays, yeah, the renegade doctor's like, let's cut it out. Like, we don't know, it's too important, it's on the fucking inside. He's like, I'm gonna do it, you can't stop it. And then he did it. Fuck yeah, Billy Bonnell, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to open up. Really? I didn't even see him out. You have to hear them, that's the problem. Is we don't actually have a physical map that comes out. Billy, one of your friends with that with us, one of our funniest pals. That's fun. You just working that because I didn't think you're working out. Yeah, that's fun. It's just so hard to get stage time in LA. They're up in the name of Blake. Fuck yeah. I love it. Fuck it. Fuck it or fuck it. Billy, I've only been on stand-up 7 years. Yeah. San Diego. Dude, that's pretty hard to go. Am I right about that? San Diego, yeah. I started in San Diego. I was in the Navy too. That other guy was in the Navy for years. I was in for 10 years, so fuck it. He was in for 7. 7? 7 last long. I hate it. What did you do there? Electronics technician. What do you get? Yeah, I play video games. But only because I had access. I like a video game, man. But if it
just like do hardcore video games. I made the right choice.
When you were in the Navy as an electronics technician. I think tonight is not a good showing from the Navy at all. No, I'm kidding. At least saving it. Typical Navy, you send out the bad soldiers first, and then have everybody distract.
Yeah, you have an argument with like a Army guy, what I did. Because they're like infantry, right? We're just on a boat, and then the computers didn't work. And then the computer's not working, they go, can you fix it? I'll try.
Did that work a lot? You seem like, I mean, it seems like you're so funny that you could possibly be that great at fixing computers. And I mean that the best way. I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
How did you learn how to do that?
I listened to school for a while. So I went to school. 3 years of my Navy time was just going to school. I was actually supposed to be a nuclear electronics technician, which, yeah, they paid a good job. I don't think we do that.
You'd be like a real life Homer Simpson.
Yeah, but I committed a felony right before I went to the Navy. So they said you can't do that. Resisting arrest, assaulting a police officer, and felony evasion. It seemed like a lie. It's true. I was resisting arrest because I was driving drunk. Were you resisting or just playing hard to get?
How did that go down? You just wanted to escape the situation.
Well, I was getting pulled over and I was really wasted, so I decided to run. I handed over a canoe for about 5 hours. They should have found me over there because that's the number one thing cops do is look on your stuff. Have you ever seen that under the cops? No, if you're ever running from the cops and they lose sight of it for a second, they're going to look at that.
So you were over?
Yeah, I was laying under the canoe, I was looked upside down, and I just heard them out there going, where'd you go? And I almost wanted to just dream under the canoe. The dream of the sea has always been in your head. Since the canoe, it's funny how long you left behind and they never found me.
Do you talk about this on stage?
Maybe they knew you were running over there. Play around there for 5 hours. Maybe about an hour, honestly.
And it was on dry land, obviously, and you just
I ran away and I took a ride down an alley. I beat him by a little bit. I was a lot faster and skinnier than him. And as everyone knows in the South Carolina, Texas, all the cops are fat as fuck. So I had the upper leg. I just dove under a canoe because I was scared. I didn't know where he could run. I just heard him out there going, where did he go? And the only thing that was there was actually like, and there's like a backyard, you know, like, I don't know if you've seen a canoe in Texas. We live next to a river. The canoe made sense. They should have found me. They were like, did a dog find you? No, dude, did I tell you the story before?
no, how'd they find you?
I talk about this in real life. I don't know if I ever really told it on stage, but I actually got kicked out of that party for being an asshole because that's how drunk people are. I was like a friend of a friend that kicked me out of there. But when I was under the canoe, the lady who had kicked me out, well, she came out to the back door where the cops were wondering where I was, and she goes, he's out there, my dog, he's fine. True life. And I was under the canoe going, well, somebody's got to. You can't be under a canoe and people are lift it up. So I was under there, and they didn't go, no, man, get back inside your house. They're like, oh, we're having trouble, so bring the fucking dog in. You know, it was like a tiny dog. This wasn't a bloodhound, and it should have gone because it was Texas, but it was like one of those shitty small dogs that look like cats. And he did find me, but he was allergic to it. Like, I felt his wet nose on my elbow, looking at me. No, I just laid under there. I fell asleep. When the sun was coming up, I came out, and I made the mistake. Nothing on that same person's door because I went there with a girl and I got lumped into my car. She called the police, took me to jail. That's when I started resisting. They never screwed me up. Yeah, they threw me a drug tank for a while. My mom left me in there she left me in county jail for 7 days and went for listen. Ultimately, right before I went to the Navy, before I actually left for the Navy, and me going to the Navy got me out of all the charges. So me going, I am definitely going to the Navy. They dropped all the charges and
so fitting that you ended up joining the Navy head under a canoe.
I love that. Right, a month before I left to go to the Navy, mom got a DUI.
Who's hiding up in the canoe now? The enjoy, right? Should you leave her in county jail for 7 days like she did to you?
We didn't leave her for 7 days, but I was so mad at her for that because it was so fresh that I said, I'm not going to get you. She stayed in there for 3 days until she could get up and pull my whole system to the second one.
You made your sister drive from Sacramento?
Yeah, we barely told her.
Dude, this is all so funny. You should definitely get talking about all this crazy true stuff.
Oh, I would love to tell this story for a forward if I could just get on the Death Squad Secret Show, please. Have a good time.
Welcome to the show. This is how it's done.
I'm sorry.
Really putting Ryan on the spot of your
Should I try to stay with that? I'm not going to get it right the first time. Just kidding. I'll throw it on the Death Squad Secret Show.
They call it the secret show because we hide it under a canoe.
Steve already puts together.
Billy, you're such a micro, but you just have like you guys perform like you're like looking at a mountaintop or something. It's so beautiful out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a blue mountain because I like Coors Valley.
Oh, no, chocolate is the brand.
My favorite Ghostbusters. I'm a huge Ghostbuster fan. I've seen the new Ghostbusters. I haven't. Yeah, like the Ghostbusters costume, but yeah, I did that one year.
That's the whole thing. You mean you used to wear it for Halloween?
Yeah. My day job was at Ghostbusters. That's
You ever seen it though?
no, yeah, I was out of town for my career. I haven't been able to.
Is that true? You really work as a Ghostbuster?
Yeah. I do product development during the day because I'm so good at comedy that I have to use other jobs to pay rent.
Hey, Tony, I like how for a compliment you were like, are those real?
He said that he works as a Ghostbuster at Sony.
I work for Ghostbusters. That's
Hey, you mean for the movie?
t-shirts. Product development.
Gotcha.
Little t-shirt.
Slimer would love one. Alright, Billy, you killed it. So fun. Thanks. There he is again, Billy Bonnell. Follow him on Twitter at Billy Bonnell. Let's do it. Let's close it out strong, shall we? We have a comedian who does a random minute every single week.
And I use this tablet to work my phone. So what you're telling me is, if I go upstairs and I use this tablet to order my food, that this food's going to come to my room and I'm going to eat it. And he says, yes. And I said, so that's all I got to do. And that's it. So all I got to do is go use the tablet. You said no. When I come down here again, we all have a situation. This if those elevator doors open and you see me sometimes I don't know what we're talking about, and that one's down. Nothing can stop us. Boys are back. Yeah, man. How was Australia, Christopher? It was amazing, mate. We're going. Is it going? Look at you back, Brenda. Hey, dude, I got some updates from Australia, actually. And this is crazy. I'm just saying, you know, feel good about this. I started drinking only in Australia. Yeah, you love those red hot under the team. So you don't like Coke Zero, though. You like Diet Coke. I love Coke. Okay, it's Coke Zero now. We don't love Coke Zero. Diet Coke. So, number friend. Diet Coke. Okay. Well, I just I just started drinking Coke Zero. By the way, I'm done drinking Coke Zero. So I'm not sure. But my tour manager over there was hilarious. I love this guy. And he always drank Diet Coke. I drank it. I go, that's good. I had working out. I had a crazy life. So I drank it. I just like, and I lived it up in Australia. I drank like 6 Cokes. So something about it, right? There's something about it. I didn't know there was something about it because I personally, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm not like that. I just don't like this taste. And so I thought Coke Zero was going to be like that. There's something. So I drank like 6 Coke Zeros and it was really good. And I ate really well. I came back and I was like, yes, well, I'm trying to gain muscle. Well, okay, so then when I came back with one, I did too, but then, it's all good. I'm about to get under 200 for the first time in months. You're passing ships in the night. Ships in the night. What's the secret, Nicholas? How are you losing the weight? He cut his nose. Calorie deficit. Yeah, 2 factor meals a day. They ask me 3 meals a day, and it's like 1100 calories. It's not good. Let me tell you something. Is really remarkable how, when I say in practice, it's easy. It's really remarkable how simple and easy it is. It's just like, it's just easy. Like, it's so complicated. And it's not. I just asked, yeah, stop eating. I got asked. He said, I used to be a fat kid. He said, I just how to lose weight. And did that. Yeah. And I was like, if I could have got something, I would have stayed in there for like 10 minutes. Yeah. I'd be like, okay. That's it. It's the distance. Tasty food's everything. You never said anything true, bro. I mean, tasty food is everything. When you just go about that is exactly what it is. It's all this. Everything about it is to like, okay, well, we're gonna eat this to discipline to like, you know, all is so that's the hardest part. Why does it work? It just is. Well, yeah, I mean, you think about it.
Yeah, it's also we're also addicted if it's addicted. So it sucks, right? If you're addicted to drinking, it's easy not to drink. I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs. I gotta
Yeah, you know, but food starts tasting better than it just started. But it's just still. Anyway, I'll show you what's good. Do you want to hear about that? I actually have two. I'll talk about the food, but I have something else to like bring up. I didn't know about food, so I went to this film festival, this movie. Oh yeah, it's not about everything. Actually, pretty great. They're getting slow distribution, so we'll see what happens. Whatever. Anyways, so I go to Palm Springs. So the festival director put us up because there was a tennis tournament going on in Palm Springs. Like every hotel's like $90 a night. So he put us up at the Caliente Casino, right? Over there. Casino. All right. If you don't have craps, it's not a casino. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, it's California. So, anyways, Wolf was not with my wife Rachel. She hasn't seen this movie yet, and I was like, okay, so let's bring this up. It's more hard, right? Wolf's not with me. He's sick. So I go to get in the shower, you know, with the steam and you know what I mean? So the shower lip is like really little, and then the shower's clogged down to like. So the bathroom floods, and then some water seeps out into the, you know, and so I'm worried about it. So I call downstairs. The guy comes up, he's secure. Okay? He's like, yeah, you gotta leave the room because we have to fix this now. And here's your take on it, too. Alright? So I said, I got a 2 this is 4 a.m. Yeah, 4 a.m. Yeah, dude. I said, I got a 2-year-old. He's like, well, you just have to wait out the casino lobby. I said, no, wait in the casino lobby with my 2-year-old. I want to know how to do your, how did you say it? Just like this. Like, I was like, oh, man, yeah. I said, the guy was we had some, you know what? Pack our shit, drove back home, and then the premiere is tomorrow. It's the next day. You know, and I said, no, it looked like, but it was like, we also had president and other cars, you know? I try to call him director, tell him, hey, I'm going home. And then the festival director took the festival guy. I said, hey, man, I was treating right. You know, fuck that. You know, anyway. So the guy gets me over to I didn't see what I heard. So, what did you hear? You know what I mean? And so, after like an hour home, it's like 9 o'clock the festival. And it's like, I'm supposed to have the manager, the VIP, the manager comes up with security, and they're supposed to like take care of you. I said, none of that happened. That's what I said. And then I said, I'm like, the bathroom. I said, well, in the bathroom, the shower. Right. So then I get on the phone with the vice president of the hotel. And I tell her too, I said, that's not what happened. And by the way, what's not what happened? When they say that, the guy said that the guy acted like we flooded him with purchase. You understand? This is a white guy. Well, it's an Indian casino. He wasn't a white guy. I wish he was a white guy. I said, no. He wasn't white. I said, no. But I just, I went out to the lobby. I go, this movie puts me out to my dance. I was like, where's the manager? What's the manager? I said, the manager just went up to help my dance. And I was like, that was the manager? Oh, God. I was like, okay. In the lobby, you know, it's like, okay, Eric, is your wife doing this? Is she on board? She's like, yes, I'm on board. She's like, babe, what are you doing? She's like, let's just stay here tonight. She's really good at it. She's really like, she needs something. And it's like, can you do that thing? You know what I mean? You can't, Eric. Yeah, I can't think, babe. I'm not going to go into it because it's literally the whole episode of Last Congratulations. I had a room service issue. And, bro, I finished mine. Oh, you're not done. Okay. Drive off out of there. No, I'm down for this for all reasons. We drove home. Okay. So then when I get home, and then like I said, the guys tell me what happened, and I got home. The president of the yeah.
listen, I understand that I probably should have noticed that. Yeah. I did for sure. But I didn't like how you're a VIP person treated and by the way, also the shower's clogged. You should check that out, right? So that's the thing. So then now I'm a little bit like, it's this, and all this stuff. So then Rich was like, so I looked up, right? I looked at my Marriott here, and I mean, Rich, that's crazy. It's $2,600 a night. Tennis. I feel richer than tennis. $2,600 a night, Chris. That's crazy. And Rich calls it different. That's crazy. You know what? That's crazy. I did it. I did it. I was like, you did it? Yeah, but I used my mom. So I had to use like $100,000. Hold on, $100,000. Went to the bridge. Let me tell you something. There's a reason. There's a reason it's expensive. $2,600 is worth everything. Let me tell you how this happened. Don't shit tell me your room service things. I want to tell you. All right, I'll go ahead and do a short introduction version. This is the thing. You get to this fabulous. The way they treat this is fabulous. Okay? And better than the Aqua Caliente is. Just check this out. That's how you guys are never going to take it off from you. We know the station. You gotta sit to the place to do this. Listen, no shirt. Listen to me, Randy. No shirt. Just sit back with a $90 steak in front of you. Those just running around with Rachel's meat. Making whatever she's eating. Here's the Rachel's gonna be like, this is what good hotels is what we do. You know what? This is the standard. I bust my ass my whole life for him to feel like he needs to be hurt. Yeah. Okay. So I'm like, I was like, this is the moment I'm ready to do this. I want to be at a steakhouse with my kids, and then we can worry about them running around, and their kids are trying to have people to So anyway, great story. I didn't think it was. The next morning, even when we go to breakfast, they said, she was getting more to the She goes, and I was like, this is so I just shout out to Rich Carlton and Palm Springs, and I will shout out to my person. So anyways, and then I went to the premiere with the Canadians. So I did it all for 2 weeks. He didn't drive all the way there. Yes, we did. Drove all the way back home, and then we drove back out there. So I was like, I know it's crazy. That's crazy, but what I'm saying is, I'm glad that it happened because I needed that Rich Carlton experience. That's what kept all out. Yeah, it was just, I mean, I wish we would stay 2 nights, but I didn't have it was sold out. Yeah, but it was actually, the one night again. So, but it was great. You know, the parents came. Parents started with me, you know. Actually, I was thinking about I'm not going to get yourself, like the memories. You don't know until it happens. That's the game. That's the thing. You don't know until it happens. And then I know we just bought a new car. I had to buy a new car. So, I forgot about these days. Is the day there's a new separate hidden day of the week that when you don't expect it, but all of a sudden you realize it's gone. I'm having a blast, and I didn't know it was going to happen, and it came out of nowhere. You know what it's like? You know what it is? It's like an avatar. You know, I connect to the horse with tentacles. That's you and your kid, man. That's you and your kid. That's like that was there. No, I forgot. I created bonding 8 years ago, and it is bonding. It was. You had bonding. And I tell you what, it's been a while, and I tell you the things that was working. I'm so tense. And I tell you what was working at Kansas City, okay, you know, we're married. Once a month, your wife acts like it's her birthday because she goes, can you change your diapers? Because I'm on my period. You know,
That's just what happened. I mean, this is also going on. So it's Rabbi. And it's Rachel. So then I don't know if you guys are going to be very kind of expensive. Birthday. But you know what? I'd probably commit Harry Curry obviously if that happened. Check this out. I do it for guest. She didn't know she was that. And then, yeah, let's put that, by the way. Yeah. Just know she ain't coming. I know what I'm about to do. I'm getting her sometimes I don't. No, but I have to do it for a little situation. Yeah. So, you had the odds. So, Ritzy Tampon, you had the odds stacked against you. Yeah. You know, it was like a Jason Statham movie, except for chili. Yeah. And it was better chill. Yeah, but it worked out. When I was just chill. When I was just in underwear and shirt. Belly button, Alex, let's get a little bit of sheer like Brandon, just he had a summer like out. So like, oh man, you're making a great star. You did. I love it. So like, you know what I mean? That's Eric's belly button. So then, and then it's such a great time in this room. And then Rachel Champ, man, I was like, there's Eric's belly button right there. It's totally worse. Assholes out there. I wish it was. I feel so. So anyways, I had quite the weekend, but again, the everything part is important. I mean, there's a whole bunch of festivals around the country, so Chinese guys are having a little bit. But anyway, so you're in Australia. Have you been to a hotel just and you saw just one of the like one of the same bed? So me and Tiger did it in Houston last week. It was his teams there, so in the day, like he's playing with his team, like in the lobby, like running around doing shit. But then during the day, it was like the top 25 teams in the nation that we had smoked. And I thought Tiger was gonna have like a fucking, he's gonna be super sad. We just went to the room, we ordered food like Eric did. And he's like, he loves scary movies. So I'm like, buddy, I'll let you pick. Your little brother's not here. He's 10, I'll let you pick. He picked Black Phone. The first one or the second one? The first one with Ethan Hawke where they like steal kids. I haven't seen it either. I know, and I go, buddy, they like steal kids your age and this, it's really dark. And he goes, oh, really? And we watched the trailers. Like, yeah, can we watch it? Bro, we watched that movie 6 times in 2 days. Couldn't get enough of it. Over and over. There's something about a workout set that makes you feel comfortable and unstoppable. The problem is, behind the gear all the time, it's not realistic. But when I joined Fabletics as a VIP, that changed. New VIPs unlock insane savings on their first outfit, so get their fresh set. And it's something totally different. Yeah, I love Fabletics. I wear it all the time. It's super comfortable. I should kind of agree to work out, but I wear it just chilling around. I wear it in the gym the other day, actually. It's really great. It's so comfortable and nice. Great material, and it's cool being a VIP member of something, and it's definitely cool being a VIP member of this. There's something reassuring about knowing that Fabletics isn't just an online brand floating in the void. It's got over 2 million VIP members and more than 100 actual retail stores. So it feels like joining a community with people generally that you can count on. You know what I mean? I got all the olive green set. I got the brown set. I got a bunch of it. Fabletics already has incredible deals, and I've got this offer just for my listeners. Get 80% off everything when you sign up as a VIP. Just head to fabletics.com/golden. Tickets Yes, quiz. Listen, I want to talk about quiz. And the thing about quiz is, sometimes it's hard to like make some work together and get stuff to have like an amalgamation of great outfits, which makes it style, right? And you don't want your style to suffer. So a thoughtful and built wardrobe comes down to that, like pieces that mix well and last also, by the way. And that's where Quince shines. Quince has the everyday essentials I love with quality that lasts, lightweight cashmere sweaters, short sleeve Mongolian cashmere polos, linen bottoms and shorts, tees 100%, Pima cotton and European jerseys. Quince works directly with top factories and cuts out the middleman. You're not paying for brand markup or fancy retail stores, just quality clothing. So the cashmere is 100% Mongolian. You know you love Mongolian cashmere. It's the same. I mean, it's the same as luxury brands you use. So you can let who you want to, but it's true. The Pima cotton is long, stable, which means it stays soft and it doesn't peel. Yeah, I love the shorts and the polos are just really good. Yeah, you look at the polo, you know you're handsome. You look handsome. You look nice, you look pretty. Quince. Call to action. Okay. Right now, go to quince.com/golden for free shipping and 365-day returns. That's full year. There's one full year to be your wardrobe and love it. And guess what? You will. Now available in Canada too. So don't keep selling for clothes that don't last. Go to QUINCE.com/golden for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden. Loves dinosaurs. Loves to do. So they like watch the I told you that they're gonna you know what I mean? They come walking out of the field. I told you we watched them. And then what I'm saying is there's another one where they come out and fight. Okay? You probably seen that one time. No. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but now then it's like so now he has his two dinosaur toys. And you know, there's one on the ground, and he gets the other one, and he jumps in the splash there, and he just goes for it. You know, I'm like, oh. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can understand. They got like a dinosaur park there, it's like a fight. Yeah, it's something like that's what you guys are supposed to Danny Rose. It's not in season, but he's like, Danny Rose. It's a little scary. It's like, oh, I thought I told you so. Yeah. But, yes, I love watching that stuff. So it's not trying to watch it. We had, the first time, actually, I brought Calvin to, I think it was Little, because I had a gay in Little Rock and then I had a gay in Nashville. In Nashville, I was going to be meeting up with Kristen and stuff. And so, and this was Billy was born. And so, I flew to Little Rock. It was in Arizona. And we went there and we got there and we had a night, we went to dinner. It was so fun. We went to the hotel room and we just like were in the same bed. We went to bed and woke up and went to that room. We didn't even do anything. But it's so priceless, brother. It's priceless. It's priceless. It's priceless. Like we were driving back and T thought I was mad because they lost the game. His dad's bad, and the radio was on red. His dad like disappointed. Just so you know, this is the best weekend I've had in years, dude. Years. Yeah, it's great. So this week, also swinging the ball. Swinging the ball. Also, the other at that level, though, it's just like when you're grabbing the chest teams around, you start to see like, oh, wow, this is, but it's just level. He positioned the places. He did all. He struggled. The whole team did. Like, it's literally the top 25 teams in the nation. So there's some Dominican kid who pretend he's 10, they say he's 10, and they only spoke Spanish and he's pitching 67 miles an hour. So it's like, so I told T, I'm like, what? I told T, I go, listen, I don't know you be the best player. Ain't nobody get a scholarship to the University of Texas after this at 10. I don't care. Now at 16, 17, you're struggling. All right, we have to figure it out. But at 10, I don't know.
We'll see what's up in some shit.
Yeah. It's not that. It's like you know, it sounds like huge. Oh, wait, you said he got
Don't get it wrong. Like, I thought since somebody's like last night, so I think him seeing that I was good, he was like, all right, maybe it's not the end of the world.
that's what you're still thinking about, though. You're still
For sure. Yeah, it's like you don't want to be like,
anybody
he lost.
Yeah. So that's good. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
Trying to keep this,
I was thinking left notes, but it better be as fun as ever.
I remember. But that's like, so I get, I got 4 hours of sleep for the past 2 or 3 months, so I'm not good like that.
Why?
4 hours of sleep a night. Basically, one night when it needs, I can do one night, and that's not long time to me. I've had 2 nights
You got 4 nights of sleep in Australia?
in Australia. I was sleeping 9 hours a night, and the last 2 nights before I left, because I was traveling around and stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
So this was my third night. Now I had no sleep, and I knew I was going to have no sleep because I had an early flight the next day to America. So
They're really in there.
and they do more, but I'm just tired, right?
It sucks.
Yeah, so I'm like, that's what I'm doing. So I'm like, what I'm gonna get back from the show for Sam's and then I'm like, no, and actually what I'm gonna do is so I go, and I'm gonna do this weekend, but I look at the menu on TV, you know, it says call downstairs, right, but I'm thinking for myself, right? I go thinking for myself, and I really don't go down this thing, and they do all the extra steps that they want me to do, right? Before I even, so they're gonna, sure enough, it does a QR code. So there we go. I look at the menu, it says call downstairs, so I go, awesome. I think I'm nobody makes it, right? I go call downstairs by myself. It's okay. Maybe they're cooking something. So,
Not a nice hotel. Is it a nice hotel?
yeah, I know. I don't even know. But I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. You're human being. I call again, no answer. What the fuck? So now, I go downstairs.
Chris, what time is this at? What time?
11.
I'm on their side.
And I on the lobby and saw 2 guys on the outside. So now
What you talking about? No, it's not on their side. It's like for a meal. It's like it's
nobody should be walking, so they should be available.
Nobody's checking. Yeah, they're fucking around. And nobody bothers them at 11. So I'm like, we're gonna fuck around. They're probably sucking each other up in the back.
So I told the forecast, hey dude, what the fuck? They're both there still. And I say, hey, I'm trying to go back and say something thing I didn't do I thought for myself, and then I did all this. That's what I thought. I said, what? This is what he said. You have to use the tab. So I say, what tab? He says, it's on the writing box. Now it's done. Just don't say writing. Right? Just say desk. I know you're doing a fucking desk. Right? So I go upstairs. All right. Wait. Okay, there you go. Okay. No. This one right now.
So just hold don't do that. We're here right now to my family. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Let's extend. Because I said to him, oh, that's great, but I'm here. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I said, no, but it's party, buddy. You're here. Hey, listen, if we're reaching at a hotel, I know how it works. So you get some steaks. And I want these steaks. Yeah. Don't take just again, Chris, if you don't went upstairs and just went, oh, can I use the tablet? So check out things. I said to him, but I'm right here. So let me just with you. Call them whatever. And he says, you have to. This is what he says. So now I'm so pissed off that it's fun. Because I'm like, I said this, I'm going to say, okay, so you're telling me if I go upstairs and I use this tablet on my phone, that this phone's going to come to my room and I'm going to eat it. And he says, yes. And I said, so that's all I got to do. And that's it. All I got to do is go up this tablet. The subtext here is, because I have to come down here. So, I told you, you said no. When I come down here, the situation, just those elevator doors, you see me. When the Jesus name, it's going to be like this. You remember me? So, yeah, all right, okay, that's it. So you just established right here, okay? So he says, yes, sir. Great. Now I'm happy to know. Because either I'm going to get the food, or I'm going to get to be so So I go, this morning it's 11:30. It's 11:30, Chris. And this was about 2 hours. It's too late. So I go up. Here's the tablet. So I go with the tablet to turn it on. It's not charged. So now I'm so angry. I tell you what, you must have been curious about that. Because I actually didn't think about how simple it is. It's a little it's simple. But so the good news is I put it on the docket and so I can talk about how fuck you so I go, I get holidays, I'm doing nuts because I don't know from I got holidays, I got a cheeseburger, coffee, yeah, hell yeah, I love soda, so that's great, that's it. Now this is the city that you really got to. Yep. 35 minutes go by, and I'm like, this is the moment where you just allowed to start to get a little bit. It's happened before.